I haven't got. Well, it's a bit misty out there.
It is.
Yeah.
We need some sun to kind of burn through.
Yeah. So, who were you talking to? I've forgotten.
Nick Crispin, was that?
And which car was he in?
89. So James is in that car. Dilly Gaff. Oh, we've got a Mini without a headlight. So it looks like and it's got a white roof. So I think this is the car you were talking about.
Oh, I've been in then.
Car 116. That definitely looks like they've been in
that's
some sort of incident. So I'll go and find out, because
that could well have been not fast but furious. Previous winners. Someone's looking round. It was a.
Yeah. Oh, and we've got Toy Shed have come in as well. 177. Another white roof, but I'm just going to go find out, because David O'Keefe losing time and then that Mini being bashed up. I'm wondering if they've had something go on together and David's kind of been all right with it, but I'll go and find out.
Okay, car 40, the Blueberry Muffins, have now rejoined. As Katie said, they've been in. They were in 4th position. They still hold 4th position. So they were the Muffins. Let's have a look. Car 40. Yeah, they were in 4th position. Still retaining 4th place. But, as we approach, as we have just gone over to the latest hour. Just give me a we'll see what the official classification is. So that's 15 hours. Let's get rid of that.
So yeah, Robin's just got out of the Not Fast But Furious car. So yeah, she said she was okay, but they're just obviously getting that car all sorted now in the garage.
Yeah, so what happened? Do we know?
No, we're just fixing it at the moment. No one's quite sure what's happened at the moment, but I'll keep finding out.
Okay, so anyway, that's good things. So Sam, did you say Sammy just jumped out?
No, Robin. Sammy was in just before Robin, but yeah, Robin's just got out. Obviously forced out because something's happened there.
Okay, so Sammy was in, Robin's now in or back in?
Yeah, so Robin, I think potentially, in theory, would still be in the car, if that makes sense. So we'll see if she goes back in. Looks like Martin Ryman's coming in for car 41, and James Norfield will be getting into the car.
41, James back into the car. Okay.
Oh, and we have a safety car. So, not sure what's caused that.
Yeah, there's a safety car. Safety car, we're not too sure why. Not shown on the gantry at the moment, but the safety car has been deployed, and Katie was absolutely right. She saw the flags before myself.
I'll keep an eye on the pit lane and see what's going on. So
yep.
Might be why Martin came in. I'll ask him. 2 seconds.
Yeah, 171 has just gone back. The Minions has just rejoined. That was one of the cars with and 116 has been pushed into the pits by the look of things. One of the pink frog is there. Is that pink frog? Blue frog? Green frog? Looks like that's car 17. That's the Frogettes. So the Frogettes look like pink frog to me. They're in. Is that Rosie in as well? No, that's car number 41. That's car 41. That's Twin Snails. So as we say, James Norfield about to go out in Snails. So Snails there, who are in 3rd position.
It sounds like there's been a couple of incidents out on track. Whether they are just a couple of maybe spins or hits. So we've got obviously the Mini in here of Not Fast or Furious, but looks like we might have one of the fog cars that might be off somewhere as well. that's just come from Martin's, just come in from the track. So obviously being a driver, you see it all. But I thought he might have come in because he knew the safety car was going out, but no, it's just because they're about to run out of fuel. But so quite a few pit stops. We've got minions are in here taking advantage of the safety car. The Hollis car's in as well, and another mini.
Someone's off at Murray's.
Murray's, okay, fab. Yeah. Is that a fog? Can we see the roof?
You're going to ask me, aren't
I know, yeah.
I got binoculars, but I saw them on the camera, and because Murray's is the last one you look at, isn't it?
Yes. I'll see what I can see from the pit wall.
Well, we've got a couple of trucks out there. I just can't quite see.
Oh yeah, I can see. Yeah, there's a hedge in the way, but I'm sure when they come, we'll see them in just a moment. It won't be long.
Yeah, someone off.
We've still got car 13. I think they've been in the garage for a long time, but looks like they're still working on the car. So hopefully they'll get back out before the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm still trying to.
So we've got a few cars making a pit stop now. We've got the Orange Frogs in, Crisis at Tech Rouge is in, Dilly Gaff is in, Slarky Malarkey, the leaders are in, so it looks like Alec Graham will be getting into that one. And Misfits are in as well. So a few cars choosing to make a pit stop. I'll have a look and see who's getting into the cars.
Yeah, I think it's Mini Frog. I think it's Mini Frog who's gone off.
Mini Frog at the last corner.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, Minions are getting pushed into the garage. So they've obviously noticed something at that pit stop, which they're not happy with. So they've gone right into the garage there.
Yeah.
So Mini Car 129 just being, yeah, there we go, they've got going. They were being kind of pushed down the pit lane, but they've got going again, so that's good.
That's APO Sport.
APO Sport, fantastic.
Yeah, they've had a driver change. Any idea who?
No, I'll go and find out. I'll just wait for the melee to calm down. I'll go and ask. So, Crisis at Tech Rouge have... Oh, that looked like Andrew Bull again, but I'll go and double check. They might have just topped him up and sent him out again. I'll go, oh, and then you can hear the Hollis car as well. So we'll find out who's just got into the Hollis car. Who's in the Hollis car now?
Glenn.
Glenn, fantastic, thank you. So 72 Glenn's in that car. Also, I know this is my mission to find out, but the teams sometimes aren't sure themselves who's in what car, so that adds to the mission.
Yeah, it can be a bit difficult. 1, 2, 8 now rejoining. It's the Slarks. Now Slarky Malarkey, the race leader. Alec Graham, who's behind the wheel. And got to be taken it slow because the safety car, you can make a lot of time up on the safety car. No, Slarky Malarkey will do, because if he can, Alec can get onto the lead train. This car 89 in the, that's Dilly Gaff, who rejoining, almost. Looks like the safety car's in, so we're off racing again. Yep, green lag. So I was going to say, if you can get back on the train, you can almost catch a lap up. Katie Race, I think, quickly dispatches the ECAS car. David O'Keefe doing the same to Snails. I think that's Snails anyway. And one of the other cars, one of the grey cars. It could have well been the other line car. Actually, I don't think it was. Could have been one of the Frog cars. 107. The Misfits are back out in second place. They're 3 laps behind the Slarky Malarkey car. So both Slarky Malarkey in overall lead, and the second place car, the Misfits, took advantage of that safety car interlude there to do a quick pit stop. Fastest lap is actually to the Misfits. They did a 1:45.956 seconds, about 2/10 of a second, about 2/10 quicker than Slarky Malarkey. However, they lost about 9 seconds. They lost 10. They lost 19 seconds on that pit stop. So that's 19 seconds they've lost on that changeover. So you can go to the TSL website and click on the appropriate links to Snetterton, and you can get the live timing, and you can see the last lap for Slarky Malarkey was, including the pit stop, actually just disappeared. That was 4:51. Misfits did a 5:10. That make it 70.
So Luke is currently in Poppy Racing, the Mini.
Poppy.
And
Luke, okay.
And he'll be pitting in about 10 minutes, but Nick will go in after that. So if you see them change, it'll be Nick that takes over.
Okay, so I'm going to just change that. And so Luke currently in the car. Got that. There we go. I've got to change. I've got to change colours, you see. Otherwise, I'll be getting told off terribly by Mr. Coles if I don't keep up the chart. There we say. There's the APO Sport car. That's Alex Osborne, James May, Lee Poole, and Sam Dickey. That's not Sam Dickey. We had a change last night.
Car 7 is in, which there must be a problem. Otherwise, they'd have come in under the safety car. Peter Rundle is currently in car 49. I don't know if I told you that one.
Car 49, who was that?
Peter Rundle is in that one.
So Peter's in the lead car.
He is, yes. I'll go see. Doesn't. Oh, they're looking at the back left of car 7, Rosie Walford. So obviously an issue with what they've changed there. And the Dutch Diane car comes in. So yeah, Mick Story has stayed in the car. So it obviously looks like it might be like a quick fix. Because they're just in the pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, the home team seems to be unravelling since we've been on air.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, I'm going to take the victory in that they got up to second, which is amazing. So I feel like that's a good victory for the race.
He had a good result last year. Was he third or fourth?
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, I refused to talk about it last year. Actually, I think. Because I didn't want to jinx it, but I haven't talked about it this year and it's not going well, so I might as well talk about it. Let's see if we can hear the driver. So this is Mick Story at Rosie Walford Racing. Why have you come in?
It's misfiring. We've got a problem. We've got a problem with the carburetor, I think.
Oh. I don't know if you can hear that, but it's misfiring.
Yeah.
And yeah, so they're just having a look at taking the effort off, having a look. At that, but it's been misfiring all race, and quite a few cars are complaining about a misfire. So, but it's obviously misfiring because before my dad's Mick Story's last stint, it was misfiring, and he just passed it on as a note. But obviously, this is misfiring badly. He's had to come in. So my point there is that if it was just a simple misfire, he'd have stayed out. But it's obviously affecting the car a bit too much.
Katie, I think you can call him Dad.
Okay, thanks. My dad.
Yeah. So that's Katie's dad, Mick Story with the Rosie Walford Racing Team, and to say that. And just to remind Mick that he was part of the winning crew the first time the race was held here at Snetterton, even if he did forget it a few years ago when he said he'd never won a 2CV race.
And he has won a GTV race because he won at Brands in like 2017.
Yeah, but he told the reporter that he'd never won a 2CV race.
What an odd thing to forget.
Yeah,
he definitely remember that.
Do you remember that? Come down and ribbing him about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's old age. You can tell him that's old age.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
He'd forgot, and I can tell you now is that I'll never forget on the presentation. Of the thing, your dad turned up in a pair of red shorts and a red running singlet.
Yeah, well, that's his just normal attire. Oh,
yeah.
We've got another Mini. Oh, the fog's now being. Wow, that is their right front wheel is.
The That was mini frog.
90 degrees the other way. Everyone is, oh, this is nice. Everyone's lifting up. They can't actually get over the electric wires out the back in the fire lane here, so everyone's lifting up. It's a bit like a guard of honour, as they, you can hear it now probably on my microphone.
Is that the front or the rear? That'll be the front, won't it? That's the top. That's the top, mate. That's a ball joint gone. That's the front. That's the ball joint gone.
Yeah, front. Yeah, front right.
Yeah, it's a ball joint gone. That's a pretty quick fix. That's a pretty quick fix. But obviously, that's the reason why they went off at Murray's, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be the one that was off at Murray's.
Yeah, clattered the curb.
I'll find out. Yeah, I'm not sure. But some exciting news from that team. Elaine, got a 1:58 last night, which means her husband has taken her to the Seychelles. So that was very exciting. They were celebrating that last night. That was the deal.
Ah, well. Good for her. 19, one of the frog cars. There's Blue Frog coming by and running quite well. Who were the leading frog team anyway? Mini Frog was, but that's actually quick. Blue Frog, Orange Frog, Frogette, and Green Frog. So Blue Frog are the quickest of the visiting teams. They're in the 23rd overall, 14th out of the 2 CVs. Now I've done 411 laps at the 16th hour, but we are a little bit past that. 501, yeah, we've done almost at 10 laps. But at the 16th hour, officially, Clarky Malarkey was still leading from Misfits. KT Racing in 3rd position overall, leading the 2 CVs. Then we had Not Fast But Furious, now in the pits after an incident, we think, up at Richards Corner. APO Sport were 5th, 6th with Minions, 7th Team Toy Shed, 8th, 2nd in the 2 CVs was Crisis at Tech Rouge, 9th was Twin Snails, 3rd overall in the in the 2 CVs, 10th was Mini 195 Poppy Racing. Just going through, Blueberry Muffins were 4th, 5th was Lion, this is the 2 CVs, Dillyclaff 6th, 7th was Rosie, 8th Lion Hansgrove, 9th Hollis, 10th ECAS, Pork Pie were 11th, Stock Tarts 12th. So that's the more or less the top one. Missing is car number 137. It says on the thing that's the Mini Frog. We know that's just got towed back in. 13, 116, and 15 are still in the pits. Is that correct?
What was that? Sorry.
We've got in the pits 13, 116, and 15.
Yeah, that sounds right. 13's been in for a while, I think.
So 13. Oh yes, 13. That's Super Shinken with Jellycat Racing. They had awful lot of problems. They've had an awful lot of problems right from the start. So 116. Any idea what's happened to 116? We think.
No, the team still aren't that sure either. So I've just double checked, but they're still just getting it fixed. They'll be back out, I'm sure.
What the fixing? That's what I'm trying to get.
Apologies. I'm not too sure, but it is the front right headlight that is missing. So it's something on that front right. It's obviously hit something else, but I'm afraid that's as much as I know.
Well, fair enough, thank you. So we've got a problem there for 116. Yeah, you normally have to have the lights running, although we're not lights not mandatory at the moment. I do think you do have to have them on. I think they have to be working as well. So that's 116, and we've got the frogs in. So we've got Green Frog and Blue. No, 16. We've got 15 and 16. We've got Orange Frog and Green Frog in as well.
16 have just come in, so that might be a scheduled one.
Yeah, although don't seem to be a lot of action going on. I can just see them from my seat. There doesn't seem to be a lot of action going on with 16. 128. Our race leader, Alec Graham, behind the wheel.
Oh, it looks like Rosie Walford might be coming back in and going into the garage. No, they're staying outside. Obviously still not happy with something. Yeah,
this is when a lot of laps of are lost, aren't they? This is sort of daybreak as the not necessarily daybreak, but as the lightening up time disappears. Oh, the mist is rolling in as well. Hopefully it doesn't roll in too much further. That's making. In fact, I can't even see the bomb hole.
I'm just getting some toast. So if you need anything, I'll be eating. Oh no, car 7 is in the garage now. They're taking the bonnet off. Obviously a bit of a bigger issue than we thought.
Is this a home? Are you at home? Are you in the home garage?
I am indeed. Oh, it looks like Mixed Three's urgently got out of the car, but I think it's probably just to have a wee in his old age. But that's not why they've come in. It's just a convenient thing that can happen when your car's in the garage.
Yeah. Nevin Kirkpatrick, who was on pole position, had to make a very quick comfort break just before the start. But you know, and Nevin is a highly experienced racer. He admitted to nerves just before the start of the race, which is well, it's interesting, but not unusual. Most drivers do get a little bit nervy when they out to start. You can see. Gadget there is just being closed in by Alec Graham in the Slarky Malarkey 129 car, and the last few yards, that last 100 yards or so, 200 yards or so of the straight here at Senna, just allows Alec just that bit to you know, in that extra 50 yards, take that 50 yards. He almost took 50 yards out of him in that last couple of 100 yards. It's amazing. I mean, he's just that little bit quicker at the top end. Can't quite see him going down the back straight. There's a Mini. I think he's actually got past Gadget as well through the tight sort of complex thing at the Wilson Chapman little complex, which is a bit tricky. One of the young saloon car drivers was saying that he found it very difficult to spot the braking point for Wilson's, and consistently. But that's one of the things with 2CV racing, with endurance racing, you do a lot of laps, so you kind of get yourself into a nice rhythm, whereas these youngsters who are not that experienced, first time visitors to Snetterton, can't quite spot the braking point. But in the old days there used to be markers on the side of the track for braking points. I'm not sure whether that's still the case here at Snetterton now. Now we're on the 300. Certainly a lot of I will have to make an inquiry whether there are marks on the side of the track. Back in the day, there used to be. Orange Frog has rejoined. It's car 15. Oh, crikey.
You right, Lewis?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm still playing around with my computer.
I've been sent to the motorhome to find air filters, so that's the situation at Rosie Walford Racing at the moment.
Oh dear. They're not happy. That Green Frog just gone by, then the 82 car is following. That's Regimental Racing. Good to see them. And there's a Mini, followed by KT Racing. So I'm not quite sure who KT Racing is following, but the Mini isn't getting away from the our leading 2CV car, and it's in a very commendable third position. As I did mention yesterday, the I think Lion did lead the race overall at one point last year, and that's the first time that's happened, because the Mini's just that little bit quicker than the 2CVs, and object for Mr. Sparrow when he starts is to get as close to the minis as he can in qualifying and latch onto them, see if they can tow him round.
I'll go see if Pete's they've managed to raise him yet. See how their race is panning out, because
I'm sure he's been stressed if they've done 2 engine changes. I'm sure they've been stressed.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I can see Jeff Archer carrying some coffee. And Jeff and Pete are like coffee buddies, in my opinion. So maybe if I follow the coffee, I might find him.
I can hear there's some grinding going on in the background there. So someone, is that the Mini Boys?
Yeah, that was the Mini Frog.
Yep, that's front suspension on. Whoops, taking a grinder to it. 177 is the car that KT Racing is tracking. 177, that's Team Toy Shed, and right up behind him. And that's a Sparrow trick. Get in there.
I knew if I followed the coffee, I'd find Pete. I just saw Jeff walking across with the coffee, and I knew it would lead me to you. So Pete, when I woke up this morning, I thought, I'm surprised you haven't caught up yet. But it's because you had to change another engine, and then they couldn't get you out of bed this morning, I've heard. So tell me about the last few hours for you.
The last few hours have been asleep. And this lot have been working very hard to fix the car. But we had an electrical fault that we couldn't find. We don't quite know what it was. And in the end, we changed the engine, and that cured the problem, as far as I'm aware. So we're just going to run with what we've got. But just saying to Jeff, I don't think we've ever had a year where we've changed this many engines. But, some years it's your year, some years it's not. So,
and more often than not, it is your year. But I mean, for me, as a fan of GTV racing, I always think, oh well, whatever. It's like when you watch Man United play. If they're losing, they're still going to come back and win. It's the same with you. So like, do you kind of know? Oh yeah, it'll be fine, or do you actually genuinely panic that you might not do it, or what happens with you when you're the person that's generally wins?
No, I mean, we're just going to have to run with it. It's to do with luck. We've done nothing wrong, really. It's just one of those things. So we'll end up where we end up. We're still doing all right. Well, I think we're 5th overall in the 2Vs. So, and there's a long way to go, but we're now trying to catch up a lot more laps. So it is what it is.
Thank you, Pete.
Yeah, thanks very much there from Pete Sparrow. As I say, they've run 7 of the last 10, including this 7 out of 10 events. That's a phenomenal hit rate, and I think Pete has won it 11 times. I'm going to count, because I think he's won it 11 times. Now that's got to be that's some feat, isn't it? 11 times. I'm going to go all the way back to 1990, and David O'Keefe was a winner in 91. Where is Mr. Sparrow? Right, 1 in 95, 2 in 98, 2001, 2002, 2005, 2006, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now I've got him as 13. That's 13 times. Wow. Just check that again. That can't be right. 13 times.
Do you think it's more?
No, I thought it was less. I thought it was 11.
Oh, I'll ask him. Pete, how many times have you won the 24-hour race?
10 times, maybe.
Anywhere between 10 and 13 we've got at the moment.
I've got 13. One.
Lewis has got 13.
I'm going to count that again. I can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah, 13. Yeah, I thought it was 11. It's 13. 13 times. A 13-time winner. Wow. And we all think Tom Christian did well to win Le Mans 9 times.
I mean, he's done probably like all 32 of the races, so he's not even won half of them. So is it that good?
That's phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, 13 races, 13. I mean, to win 1 24-hour race is fantastic. 13. I mean, you know, that's unbelievable. And mostly they're with his cars, aren't they? They're his prepared cars as well. So that's a phenomenal strike rate. But certainly 7 out of the last 10 events I win. Anyway, at the moment, it's the KT Racing trio, Chris Tovey, Louis Tyson and Pete Rundell, with Richard Gardner. They made up Bacon Dean, right? Oh, fuck, dear me. I will find it. Bacon Down, that's the one, racing back in 2018, and they had a win on 708 laps, which was not too bad actually. 735 last year was an exceptionally number. It's roughly just over 700 that tends to win, except last year it was 735. Yeah, 706. Yeah, it was been 706, 708, 701, 662 was the outlier. 706. So that's it. And last year was another outlier, was 735. That was a pretty fast run by Lion. So we could actually have a new record for this configuration of Snetterton. If I go back and I can have a look at my my 740. No, 740 at Snetterton. That was the old. That was the original, what I might call the original 200. 740 laps by Phil Meyer, Ed Mason, Graham Wallace in 2004. That certainly seems to be the standout. But since 2011, because I'm sure it was 11, they did 721. I think it was 11, yeah. If we look at the best laps, yeah, it was. So 721 was an exceptional year. That was Alec Graham, Merritt Cox, and Nick Patton. So 735, yeah, 735 is the best here on this configuration of the Snetterton 200. Maybe we should call it the 1.9 17 miler, just the short of 200. Or maybe we call it the previous incarnation of the 200 with Sayre corner as opposed to the Wilson Chapman Kinks complex, which slows the cars down considerably. So 735 was very much a standout performance. But if we go 12 hours and we multiply it, what did Kate? 361.
And just doing an experiment. Can we see anyone coming around the bomb hole?
I can't see them. Well, I can now. That's just about. I've got a good camera. No. Yes. No. Oh yeah, 2 cars. A white car and something else had just gone through the bomb hole. White car and a grey car. Why was that?
I'll tell you later. Oh, hang on.
Right, 7:22. Looks as though KT Racing could be on for 7:22 if they as fast in the second half as they were in the first half. But that's still some way off. That's still some 15 odd laps off. No, 13 odd laps off what Lion did last year. Yeah, it's the little mini, which is Toy Shed, and followed by KT Racing, which we're talking about at the moment. So they're not going as fast as Lion went last year. So overall, they would have been something like split it. Yeah. So I say 13 laps, 6 laps. 6 laps down, so 6 laps down after, yeah, so half a lap, an hour. Half a lap an hour is a minute. So they're running about a minute, an hour slower than, that's a couple of seconds a lap. Then, oh, we've got a slippery surface flag flying up here at Rich's Corner. Checking the cameras, that's on the way in. Looks like there's a slippery surface one on the way out. Oh, that's now being shown as static and not waved. So maybe whatever is on the circuit, maybe someone went off, put some gravel or something on the circuit, dirt on the circuit.
I'm gonna, just for people listening at home, I'm keeping an eye on the live chat, so if you want to do any shout outs or want to hear from any of the teams, let me know. We've got Angel UKAP saying go on Snails, Lauren Story saying morning 7 and 79, Padio, what's Rosie in the garage for? Hopefully we answered that question. And Pergo Steve Yohow, Team Gadget are on track but not showing in the list, any idea why? Oh, we'll have a look. I think, is it because they're so far down? I think it might be because they're too far down to show, sadly.
No, Gadget are 24th, but they're not running, are they? Oh,
they're not running?
No, they are running, yeah. I think it went back out, didn't they? Simon pushed the car in, didn't he?
He did.
Fixed it, yeah.
Yeah, that was quite a quick fix. If you're looking just at the YouTube, I know they're not showing on the YouTube, and I think it's just because they're so far down the order, sadly. But, I mean, their fitness levels will be peak because they've been pushing the car.
Yeah, yeah, and for anyone who wants to keep up, just go to TSL timing, click on their website. If you go down, I think it's the second one actually. I think Snetterton is second. Look for the Snetterton race track layout, and if you hit live timing, you'll be all right. Actually, if you click on it, you can get the commentary up as well. So. That's one of the ways. Another one of the ways you can find the commentary and the live streaming. You get the same TSL timing screens as we get here. Currently, because the first page does all 30 teams. Luckily, therefore, on our second screen we can put the tracker up, which I think is about page 5. Not quite sure. We just click through and wait through. There's lots of different pages, lots of different information. But what we tend to use is the live circuit positions and the tracker, which is an estimate, doesn't exactly tell you where the car is, but you can see that there's the FL, which is the finishing line, and then there's an intermediate split, which is around where the bridge is. Actually, it's just before the bridge, and so the timing system has 2 points. One is the first section, one is the second section, and if that goes through there, they can then alter, so it just alters. And if a car goes off between the start line and section 1, it tends to stop. So the tracker tends to stop, so you can kind of work out where someone's gone off if you use this enough. Just need to take a break for a minute or so.
So just to recap, while Lewis having a break, in the mini category, first is Slarky Malarkey, second is Misfits, and third is APO Racing. In the 2CV category, Take KT Racing is in first, Crisis at Tech Rouge second, and Twin Snails third. As car 48 is leaving the pits. KT Racing is third overall. So they've managed to kind of get ahead of the minis, which is, considering the time differences, is amazing. So KT Racing are currently leading the 2CV championship, and a victory here would obviously see a victory in the championship for them. A bit later on we'll have a camera in the pit lane as well, so we can see what's going on up and down the pit lane, especially at the end. It gets very exciting. But yeah, keep messages coming in on the chat, and I will go and let teams know that you're supporting them.
I was going to say, if you are following TSL on the timing screen, one of the cars that just flashed up on the bottom of the message board saying, there is a black and orange flag for car number 72. That is the Hollis Motorsport. Glenn Burtonshaw, I think, is behind the wheel at the moment. He's got an open door.
On the track? Oh, yeah. Is that right? Is that black and orange flag?
Yeah.
Just update on the Not Fast But Furious. Sadly, they've had to retire the car. There's too much damage there. They can't get that out again, so that's really sad. They were doing really well. But yeah, they're in good spirits from what I've seen in the garage. But and yeah, we're surprised by how much sleep some of them have got. But yeah, sadly, that's retired.
Can you just grab someone and ask why? What happened? We think there was an off at Richards, but can you just sort of confirm that, please?
Yeah, I'll go and see.
So the first retirement posted at sadly at 7:47. Too much damage.
Yeah, we're still not sure what's happened, so yeah, I know that's for people watching at home. I'd be a bit frustrating, but the team still aren't sure what's happened, so no intel there.
Well, that's a sad case because definitely sad there for Rob and Sammy, Alice and Bethany, who led the race in the early part of the event, but a bit strange as the car came in, rolled in. But if it's unable to resume for safety reasons, there is a possibility that may be the reason, but we'll find out sooner or later. Rosie's just gone through the number 7 car. Mick Story behind the wheel again, still, and it's 35. That's the stock tarts, and followed by 48 SL Racing and Gadget, who has had awful lot of problems this time round, but are still soldiering on. Here comes the 2CV race leader, still in the wheel tracks of Team Toy Shed. We say, yeah, it's Pete Rundle, isn't it, who's behind the wheel. We think that's it, behind the wheel. Anyway, ECAS has just gone by. That's a former winning car, our race leader, Alec Graham, on board. And actually, when Katie, which was what, 5 minutes ago, asked me could I see who was coming round in the bomb hole, I actually could just about see the bomb hole, but the mist has rolled in and I can't. The reason I just take a look at that is because Alec Graham came past with the fog light on. And, but we can see, one of the Lion cars has just gone blown up. Not sure which one that was. One of the Lion cars has just there's smoke everywhere. That's definitely a blown engine. There'll be oil everywhere on the track.
Is that the bomb hole?
No, that's going up into Richard's Corner. Literally, it blew just as a part of the pit
It
lane.
sounds like it's 97. Oh, they're not having any luck. I was just talking to Pete, obviously, and then he said some years it's your year, some year it's not. Arguably, he's had more good years than most, but it sounds like this isn't his year. And we're just saying how KT Racing and Chris Tovey and you can smell that, have really prepared the car. Like, Chris is meticulous, as is Pete. But Pete was saying sometimes the luck just doesn't go your way, and you can prepare, do as much testing and everything as you want, but sometimes these things just happen.
Well, yeah, I've got to agree with you there. But the thing is, KT Racing not going anywhere near as quick as Lion was going last year. So it isn't as though.
It sounds like Pete's car, 97, sorry, has just gone. You can smell it. They've just gone past the pit, so they haven't come in.
Well, yeah, but if you pass the pit lane and the engine blows, there's nothing you can do, or you got a problem.
Where did it blow?
Well, I saw the smoke literally just got the end of the pit lane.
Okay, so doing a lap, okay.
Yeah, so he's got to do a lap, and that's going to chuck oil down, isn't it? So, I think it's David, isn't it, in the car. He kept over to the right-hand side of the track, so he kept to the inside of the track, so he didn't put too much down. But yeah, there was smoke from under the bonnet and out of the back of the car, so that's definitely engine, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, that is.
He actually said, David was saying they had problems on the Roland Road. He said they had engine problems on the Roland Road, so.
Interesting.
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully he'll make it back round. If not, then we might have a bit of activity in the pit lane.
Yeah, haven't seen him. Well,
Oh, no.
I'll have a quick look round on the cameras. Can't see anything on cameras at the moment. I think he might have made the bridge. I can see a flashing light at the bridge. That might be a white light. Not sure if that is. That could be a green light, couldn't it?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, white light makes sense, slow moving vehicle.
Yeah, I'm not sure what colour. One of the things I know, they go yellow, red and green, but I'm not sure they do white.
Yeah, white is for a slow moving vehicle.
Yeah, I know, but
right.
I'm not
Oh,
sure.
the flashing lights.
The flashing lights, I'm not sure what they. I'll have to check that out. I'm getting a bit slack here. I'm going to have to go and chat to the.
Yeah, chat to the. Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
the font of knowledge.
I'm getting a bit slack here, aren't I?
It looks like KT Racing are coming in, so Peter Rundle will be getting out there. I can't see any. Maybe he won't be. I can't see any driver. Oh no, Louis Tyson will be getting in. So if they do make this pit stop, it'll be Louis going in for Peter.
Well, yeah, because he's done the time, hasn't he? We're only allowed 3 hours, aren't we? I discussed this last night. You're only allowed 3 hours, and I think Pete did 3 hours in the first stint because he had trouble. Who's in the pits at the moment, then? It's a 79.
Yeah, 79 are in the pit.
Yeah, but that's not the one that blew up. Is that the one that blew up?
Pardon? Is that the one? No, that's... Yeah, 79, I think they're just doing a driver change.
Yeah, it was hard to tell which one it was, which of the line cars.
It was definitely 97, you can see it from the pit wall.
That was 97, was it? I thought it was O'Keefe, yeah. So do you know who's getting in the second line car?
No, they're a bit far down at the moment. I'm just up at KT Racing, but yeah.
Yeah, it's always the case, isn't it? Where there's always a car at the opposite end where you are.
There
then
is.
You walk up, and the car comes in the bottom end. You have to walk back again.
Yeah, we haven't seen 97 come round now, have we? I wonder if they're still. Because you think by now, even moving slowly, we'd be able to see them from here. But from the bridge, because we nearly made it to the bridge. So I'm wondering if there's no lights on the safety car. I'm wondering whether they've made it round or if they've had to stop out, or they potentially might have found an exit road. Actually, if they got to the bridge, there's an exit road there, and they can push it through the paddocks. That might be what they're doing.
Yeah, I can actually see a breakdown truck with its lights on at the top end of Revet Straight. So there could well be, and obviously the vehicle has to go round clockwise. There could well be a stoppage. Let's have a look at them. Can't see anything. There's 79 gone now. I can't actually see anything. I can see the car going under the bridge. There's a light there, but that's not a yellow light. The next camera shows Nelson. We've got Bentley, we've got Nelson, we've got the bomb hole, it's not there. We've got call on bomb hole. Actually named the cameras, but that's Murray 2, but it's much Murray out, isn't it? Yes, it's at Williams exit. Yeah, it's stopped. So Lion has stopped. Lion has stopped. Yeah, okay, so there's a safety car being thrown. So that it says William.
So car 79 Max Wires got in, and yeah, 97 made it quite far. They made it all the way to the bridge, but it's a shame they've had to stop.
They didn't get to the bridge.
Oh, they didn't. Okay.
No. It says Williams exit, which is Williams is the corner on the 300, isn't it? So they've just come out of for on the 2 CVs, they've just come out of Chapman. He's come down there and he's missed the gate. He should have turned right and he could have got in. Could have got in the gate, but David just pulled back.
Oh, Slaki come in. I wonder if that's purely just for the safety car. If they'll do a bit of a it looks like they're putting petrol in. So Alex got out the car. Yeah, that'll just allow Alec a bit more time in the car then.
Yeah. He hasn't been in long, has he? But he can do 3 hours, can't he? So you think they're doing a splash and dash?
Yes, I think so.
And well, they've got a 3-lap advantage.
I know I was just talking to Saki Malaki, the team, and they're saying obviously they've got experience now of this race and with mini racing, but also it's been useful having Alec in the team because he's obviously got a lot of experience and has won this race a few times. So he's just kind of been suggesting, we could try it this way and things like that. So I know that they've been working really collaboratively as a team, and at the moment it's working to their advantage.
Yeah, Neil started the race. Neil Slark. He started, handed over to Alec, and Alec kind of kept up a really good pace and took the lead, ripped past the Fast But Not Furious and APO Sport. He passed both of them in his stint and took the lead. ECAS now coming out, rejoining the fray. And you say Alec's still in the car?
Yeah, Alec's still in the car, and Glenn Osborne is in ECAS, car 33.
Glenn Osborne, ECAS, okay. Thank you, yeah. So, that could well be a free pit stop, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely, I think so. I mean, yeah, that'll allow... If he can't have been in an hour yet, so that'll allow him definitely another couple of hours in the car.
Well, he's only allowed 3 hours, isn't he?
Yeah, so, yeah, that's what I mean. So if he's not even been in an hour, he'll have, I can't remember what time he went in. It was on the, was it on the last safety car?
It was about an hour ago.
Oh, perfect then. That's worked out nicely for them, yeah.
Yeah, it could well be a free pit stop, couldn't it? So at the moment, it's going to take a bit of a while. Let's have a quick look. Yeah. Line is now being moved. It's now being towed. They'll come off, as you so rightly said, they'll come off at the end of Revet Straight, won't they? At the S's then. Okay. We call it the S's. That's still the S's to me, the complex. They'll be able to bring them through the back gate, won't they? So once he gets off the track, they'll be able to go live again. So here's the safety car at the moment, ahead of 177. So where's KT Racing?
KT Racing just come in, so Peter's just got out, and then they're just refueling. Louis will be getting in there now.
Oh, that's right. That's it. Yeah. So they've taken advantage of that as well, have they?
They have, yeah. That's worked out quite well because I think Peter was due in. They've got a nice board in here. Peter was due in. I swear it was 8:03. No, 8:05 a.m. is when he was due in. So that safety car's come out at a perfect time for them.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock. It isn't smack on 8. So not quite a free one, but certainly better. So I wonder where Tosh. There they are. There's Slarky Malarkey. So yeah. So about they've made about half a lap.
Oh, that's what they've gained. That's amazing. They've it was a very, very quick pit stop because it can take a while to, but obviously they didn't have to put that much fuel in, I suppose.
No, I take it's the longest is you've got to get out and get back in, haven't you? But Alex he's pretty nimble. He's pretty small too, isn't he? So he can get in and out of them minis pretty quickly. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, he got out, had a drink, and got back in again.
Yeah, he's right behind ECAS, and the ECAS car is keeping up a nice pace, and therefore they're now catching the train. So when the race go live, they'll be virtually back on the train. That's going to be a free stop.
Yeah, that's a great call from them there. And KT Racing is back out, so a really good pit stop from them.
Yeah, they'll only lose half a lap, will they? Because they were right behind Toy Shed, and Toy Shed is the car that's behind the safety car.
Oh, yes.
And they were in tandem. They were racing it, or going around in tandem. So literally that's half a lap, probably a bit more than half a lap, 3/4 of a lap. But
safety car lights are off.
Yeah, they were obviously coming in because I can see the breakdown vehicle with the line car behind it, and that coming in. And as I said, they came in off the S's gate, and then they're coming up the link road, out the road that we drive in. So they'll be coming up here, and they'll be all hands to deck. I think, is it 3 laps or 5 laps? A tailback penalty. 3 laps. But of course you're going to lose an awful lot more time. So that's another engine change.
I'll see if Peter will talk to me. Hi Peter, how was your stint there?
It was really good. I had a tow from Toy Shed for the last, I don't know, half an hour or something of that. And it worked really, really well. I was enjoying it.
Good. This is Peter Rundle at KT Racing. So they're currently running first. How does this compare to any other 24-hour race? Is it similar, or how's your experience so far?
Well, much better, obviously, because we're leading. It's been a good race. I was out when it started to rain, and that was quite tough because you could see spots on the windscreen, but you didn't know how hard it was raining, and it would go slippery in one corner and then dry up and then go slippery in another corner, and you're just like, is it wet, is it dry, I don't know.
Thank you very much, Peter. So Peter, obviously, again, another fantastic race driver. A very quick team at KT Racing, which marries up well with the meticulous prep they put in.
Yeah, that race won in 2018, so they've been here and done it before. So, and here comes the car now with Louis Tyson behind.
Yeah, we've got Gadget Racing. I think they're just making a driver change, but it's odd that they've come in not under the safety car. I always find it odd when people pit just after a safety car.
Yeah, if you're that far back, it doesn't matter, does it? You want to get to the finish, so it's really about sort of. You've been there when you want to finish, and if it's tough, you just make a call to keep the car in one piece as best you can. As we say, it's we are racing again, and Toy Shed it is who's the head of that train, and just putting a lap on the stock tarts. And 129 comes past. That's APO Sport, and don't think that's going to be too. There it is, and there's Alec Graham. Yeah, he's making his way through the tail enders. He's our overall race leader, and I'm going to have to ask these Mini guys about whether they're flat through riches. I take it they probably are. I suspect they are quicker through. They are flat through riches. They brake for Nelson, pick the speed up through Chapman, flat all the way down. I wonder if they brake for. I'd imagine they brake for the left-hander Brundle. I know the two CVs don't. They tend to run in and they tend to brake between turning point. Katie.
Yeah.
Right. Let's just take us through. Obviously, Katie. For those who don't know, Katie's partaken in this event many times. Right, run us through the corners. Riches, is Riches flat?
Oh, I've forgotten what every corner is. Is this Riches the first corner?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Riches is flat.
T1.
Yeah, Riches is flat. It's a bit scary at the beginning, but obviously by this point in the race, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, next corner is Wilson.
Yeah, so that's second.
A lot of brake in second gear.
Heavy brake in second. And then obviously just go around again. You kind of people change up to third. Sorry, I'm being mimicked here. People change up to third at different points going around the left-hander there to go onto the straight. And then that is the corner where the minis. Two CVs will try and get a toe from the minis going up that straight to under the bridge. Now under the bridge is different for everybody. Some people don't brake because they go into the left-hander and then heavy braking on the apex and change down to third. Some people lift and go in. Some people go down to third and then turn in, and they're up to fourth before they've gone around the.
Bomb.
Right. Yeah.
So the left-hander. I certainly know from a very long while ago. I can remember Roger Lott just didn't brake at all. He just threw the car in, braked heavy, and turned right at Nelson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll ask Sanjay what he does. What do you do under the bridge, Sanjay?
I think I do something a bit different as well. So maybe I'll trail brake and then go back on the throttle and brake again.
Oh, wow, there we go. A little bit of everything. A bit of a mix.
Tell him he's a pussy. He's got to go flat.
Yeah, wow, yeah. And then, then it's just flat, basically, and obviously the last corner's third. So, for people there are 4 gears on a 2CV, if people don't know. So, third is only a 1 change down for that last corner. But yeah, a toe from a Mini down the back straight is amazing.
It's a massive help. Is that just that first? It's just that the first one, the left-hander at the end of the straight.
Oh yeah, that's definitely flat in the 2CV.
Yes, it's whether the left-hander, the Brundle, whether you lift and chuck it in or take it, or brake, chuck it in, or lift and chuck it in.
It's a little bit of everything. And as Sanjay pointed out, he does a little pick and mix. I think some people change it all the time. The weird thing is in the dark, and I was talking to Martin about this last night. So obviously in the light, you might have different markers which you then can't see in the dark, and sometimes there's cat's eyes on the corner, sometimes there's not. So that first corner in the dark is a little bit scary because you can't actually see it and just kind of getting a wrong line through there.
But that
chucks you off.
That's Riches, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Riches. Yeah, you can kind of see under the bridge. That's fine. But Martin was saying under the bridge was a bit tricky last night because he couldn't see and he kept missing the apexes and stuff, so that was throwing him off as well.
Yeah, Riches is a double apex corner, and it's slower on the exit than it is on the entry. So when you go up there, you take? I can see the lines. Most people aim for the second apex, don't they?
Yes, in
a 2CV, yeah. But if you're in a high downforce GT2, GT3 or GT4 car, they actually clip the first point and then clip the second point. They take a different line, which has been developed since people have been able to play around with all the data in the cars. So if you're on a Formula car, you do what the 2CVs do. With a high downforce, you go for the second one. But the GT3, GT4 boys actually double clip. So Riches is always a corner that takes some getting used to. And Gorham, that's another very tricky corner. And I have seen, although we don't see much of it here, I was about to say that you don't see much overtaken, but there it is. Graham there just getting ahead of whoever's in the APL sport car and the Mini. Just changed places around Gorham. certainly have seen exchanges at Coreham where someone will take an outside line and get on the outside of Coreham and end up on the inside of Murray. My driver did that a couple of times here a few years ago. Much to delight of myself, I have to say. That was Howard Payne in his Europa went round Mr. Crackerson, Dave Crackerson in his TVR. Got round the outside of him. He pulled it off a couple of times, actually. I remember Dave in particular was a good move. Got on the outside of him, round it, and then kills to the inside. You get the inside line for Murray's, and you power yourself out, and away you go. So lots of different lines. Snetterton, not the most technical of circuits in the UK, but we can say is that it is one of the. There are some very technical corners. The first one is very technical, which is as we were just pointing out, and especially in the dark, where I've known Dave O'Keefe tell me is that you just can't see anything. You commit to it blind. And hope you're going to out because when you turn in, you actually can't see the exit. Wilson, Chapman, I don't think are particularly technical. Under the bridge in these cars, yeah, again, it is very, very. It is. I did go out wide, but we've done that bit. The right-hander not so technical. The bomb hole not too technical. With Coreham, I think can be. I think more and more people should exploit Coreham. Everyone takes a safer line, but I'm sure there's a wider line there as well.
Some people argue that you just grip the like literally stay on the inside the whole way around, which everyone does that one a bit different too. So I've got a long history with that one, but I won't go into that now. Yeah, I think there is two lines there. Certainly, I agree with you. A lot of racers take the inside line and hug it, but I'm sure there's an outside line there. I have seen quite a lot of racing here, and I know there's an outside line there. But it's something that a lot of people are not really prepared to explore. Well, someone's on the outside line as we speak, and you have to go around the outside, and you really have to commit to it and hold on to it. Then you get the inside line for the next corner. So you should be out. That should be a legitimate overtaking manoeuvre. And if anything goes wrong, there's tons of room there. So I'm sure there's an outside line there. I've seen it being pulled off on not too many occasions. Maybe you might get it once a meeting when I'm here. Maybe not quite that much. But certainly, we'll have a chat with some of the top runners about whether they think there's an outside line there. It's all right from me watching. I'm not the pilot, so. Well, as you're saying that, I've just seen a Mini there flashing the 2CV as it's come around to. Well, they've made it to the last corner now, but just to say, I'm coming through. But yeah, I think it's definitely overtaking space. It's a bit in the dark. It's a weird corner because say you've got two Minis who are towing around as they are coming down the pit straight here, and they're just kind of going either side of you. And there's a 2CV. You just kind of sometimes you just have to sit there and just that they're not going to hit you because they can see you. But when it's the bright lights, it's a little bit weird coming around that corner. Like you say, because the lines are so different, you just kind of have to stick to yours and. Whoever's overtaken it, like the Minis, has to just
run round you.
Yeah. Dilly Gaff is in a nice gaggle of cars there with Crisis and Tetri, so they'll all be gaining an advantage from that.
Yeah, Lion's in there too. The line that's running. Have you been up to see the Sparrow crew?
No, I haven't actually. I'll head down there now. I'm sure. Yeah, see what spirits they're in.
Have they slit wrists yet?
Pardon?
Have they slit wrists yet?
No, not quite. I think, as I was saying to Pete, it's kind of like we've still got, how many hours left? 6 and a bit. So they could still even win it, I'd say, because that's how good they are.
No way. No way.
Well, yeah, anything can happen, but
No. Yeah, we're looking at. No, we're not looking at that. They're not going to have a win.
wow, yeah, well, that's just what happens sometimes with Lions, so that's why I was saying it. But anyway,
They're down to eighth. They're down to eighth. So I'm not. No. The rest of the teams are not going to lose that. You know, you might have. They're eighth. They may lose. They may get up to six if a couple of people hit real big problems.
yeah, sometimes we take things with a pinch of salt. I was only joking. That's why I'm saying it. How good this team are, that is like they could still do it. It was just a joke, everybody. Obviously,
Pete will have to get his voodoo board out, voodoo everybody to get that as a victory, but that ain't going to happen, is it? So they're just too far behind. So really, look, we're now coming down to the business end of a 24-hour race, and got about a quarter to go, just over. As Kate was saying, we've got 6:45 minutes to go. So, and it really is.
so it looks like they've started the car up and they're just putting the wings and the bonnet back on. Looks like Pete will be getting in the car now. But yeah, that's all done and dusted. Now they'll be getting back out.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And we're coming to the end of the race. I'm talking about that. So at the end of the race, the first three minis get trophies. The first 6 2CVs home get trophies as well. So if you want, so there's a battle for that, for the top 6. Let's have a look who's in the top 6 at the moment for them. So who's in for the trophies? Well, KT Racing are currently leading, and Crisis Tech Rouge in the 92 car second, Twin Snails third, 6 laps between them. And then we come down, Blueberry Muffins are fourth. That's a good result for Blueberry. And fifth, Dillygaff Racing, and sixth is Lion Hansgrove. So they had a lot of engine problems. They had an early engine change as well. So they're the ones there. Rosie's Walford, who were in second place when we started, it's about an hour and a half ago, around about 6 o'clock. They're now down to 7th. Team ACAS 8th, Lion 9th. So they're dropping as we speak. So that top 6, so Lion Hansgrove are in the 6th position now. That's 486. Rosie's they're 2 laps behind. So Rosie's got to make up 2 laps. That's quite credible. People will have problems. Maybe Rosie's had theirs early. Someone else will have theirs a bit later. But so there will be protection for that. A trophy for trophies. Slarky Malarkey with Alec Graham, isn't it? Who's doing a 3 hour, who's a kind of like double stint, not quite, but you're not allowed to. They're doing a stint and a half. He now has a 4 lap advantage, and he's doing 48 threes. Misfits, don't know who's in Misfits at the moment. That'd be one of Dave Reese, Paul Ogburn, Steve Ryder, or Evan Kirkpatrick, who started on pole position. They're doing 50s, so some 2 seconds. So Alex pulling out 2 seconds a lap and carrying on. And now there's a 4 seconds, 4 laps between Misfits and KT Racing, and there's another 5 laps between APL Sport and Misfits as the minis battle it out. And sadly, we've got where's 116? Yeah, falling fast but not furiously through the order, as they have retired the car. Car 97 is missing now. The reason is Charlotte's missing because that hasn't hit. It didn't complete that lap, which is difficult. I can see David O'Keefe just opened the door there for Pete Sparrow to jump in the car, because it's all been refueled. It's now about sort of making sure topped and tailed everything. The extra minute to make sure everything's okay will make a huge difference. Here it goes. Pete Sparrow back out, so Lion has made a 3rd change. It's a 3rd engine change for them. I wrote down Revet Straight. It's naughty. Bentley Straight, renamed after the Bentley XP, whatever it was, Le Mans winning car, which was built in Hingham in Norfolk, about 12 miles away. And made its track debut here. First time it was ever driven. I'm not sure who was driving it, but I do recall the door. One of the door flew off after a few laps. I did tease Tony Southgate about it once. A sentiments at a chat he was giving, and a talk. He said that was most embarrassing because Bentley, owned by Audi at the time, the chief had come over to see this lovely brand new car. I'd done a few laps and the door flew off. But as he was saying, actually keeping doors closed on a 200 mile an hour car, 230 mile an hour car is very, very difficult. Because if the seals aren't quite right, the wing get underneath and just flick them out. So they have to be very, very well designed. Obviously, that's what the testing's for. Find out what the problems are on their shakedown run. 172 is in the pits. That's the Le Mans 2 CV Classic, and running currently in 26th position overall. So there we go. Let's have a quick refreshment. Looks like we're back on and up and running. Let's go 48, that's SL Racing, isn't it? Yeah. George Broadhurst, Lawrence Broadhurst and Neil Savage. And they are currently in 19th place, 12th in class. So having a solid run. Here comes Gadget. West Beach-based team. And I think the most local team we've got, as we don't have Iceni this year, no team Iceni. There's definitely some bump draft from there, 128 and 171, the Minions. Whoever's in the Minions is right, is bump draft for Alex Graham in the Mini. And that's something you don't necessarily see that often. It's really, really good bump drafting from the Mini boys. Now, they should know about bump drafting as the two brothers. I've actually forgot David, and I forgot his other name, who lives at Wyndham. Him and his brother used to bump draft in the Minis. Not in the Mighty Minis, in the ordinary Minis. And they used to get position 1 and 2 on the grid, then getting together and nose to toe.
Dilly Gaff Racing have just come into the pits. I'm not sure why, because they haven't been out for 2 hours, so I'll keep an eye on that. I'm just waiting for a camera person. They're just looking under the bonnet. I can't see a driver getting in or anything.
Yeah, James is behind the wheel, isn't he? Dartland, he's behind the wheel of Dilly Gaff. Well, that was the last light we heard. There's Hollis Motorsport just going through. Ben Burtonshaw was behind the wheel. Yep, the television crew boys have turned back up again. Gadget, so we was talking about earlier, and here are the two Minis bump drafting each other. Oh yeah, definitely you get a draft, a big draft from the Minis. Just as they came past the box, the second Mini.
Oh, I don't think it was a driver change. I don't know what happened there, but that's definitely Nick Crispin in the Dilly Gaff car now.
Oh, Nick Crispin, is it? There's our race leader. And our race leader's got Louis Tyson in the hot seat at the moment, coming up to pass one of the, I think it was Green Frog. I think Blue Frog is just ahead of that. So that's going to be next on the list. And boy, can you see the difference between KT Racing and the Green Frog car that he's just passed at Rich's corner. Between Rich's and Wilson, he's took 50 yards out, I think. The two Lion cars I can see heading up towards Rich's corner. One Lion car just settling in behind, I think one of them is Snails, and I think the other one is Rosie. So I think it's Snails. Let's have a quick look. No, it's Crisis, I do beg your pardon. It's Crisis Tech Rouge, who are in second position. They need to consolidate that. If they can consolidate that position, they may well be. What did I say they were originally? Be better if I had my piece of paper. There it is. I said they were roughly about 14 laps behind. Not sure what they are now. Let's have a quick look. Now 13 laps behind now, but that's probably due to that pit stop that they took. So it's 13 laps. They need to consolidate that in case KT Racing have an issue. If they do have an issue, well, very simply they'll be able to take advantage. Race is not over. We've still got a quarter of the race to go and a bit. So it's 6:34 to go. So still a long way. And just to add a little bit of spice, no tailbacks in the last hour. So you can still get a tailback. Let's just say KT Racing broke down. Let's say anyone breaks down. So at the moment you get towed back in, you lose 3 laps for a tailback. And then you have to repair the car. So that's one way you can lose a 13 lap lead very quickly. 13 laps become 10. So then you're down to 10 laps. 10 laps is 20 minutes. You're going to take You're going to take 5 or 10 minutes to get the car back. Engine change, yeah, you could do. So if the engine breaks down when you're out there, that 13 laps could easily evaporate. So it's not necessarily, as we were saying, it's not necessarily a winning lead that you defend. The car has still got to prepare. It's so easy to lose time. As I say, in that last hour, there are no tailbacks. So if the car breaks down in that last hour and you're on the circuit, that's it, you're done for. So that's one of the rules of the event. Lots of minis running around. Suddenly you're all roughly in a line. We'll see who they are. See if I can give them a shout out. These minis are excellent. The first one is 129, so that's the APO car, followed by KT Racing, followed by 177, that's Team Toy Shed, and behind Toy Shed is 16, that's the Green Frog, and then I think that was the 40 car Blueberry Muffins. Now the Muffins have been running under the radar. They're 4th at the moment, so they're almost on. Well, okay, so I know that. Well, we run 2 podiums, if you like. We run we do the first, we do 6, 5 and 4, then we run a second podium for 3, 2 and 1. So it's that's solidly in 4th position, 2 laps ahead of Dillygaff Racing, but the only but they are 11 laps behind Twin Snails. So and Snails are some 6 laps behind Tech Rouge. So although things are a little static at the moment, it only just needs a breakdown. See if I can find the Should have enough.
Car 97, so the Lion car, who's just changed the engine, not happy with it. They've come straight into the garage. So Pete behind the wheel, not happy with that. I was just talking to Martin Harold, our owner of the team, and he was saying, kind of, they said it's been a bad year for them. They've not won any races, and it's not going their way today at all. So we'll see what they'll do. I know they will try and finish, but I know that's a concern for them that they won't make it to the finish, which would be a big surprise. So I'm sure they will, but yeah, that's the concern for car 97 at the moment.
I think they'll be building up an engine out of their spares. I heard that the first engine was a crankshaft. There was a crank on that, so that's highly serious. Let's see if I can find out what happened. Right, here is the 17-hour result, just run through. So this is the a little while ago. Do apologise, because I'm a bit late with it. The 32nd Classic 2 CV 24-hour race here at Snetterton, supported as always very much by Duff Morgan Citroen, your Citroen agent in Norfolk. ECAS 2CV parts, the place to get your parts. Hansgrove, who do beautiful bathroom and kitchens. Line Printing Framing Supplies, which one of the UK leading suppliers, and Adrian Flux Insurance up there in Kings Lynn. Right, the situation is that Slarky Malarkey had 4 laps over Misfits. KT Racing were 4 laps behind that in third. APO Sport were fourth. Minions fifth. 6th was Team Toy Shed. 7th Crisis Tech Rouge. 8th Twin Snails. 9th Poppy Racing. 10th Blueberry Muffins. 11th Falling Fast, but they have retired, was Not Fast but Furious. Dillygaff Racing therefore makes a move up, as do 2CV Lion, but they've hit engine problems. Lion Hansgrove is now up there. So things have slightly changed. The situation with the minis, let's take the minis first. It was Slarky Malarkey, Misfits, APO Sport, Minions, Team Toy Shed, Poppy Racing, Not Fast but Furious is 7th, but they're going to lose it, aren't they? Who is the 8th Mini Frog, who also ended up with some issues. Right, so 2 CVs, as I said before, it's KT Racing, Crisis at Tech Rouge, Twin Snails, Blueberry Muffins, Dillygaff Racing. 2 CV Line were 6th, but they're dropping like a stone at the moment. Lion Hansgrove, Rosie Watford Racing, Team ECAS, Hollis Motorsport, Pork Pie Racing, SL Racing, Stock Tarts, and then we've got the first of the Classiques. That's Dutch Diane Racing Team, followed by Le Mans 2CV Classics. That's the situation we are at the moment. Morning, lads. black and white flag now being shown to car number 15, Orange Frog. Track limits. And somehow along here, I think Katie's probably got an open mic. So anyway, that's the situation we are at the moment.
Can you turn my mic down, please, because it's too noisy.
No, I can't. I can't turn your mic down. I'll make representations to the circuit manager. Circuit PA has now been turned on, so just got to make some few quick little adjustments there as we run through. So that was the positions after hour 17. So we're only 24 minutes away from hour 16, and we'll then have 6 hours race to go. Say, one was talking, and I'm guilty, but one was talking about as the race is already run. We've got 6 hours. Anything can happen, and it did happen. There's a massive amount happening in the first 6 hours. I suspect that there will be a massive amount happening in the second, in the last 6 hours as well. But currently, slightly malarkey with Alan Graham, who's won this event 2CV wise a number of times. Let's consult the oracle, shall we? See how many times. I know Alec won it 3 times on the trot. So he won it 10, 11, 12, and 15, 16, 17, and in 20. So he's won it 7 times. Now that guy knows his stuff about how to run 24-hour races. He's also done Smart 24-hour, I believe, and 2 CVs. As David O'Keefe. I mean, O'Keefe, I think, has done it a lot of times in the hybrids as well, because on the continent they use hybrid 2 CVs with BMW twin-cylinder BMW engines, like rocket ships. We have had the cars here in the past, but they haven't been invited back. They can get a bit rough, and I have to say 1 or 2 of the cars are not great, well prepared either. Is that slighting the cars of the other teams? Yeah, it is. They weren't very, very well prepared, and consequently they could and did cause 1 or 2 issues. Right at the back of the leading of the group we've just gone through. No such thing as a leading group. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 cars with 2 just ahead of them, all scrapping for position. Just behind them is not Pete Rundell, is it? It's Louis Tyson in KT Racing, and he's just sitting there, going quite nicely. Something Katie actually alluded to a while ago, and we should have made a thing, is that the Citroen 2CV 24-hour race is around the 2CVparts.com Championship. Now, currently the rounds after 7 rounds is Chris Tovey, who is KT, and obviously the lead driver, along with Louis Tyson and Pete Rundell. He has 600 points at the moment. He has 14 more than Nick Crispin in car number 89. Crispin in Dillygaff Racing. So Dillygaff are currently 4th. So we'll also find position. Luke Peretti, I think, and then Sandro Peretti. That's son and dad. Now Luke, I can't remember who Luke is, but he's in.
Luca is Team Twin Snails, so they're doing quite well, and Sandro is Gadget. So I think Luca might claim that victory today.
Yeah, I I think Dad's hopes are gone, haven't they? that one off the bottom. Would you say they're in Snails? Yeah. Where's Snails?
They are currently third in class.
Yep.
Yeah, so do I. Luca's going rapid. Well, sorry, James is in the car at the moment, but Luca was going rapid. Oh, it looks like Dillygaff making a stop.
Yep. So So that's Nick Crispin's crews, and they are actually, like I say, in the championship, the year-long championship. Nick's second, and Lyon's back out with Pete. So whatever they've done, took them a while. Let's have a quick look. Where are they?
Oh, it looks like Dillygaff have had a bit of a shunt here. They've headlights pointing the wrong way, and that wing is dented. So I'll ask that in just a moment. What's happened there? No other cars stopped on track.
Oh, another car. You said car stopped.
No, sorry, that was a question. Are there no others out on track? Just wondering what they might have hit here.
Probably scenery. I don't know. That's for you to find out, Katie. I can't see much. Let's have a quick look round there. No, don't see flags or anything at the moment. Nope, that doesn't look like it's. Looks like we're all good to go. Possibly clip the back of another car.
Yeah, sounds like Dillygaff have collided with another car. Not too sure what's happened, but looks like that other car might be okay then if they haven't come in.
Strong little cars, these two CVs.
They are, and Nick Crispin will be going back into the car once they've refueled it now. Nick is going back in.
Yeah, he should. Well, he'll be within his 3-hour allotted time. There's the APO Sport Mini just going by, and then we've got Rosie next, and then we have got the 49 car. That's our leader, KT Racing, 2CV leader, if we're going to be precise about it. And I think Louis is going to try and just drift up to Rosie, which is Mick's story. Mick's compared to he will. I was going to say, is he going to bump draft him? But he's going to. I think he's trying to overtake him going into Wilson Corner, and he's made it. So KT Racing. Whether Mick thought, well, okay, I'll latch on to Louis Tyson. He'll pull me along. So I'll give up 50 yards. Hopefully, be able to pull up a lot more. But Louis is quicker than Mick down the straight. He's pulled out 30 yards already. And as they're going out of sight, they're pulling more and more yards. Where's the end of it? There they are. Let's see if we can see. On the turn in, at least 20 yards he pulled on him. Mick struggling to keep in touch through the S's. It's Bomb Hole next. You've got to swap cameras and swap positions. He's struggling. And they're coming round. Yeah, they've gone through the Bomb Hole. They're going through Coram, and then they should appear here. See Coram, Outer, and Murray's. Louis, who started, I'd have said 50 yards behind that lap, looks like he's got that kind of advantage. No, he's got about 15 yards. Louis really going quick. Let's have a quick look. Let's have a look what the lap time difference is. 54.3 as a pair, 56.8. So that's 1.4 seconds. And the gap has opened up significantly on the straights. Alec Graham there bump drafting one of his fellow minis. Still got his fog light on as our race leader. Alec Graham in the Slarky Malarkey 128 car. The two minis still a bit nose to tail. I think as mini as in front, quite catch. Actually saw the back end of his car. I think it's the Minions in the yellow car. And Alec drifting up alongside him. Looks as though he's going to take him as let's have a look down the straight. Yeah, he's put a pass on him. A good pass, so Alec making good use of the draft. He's got in on the left-hand side as well. Yeah, he's round. He's ahead of him with Nelson. Swap cameras. Nelson into the bomb hole. He's got that gap that you need coming into Coram inner.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, it's a bit different to what you were talking about, but I did spot the red and yellow flag here just at the pits, and it sounds like a car's had an oil leak, so they're just coming in round the back here. So I don't know if you can see that from your vantage point.
No, I can't. But anyway, here comes our race leader we was talking about, and Alec Graham has taken the. Yep, that was the Minions 171. A really good manoeuvre he's pulled there and made another lap up. Yeah, I think the flag, light stroke flag, has been withdrawn. So I think that was just a warning flag. No, can't see anything out the back. Can't see out the back here.
Yeah, a marshal just told me they're bringing it round, so keep an eye out. We'll find out who that is.
That'll be missing. It'll be 24. It's Gadget again. So it'll be Gadget because it's gone missing because it hasn't hit the timing light down the back. So Gadget's missing again. So it looks like it's Gadget who's being brought back. Can't see. Can't see any flashing lights from.
Well, in true Gadget fashion, they're probably pushing it back themselves. No, they're already in the garage.
Oh, Gadget are in the garage. Oh, they're back in. No, I can't see anything in the round. Let's say it's not round. But 13 car. There's the 13 car. Super Shinken with Jellycat.
I'm signed down at Gadget with the lovely Simon Clark. So, Simon, tell us what's going on with you now.
We're broken down again.
Did you push it back? Did the car get pushed back by the driver again?
He pushed about a little bit and then I took over. Because it's the same place I pushed the car back from earlier. So, yeah, we're having a bit of a disaster this weekend, to say the least.
I think if there was a trophy for saving the most amount of laps from getting a tow back, you'd win.
Yeah, I think we've saved 12 so far. So that's a pretty good effort. But it's just frustrating because it was good qualifying and everybody's worked so hard and everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong and don't think we've got a break now.
Oh, well, that's a challenge. New challenge. Well done. So we'll talk to one of the head mechanics down at Dilly Gaff. So you've just been in. What was the problem there?
I'm not truly sure, but I think they spun in the corner and damaged the front wing.
So is it all right, obviously, to go back out? Was there any major damage?
Yeah, no, not massive major damage. Looks all pretty decent.
Good, thank you, Dana. If anyone wants to give any teams a shout out on YouTube, we're monitoring the chat and we can pass on their support. So we've got a shout out to Paul Steer, who is watching at home. Shout out from Dimitri. Ryan is saying, good work, Slarky Malarkey, and says, good morning to everyone. Bastion Music, go Luca, go, with 20 million exclamation marks. We're thinking Luca might get third in the championship, so let us know what you think. He'll beat his dad. I think I had confirmation from Crisis that Bully is in the car. I'll double check that. Car 7's just in the pits. It looks like they'll be doing a driver change. So Mick Story getting out of car number 7 and Ethan Sparrow getting in. Ethan's second 24-hour race, I think. And Bastion Music say, go Sandro, go. So no discrimination between the Perettis there. Edward Wherat, come on Poppy team, and Daniel. Amelia Lethbridge, go Team Toy Shed from Stepdaughter Who's in the Garage. And Padio, have you worked out what Dilly Gaff means yet? Yeah, Gaff is house and Dilly is fun. So it's fun house. But any other suggestions, feel free to let me know. So we've got another suggestion for Dilly Gaff. Does it look like I like a fudge? Nicola Dryden, go. Come on, Team Toy Shed. Go. Winners last year. Let's get another. Lynn Sparrow, go Ethan, drive safe, love you. Mum, that's a nice one. Mark Rouse, hi to all from Mark and Stephen at Trackside. Hi Mark and Stephen.
We're almost there. Sorry about that slight delay there. We're just don't have quite what we do. Yeah, we're doing some of the parish council bits just to sort things out for the finish, so circuit management, and yeah, we're doing fine. We're now coming up to we're coming up to 9 o'clock, aren't we? 5 minutes to, so that will be 6 hours to go. Quarter of the race still to go.
Padio, Dilly Lath, you're right. The person who told me that did quickly correct it. And Sophie says, yes, they cannot get out the screen, I think. I don't know what you mean there, Sophie. We're just looking at the comments, Lewis. People are commenting and supporting their teams.
Oh, well, that's good. Right, so we're going to be changeover time, so I'll be handing over to Tony Coulson very, very shortly, and Kate will be handing over to Nicky Coulson. And, well, it's been a great 3 hours, and I'll just switch off and hand you over.
So just an update. So in the mini category, first is Slarky Malarkey, second Misfits, third Minions, fourth APO Speed, and fifth is Toy Team Shed. Sixth is Poppy Racing. So top six will get a trophy at the end of the race. In the 2CV category, first place KT Racing, second place Crisis at Tete Rouge, third place Twin Snails, fourth place Blueberry Muffins, fifth place Dillygaff, and sixth Lions Handgrave. So at the moment, they are the top six in both categories. KT Racing is third overall as well. Louis Tyson behind the wheel of that car. Looks like the fourth place 2CV Blueberry Muffins might be having a driver change soon, with Cush Yates getting in. Oh, and Crisis looks like they're having a driver change as well. They've just pitted, they're refueling, having a quick check under the bonnet, and it looks like Brian will be getting him.
So a big thank you to Lewis Beals, who has been doing sterling work here in the commentary box for a lot of this weekend, but just now from 6 o'clock until now. we've now moved on to the circuit PA. I'll try not to deafen you with this because I know it's been a bit loud. So we'll turn it down a notch and see what we can do. Nicky will be taking over from Katie in the pits very soon. So as I look at the screen with 9, basically with just under 6 hours to go, as we just turned 9 o'clock. 6 hours of the race left, 18 completed. Slarky Malarkey are in the lead, that's number 128, and they were in the lead for much of yesterday. They've done 555 laps and they have a 7-lap lead over Misfits. When we left the commentary last night at 9 o'clock, so a whole 12 hours ago, it was Slarky Malarkey, but they only just had the lead a lap or so over Misfits and APO Sport, but the gap now is 7 laps for the 128. Ian Slark, Neil Slark, Alec Graham and Ryan Taylor are the 4 drivers of that car. In second place it's the Misfits, 107, that's the Super Mighty Mini champions, Dave Rees, Paul Ogborn, Stephen Rideout and Nevin Kirkpatrick. In fact, the gap, as they've now just both been through, is actually 6 laps. They're running comparable times. We said yesterday that if you get below the 150s, then you are really in the zone. And their last lap, both of them was a 149, a low 149. And then in third place, the first of the 2 CVs, which is KT Racing. Chris Tovey, Louis Tyson and Pete Rundle. And they are 3 laps further back from Misfits. So they completed 547 laps, 9 laps behind the leader. And they are the first of the 2 CVs. Those are your top 3. In 4th place, it's another Mini, it's the APO Sport 129. Alex Osborne, James Maley, Paul and Tom Matten. And they are some 6 laps behind KT Racing. So they're in 4th, and the 5th place team have just stopped, which is the Minions 171. The Minis, Adrian Tuckley, Simon Tuckley, Paul Scaines and Paul Wild. They've just made a pit stop. They're in the pits at the moment. That is their 11th stop. So they're falling further behind APO Sport, but they are still 3 laps ahead of Team Toy Shed. The next of the Minis in 6th place to 177. Andy Slade, Chris Slade, Elliot Stafford and Michael Dryden. Elliot Stafford's another Mighty Mini champion. So those are your top 6 at the moment. 5 Minis and 1 2CV, who is in 3rd position. In 7th you've got Crisis at Tete Rouge, number 92, that's the 2nd of the 2 CVs. And in 3rd place 41, which is Twin Snails, the 3rd of the 2 CV teams. In 9th you've got Poppy Racing, 195, that's a Mini, and that started from the pit lane, so they've done well to get up into the top 10. And then in 10th place the Blueberry Muffins, number 40. So those are your top 10. We've got various cars that have had penalties for towbacks, including the Rosie Wolford Racing number 7, the 2CV Team Line 97, Paul Pro Racing 96. Now I'm just seeing Team Gadget Racing, who are, I know Katie's been talking to them, they are second to last basically in the 24, but I've just seen that car being pushed past Tyrrell's by the driver alone, so hopefully he's had some assistance to get that back to the pits now, but he was actually pushing it by himself on his Todd past the restaurant at Tyrrell's, and he looked a very forlorn and disconsolate figure, I have to say. So they are, I did hear part of the conversation that Katie was having with the mechanic and with the driver, saying that virtually everything had gone wrong that could go wrong. So Team Gadget number 24, Simon Clark, Tom Perry, Nick Home and Sandro Proietti not having a good 24 hours. Frogettes are in the pits, number 25, number 17 from 25th position. Not fast but furious. Who were the early leaders yesterday? And when we left commentary, they were still in the top 5. But obviously, there's been some problems there. They are down in 20th position, some 76 laps behind the leaders. Which is a real shame after such a really impressive start to the race. Stock Tarts are also in the pits, as now are Twin Snails from 8th position. 2CV Team Line, who've had several setbacks, and I think on their third engine now, Lewis was saying. They had a problem very early on, dropped right to the tail of the field. They are now up to 16th, so they're halfway through the field now, thanks to persistence and not giving up.
Hello and welcome back to Snetterton. We have a new 24-hour race in full swing. We're just going to have a bit of a walk up the pit lane and see what's been happening overnight. So we'll start here.
We're going to look at Nicky fairly soon, who is down there in the pits.
Absolutely, just been talking to Pete about yeah, so the report from probably about 7:30. Had
yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much, Jack. And I was talking earlier, Pete was saying that there's a trailer in
the garage. Yeah.
Right, so 116 is basically a toilet.
Yep.
They dropped down the table a bit. Hello. So Raymond's from Team Gadget. So you've had an interesting
interesting evening, night, and morning there.
I think your drivers have done well because they haven't received any trade back penalties, so they pushed it back themselves.
Yeah, and we're getting told to do so as well as the last one. Managed to spread oil on it. We thought it would all start going well again.
Okay, so the screen tells us it's in the garage.
There, I've just seen an engine that's split completely in half.
No, it's set to 58 volt.
That is
See all the crank inside.
Mic 48 volts. It's the same mic as I used yesterday.
Wow. But you had a good qualifying, but it's just not gone about it.
Qualifying was the best bit.
Oh, thank you, Wayne. Yeah. So that's Wayne. They are in Class 24 gadget racing and are very experienced team. They've won it before, sadly not this time. But yes, we'll continue back on what we're doing. We might have some chat with Sandra as well, but he's trying to have another person at the moment, but I'll grab him in a second. Because at the moment, Sandra and his son Luca are both joined third in the championship. Sandra is in gadget, Luca is in twin snails.
Do you want to stop and I'll check it out?
Sandra is, we're just talking about how you and Luca are joining the championship at the moment.
Yeah, I'm tracking with him, yeah.
One in your favour.
We did split teams. I think Luke was more committed to doing this race than I was, so I didn't actually organise the drive until
How's that?
Oh, and how's it? How
Change it to mine.
We're just explaining. You see, it's a good spirit. How are you feeling?
That sounded better than that?
Six laps.
It's a road mic, so it's mic plus 48, isn't it?
6 laps straight off the road.
So Giles is part of Class 79. Hands-free racing. You're doing so well, 6 still in class, are you?
What decided to was when we had the line first, so I think the second thing that the next last actually that was 25 minutes but since then it's not really
Brilliant. Well, well done, Gemma. So the top 6 cars in each category get registration. The top 6 of each category, the top 6 points would get them a bit later on. That's Class 79 category races. See who else we can grab as we go up the pit lane. See who they can up the line. Specifically, car number 7 they were second at about 5 minutes in the category. Then special one completely snapped. They had a few issues then until number 8.
Quicker. They are the only 2 cars in the whole of the field on that last lap that were in the sub 150 bracket. So 128 and 107 certainly leading the field, but as we know, it doesn't take much to have a problem. Go through. Another lap in the 48s for Slarky Malarkey. And Misfits, easy to spot. And here it comes, the Misfits car, bright yellow 107. Dave Rees at the wheel. KT Racing, which I did mention were possibly one of the favourites for the 2CV 24 hours. That is the 49 machine, the gunmetal grey 49. There it goes. That is the leading 2CV, just going past the start-finish line now. 9 laps behind the overall race leader, lapping on that lap at 1:54, so that's a fairly slow lap. That's in garage 9.
Hello, we're back. The microphone should be working now. Thank you for your comments on YouTube. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll just have a walk down the fire lane just because there's people doing pit stops and things down here, and find out what else has been happening overnight. We're just walking back through the Pork Pies and Car 79 garage. As we head down, I know that the Frog teams have had a few problems. Some big news overnight was that the Mini Frog, their driver Elaine, did actually manage to get a time of 1:58, which her husband said if she managed to do that, he'd take her to the Seychelles. So that was a big celebration last night, so they're able to go on holiday to the Seychelles, apparently for a honeymoon, so that'd be lovely. So yes, we'll head on down and see who we can grab. In here we've got all the Frog teams who've come all the way from France. So they've had an eventful night, but they are running about 5 or 6 teams. So that is going to be busy, because if just one car breaks, it's busy, let alone 6. Right, let's have a little head down here. Hello, would you like to say hello, Cooper? Cooper's dad is racing in the gadget car. So they've obviously had an eventful time themselves. Right, we'll head down to Rosie Walford because we know that they were doing well and now they're not. And we'll grab somebody from there to have a chat with. Okay. Here we go. We'll talk with Nick. We're in their catering facility now. Oh no, we're not talking to Nick. Apologies, everyone. We'll go down here. Let's have a chat with Steve. No, Julie. Hi, everyone. Hi, Julie. Sorry, we're coming to you. Talk us through what's been happening with your race, because we're saying overnight you were doing really, really well, and now you've dropped down. What's happened?
Well, yeah, we were up to second until 6 a.m. this morning, so that was really good. And then, unfortunately, we had a broken arm, so that cost us, I think, about 40 minutes altogether. So, yeah, then we dropped down, and then we had a few more issues with the fueling. So, I think we're 7th or 8th now. So,
well, 6th does get you a trophy. Any ambition still for that?
Well, yeah, you've always got to just keep going, and yeah, top 6 would be good. See if we can make some places back.
Good, thank you, Julie. So Julie Walford from Rosie Walford Racing there. So yeah, a bit of a dramatic evening for them. We'll now go and chat with some of the twin snails because they're doing really well. They are eating breakfast at the moment, but I'm sure they won't mind. We'll go over. Hi, I know you're eating breakfast, but I'm just going to come chat to you. Hello.
Hi.
You guys are doing really well.
Thank you. We are. We're quite happy at the moment. We're keeping our fingers crossed. We've had a bit of fortune with, probably we wouldn't have caught Rosie, I don't think, but they've had some bad luck. But there's still a long way to go. So we've got our fingers crossed that we can stay where we are. We've got a big gap to the next car both ways. So this is a case of trying to keep going in some way, shape or form. So.
But I know that you made a pit stop in the night time, and then the car just didn't get started again. But that was a quick engine change. Talk us through that.
Well, it was. They had a look at the old engine first, and that sort of, you have to get to a point of making a decision. But once they got on with it, we had some help from next door, and that went really well. It started first time, we put the bonnet on, and off we went. And touch wood, and fingers crossed, it's run really well since then. So, yeah. Whether we might have been able to be fighting for second at this point without that, somewhere near, but we'll take what we get after that. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well done. It was a really, really quick engine change, and that's the team that Luca Peretti is in. We've just spoke to his dad, Sandro. So Luca is currently joint 3rd in the championship. So him doing well today will get him that 3rd place. We'll keep heading down. Some of the minis here, we know that they've had a bit of an eventful time. Sadly, one of the minis, Not Fast But Furious, has had to retire, so they had a bit of an issue in the night. We're still not too sure exactly what happened, and they weren't that sure either. But yeah, so they've actually had to retire. As you can see here, this is the Minions car. So they have. Hi, Cooper. Would you like to speak with me? Hi. What teams have we got here? Pit Lane Princess, that's me. Yeah, you're all misfits. How's it? We'll come over here. We'll speak to you. How's it all going?
All good.
Yeah.
Second at the minute, like 3 or 4 laps behind Slarix. Yeah.
Because you were all on quite a similar lap, the top 4 for a little while of the minis, all quite similar in the evening. What's made the gap spread out, do you think?
Safety cars.
Oh, okay.
Choosing the wrong times, and they choosing the right times.
It's a bit of strategy. You still got an ambition to win it?
We're still trying.
Good. Thank you very much. The minis have been coming for, what, like 12 years? Since 2012, yeah. So, yeah, 11 years, 12th year, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so, which is a great addition to the race as well. So, yeah, so they're the misfits. They qualified really well, I think, pole, and then they're now second in the race and in class. As we keep saying, there's 2 categories, the mini category and a 2CV category. We'll keep heading down and we'll see who we can see for what happened overnight. We'll head in here, Sarky Malarkey. They are currently the leaders. They do have a 2CV driver, Alec Graham, in the car. I don't think he's in fact, no, he is in the car right now, I think. But they've just been plodding along, and they're currently first at the moment. So we'll come out here, we'll have a little chat. Hello. He's walking away from me. I'll introduce, yeah. Hello. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you. How's it all going for you? So we know.
Right. Yeah, we're doing well, thanks. Fingers crossed and toes crossed and everything else crossed, and it's a long way to go still. So.
Yeah, I mean you've gone a long way. Does it still feel like that? Do you ever get to relax during the race?
Relax? What's that? There ain't no word as relax, not in this lot. No, we're just fingers crossed and keep going and hope everybody else has the same sort of luck. Just all keep going together. That's what we want. We don't want all these breakdowns and things. It's not good for the minis.
No.
Especially when they have a crash, well, that's another story. But we don't want failures. We've had too many of them.
Yeah.
We learned, the hard way with those sort of things.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you're very experienced with this now. What's this? This is. I thought this was a winner's hat, but this is just from this year, is it?
This is courtesy of Andy next door. Because he said, you can have it, Brian, because I don't like your sons.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's nice. Cool. Yeah, very good. Thank you. So that's Sarky Malarkey there. Yeah, like I say, just want everyone to go around, and the whole point, people do want everyone to finish. That's the whole spirit of this meeting. Like, there's one car retired at the moment, but there will be points. I think car 13, they've had loads of issues, and they'll just go out for the last 15 minutes just so they can finish the race. And that's the spirit of this meeting, is that people do just want to finish. Hello. Oh, you're at the car. When I came earlier, you were driving. Yeah. How's it all going? Because obviously it's your car, Poppy Racing. You're 6th in class at the moment. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's hanging together just about. We're a little bit concerned. We've got oil, pretty much leaking out every orifice on the engine. So yeah, we're just a bit concerned about the clutch getting contaminated. But apart from that, just got to bring it home now. So yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah, and how are you finding it? Because I know last year, in January, it was just literally parts your car, yeah. And I know you were saying you couldn't start last year, you had to start from the pit lane. Same again this year, but you're doing well. How are you finding it?
The car's, do you know what? The car is mega. The car is really, really good. Really enjoying it. Especially now we put decent tyres on it. The stint I did in the middle of the night, the tyres were awful, absolutely awful. And I come in, I said they need to come off the car. And they're like, no, it's fine, you've got loads of tread on. I was like, yeah, okay, no worries. So Nick went out in the car, and he came back in and said, they're awful. I was like, okay. So yeah, we've got new tyres on it now, and do you know what? It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. I can't fault it, really.
Thank you very much. Well, yeah, well done. You're doing great. Yeah, so we'll keep heading down. Who have we got in this garage? APO Sport, they're doing really well as well. As you can see, this is kind of how garages look at the 24-hour race. You've got the lovely comfy chairs. If you come in the evening, they're just all covered in blankets and things. And yeah, people just getting tired and trying to take the sleep where they can, basically. Oh, this is the garage of car 13, and they're not here, so they must actually be on the track They have spent a considerable amount of time in the pits, but it's good to see them out on track. Right, we're headed here. We've got the race leaders. Oh, and we have got Luca in here, who we've been talking about quite a lot. I'll talk to both of you. So I'll come in. Sorry, Chris is eating. We'll talk to Luca. Right, Luca, we've been talking about you in that you're joint third in the championship with your dad.
Yeah.
Yes. And it looks like you're going to grasp that victory. Is that something that's crossed your mind at all this weekend?
I mean, you wouldn't not know the bits and pieces about it. To be fair, it could have gone very easily to David O'Keefe, but I don't know. There's still 6 hours to go. Anything can happen. I don't even want to say anything about it.
So okay, so from that, I'm guessing it is something that it means something to you to place in the championship.
Yeah, I'd love to finish in the top 3 of the championship. It'd be like a nice top off to the season. But at the end of the day, as I said from the first day, I'm here for fun.
Are you having fun? You're in a new team for this race. Are you having fun?
We're all smiling down there, so it's going quite well, I think.
Your dad's still smiling, and he's not having such a good time.
No, I haven't actually gone and spoken to him since it's last come in.
He's all right.
I think I need to give him a hug.
Yeah. He seemed all right. When we chatted to him on the camera, he seemed happy enough, but I mean, he always does. But yeah. Thank you, Luca. No, I found somebody. All of KT Racing are running away from me, but I can see the owner here. I'll just get him. Richard, hi, Richard. Richard is the owner of the car of KT Racing. Hi, Richard.
That actually might not be true. I'm part owner. It's owned by a team. It's called KT Racing and me.
Oh, I apologise. And KT is my name, but I don't feel like...
KT is his company.
Oh, okay. So you haven't named the car after me?
Well, I could do KT. Yeah, of course. Yeah, all right. We'll change it then.
Thank you. Right, anyway, back to the race. How much do you want to tell me about the race and your experience of it? Let's talk about what's already happened, your experience.
So, as we all know, this race is just so completely different to any other race that you'll ever do. We obviously did a phenomenal amount of preparation, and last time we won this was 5 years ago, was it, Katie, I think? And every year we do a lot of preparation, but we've went over the top again this year. We're not there yet. It's time to start praying now, because now you need the luck gods with you, because it's still a long time to go. The race has been stressful because leading for 20 odd hours is not easy. It's as bad as, for me, my nerves are as bad as I was just before I went racing, and I stopped racing because of that. So, but it's been really enjoyable, and we got a good bunch of people. But as always, the 2CV team and all the people in this club are just brilliant, aren't they? I mean, you come to it, you enjoy it, and that's why we come here.
Cool, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, so they're the leaders. You'll find in this race as well, people don't want to talk about what might happen or think too far ahead. They just want to kind of, like you say, pray and kind of get to the end, don't you? So yeah.
We hopefully everything will be all right.
Thank you very much, Richard. We'll head down. We'll talk to Sean from Dilly Gaff Racing. Hi, Sean. Yes, good. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Who's in the car for you at the moment? Nick Crispin?
Yeah, Nick's out at the minute. Roughly driver change about 10 past 10, somewhere around there. They'll be done 3 hours then as well.
Oh, fantastic. So Dilly Gaff Racing are currently running 4th in class. Again, another team that could have challenged for the win. What's happened overnight for you guys?
We had a few suspension issues, both sides on the rear, shock absorbers dropping off. We've also had the carb freezing up as well, so we had to take what we call the potty off, just to help with a bit of heat from the engine, stop the filter from freezing up. And then also one of the minis spun going into the hairpin, and Nick ended up smashing into him because he had nowhere to go. We've just had to take one of the headlights off and pull all the lighting bar back into place, so yeah.
Yeah, that was a big one. Thank you very much, Sean. Are you going in the car next? Oh, okay, so 10 past 10, Sean will be in the car. Yeah, like I say, Dilly Gaff is a team that could have gone for the title, but they are 4th, and there's still a long way to go, as people keep saying. Anything can still happen. Nick Crispin in that car, who's currently second in the 2CV Championship. We'll have a look and see who else we can find as we get to the end of the garage. I think this is the Muffins and the Tarts garage. They're obviously out on track. Chris Yates, Blueberry Muffins, currently running 4th. So they've had quite a steady evening. As we make our way down, we'll see who we can spot in these. It's very empty. People are obviously maybe trying to get a bit of sleep and things. Oh, hello. You're with the ECAS car, aren't you, today? Yeah. So how many 24-hour races have you done now?
This is my 6th.
And what's happened? Because I know you guys had some problems. How's it all gone overnight for you?
Yeah, pretty good. We had a gearbox issue early on, and it seemed to get worse in the middle of the night. It got stuck in gear, but managed to get the car out to the pits, did some work on the gearbox, and it seems to be okay again now, although it is a bit crunchy. So we're keeping his fingers crossed it'll finish out the race. Yeah, so a bit crunchy, but hopefully it'll finish. And what's your experience of the race in general, the times that you've done it? How do you like it? Oh, absolutely fantastic. It's such a great social event as well as a race series. I just look forward to it every year. It's the highlight of my summer every year. Yeah, me too. Thank you very much. Okay, lovely. Right, we're nearly at the end of the pits now, so we'll have a look and see who we can grab down here. Oh, hi, Tim. That was a good time to emerge.
I just volunteered for this, have I?
Yeah, you have. So, Tim, you're running, obviously, Crisis Tech Rouge Racing, and are you looking after another car as well?
Yes, Glenn Oswin's 33 ECAS car.
So Glenn's car, that's the car that we were just talking about, the gearbox issue. So they've had some issues we've just been speaking about with the gearbox. You're currently running second in class. How's your overnight been?
It's actually been all right. Once we got all the excitement of the exploded flywheel and the engine change, it's been pretty good since then. So yeah, the other engine we put in, it's not burning any oil and it's behaving itself. So yeah, all good at the moment. And
oil is something that you check at every stop. So is that how you monitor that?
Yes, yeah. Sometimes they burn a lot, sometimes they don't. So, and this one's not burning a lot, but I've done 2 stops with it and I haven't put any oil in at all. So yeah, we're looking okay.
And you're also sharing a garage with Team Gadget, who actually are still in the garage now. They've had a busy time. Does that mean you've had a busy time, or have you just been an observer?
No, I've just been an observer. We leave if they want our help, they'll ask for it.
Yeah.
So we just stand in the wings. If they need anything, and then we'll give them a hand.
Generally in TCV racing, people do kind of chip in and help each other. What's your experience of that kind of the camaraderie at the club at this race?
Well, the way that we look at it is that the whole idea of the 24-hour race is we want everyone to finish. Doesn't matter where they finish, but everyone has to finish. So if we can pitch in and help another team out and get them back out on the track, that's what we do.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. Tim's been doing this for years and years and years, so mechanicking. Yeah, too many. No, it's never too many.
Well, next year is my 30th 24-hour race.
Wow, and this is the 32nd, so you've only missed a couple.
Yeah, I've only missed a couple, and I've done loads in Belgium as well, so I've done 1 or 2.
Yeah. Thank you, Tim. So yeah, we can see in this garage here that, in fact, we'll go through to this one. As the Hollis car comes in. So this kind of helps with the quick engine change, because you can see the wings and the lighting bar, they just mount on together. Oh, I wonder what they're doing here. We'll try and find out. I'll chat to Eric. We'll go and see what they're... I mean, Gadget have had the endless problems here. So we'll see. Yeah, I can see... Oh, is this what Wayne was telling me about? Hello. Right, yeah, we'll get the cameras, have a look. Eric, explain what we're looking at here.
The engine's cracked and it's cracked the gearbox.
Is this... So what are you going to do? Are you going to get it back out?
No.
Oh, that's it, yeah. Which for Gadget is quite a big deal, because they're a team as well, like everybody here that just wants to finish. But, yeah, that's quite a big... Too much, yeah, too much. And you've already had a lot of work, haven't you, Eric?
Sorry?
You've already had a lot of work.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of work. We'll go back. But something that is cool about Gadget is their catering facility, and we'll go and have a look at that quickly. But yeah, that is it for the pit lane. That's kind of a run of what's been going on overnight. So we've had a couple of retirements now. There is a trophy for the first retirement, so Gadget will at least be going away with a trophy, which is Escargot Mort, first dead snail, and that is the first dead snail. So at least they'll be getting a trophy, that's something. I'm sure Wayne, the owner who we saw earlier, will have a look. Let's go have a look at their catering facility, see if we can get a cake or something. So this is what it looks like at TCV Racing, a good setup we can see in here. They've got the full-on cooked breakfast. Hello everyone. Say good morning. Oh, in fact, Wayne, I think you might win a trophy.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's the one we were after though.
Oh, okay. No, not the one. It is pretty. It is pretty. We'll see it in the presentation. But yeah, they have a great time. Should we have a look? Oh, actually, I've got something I'll tell you about. I was going to say let's look in the fridge, but we'll look on the fridge. So, Team Gadget Racing did Le Jog, Land's End to John O'Groat. So they're raising money for all of these charities here. So we've got one of their mechanics. This is Mick Story in the Rosie Wolfer car, Simon Clark and Tom Perry, who are both here, and Mike. And we've got them here at the finish. Yeah, so I'll put that link onto the YouTube because they're still taking donations there. But yeah, they did that trip, which actually is coming quite handy because they've had to push the car back through the paddock quite a lot, so at least they're fit enough to do that. But yeah, thank you. We'll have a little pause now and go back and see what's going on the track. Thank you.
Motorsport coming to the pits, number 72 from 15th place. So that's another pit stop that we've got. Presumably there is a planned scheduled pit stop. Now I'm going to see if I can get the most recent bulletin up on the screen. Got 5 hours and 23 minutes of the race left to run.
When you was in a garage, it wasn't doing anything whatsoever.
Fastest lap of the race as a whole is still to the credit of the Misfits. 1:45.956 done back on lap 78. We're now on lap 575, so quite a while ago that fastest lap was set. But they're still normally the quickest car out there, the Misfits. But of course they've got this big old 6-lap deficit to try to make up on the leaders. So at the moment all they can do is just go around, keep the pace up as fast as they can safely, and then just hope that they have a trouble-free run and maybe their rivals don't. So it's a question of patience, it's a question of making sure you don't do anything silly in terms of your pace and the risks you might be taking. Various cars have had towback penalties. 3 laps, that means you get penalised.
We've got Brian in for Crisis, Tony.
Okay, Brian for Crisis, thank you. Brian Heary, well done. Right, so that's the car which is in 2nd place in the 2 CVs, and the car in 3rd place has come into the pit. So 41, Twin Snails, which is the other one I was asking about, is in the pit. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that 72 car coming out of the pits now. That's the Hollis Motorsport car, which is in 15th place. So the next car behind Twin Snails is actually 7 laps behind, and that is the Poppy Racing Mini. So the next 2CV is the Dilligaff Racing car, which is 10 laps behind. Now there's a Mini in as well. That's the Mini Frog 137 from 20th position. So 2 cars in the pits at the moment, Mini Frog 137 and Twin Snails number 41. Twin Snails who are actually 3rd in the 2CV section.
Twin Snails unsure. That's the quote I got.
What, unsure of why they're in, or unsure of the driver?
The problem.
Ah, right.
I asked what was going on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, troubleshooting at this stage.
So it doesn't look like that is a scheduled stop then for the number 41, and their podium position at the moment, 3rd in the 2CV section, 8th overall. That could be at risk. Next car behind them is Poppy Racing, which is a Mini, so they won't worry too much about that. But Dilligaff Racing, number 89, they are very much a threat. Nick Crispin, Sean Sidley and James. Still waiting for Katie to give us the correct pronunciation of his surname.
I've lost it now. So.
All right. So Poppy Racing are some 6 laps behind Twin Snails. And, whatever the problem is, they are not sure exactly what it is or where it is. So they'll be working on that and keeping presumably one eye out for just how Dilligaff are progressing towards them. In 10th overall, 4th in the 2CV section. 5th in the 2CVs is Blueberry Muffins, and then in 6th it's Lion Hansgrower, 79. And then 7th is the Rosie Wolfen Racing entry, number 7. 8th is Team ECAS, who now are in the pits as well. 33, Team ECAS have come into the pits. 72, Hollis Motorsport on 9th. They've just come out of the pits. And then in 10th in 2CV, the much battled 2CV Team Lion, number 97, who was 16th overall, 10th in their class. By Racing have come in as well, the 96 car. From 17th. So quite a few cars in the pits at the moment, Nicky, to just have a subtle eye on. Mini Frog has gone out, so the 137 Mini Frog, 20th position, goes out. They are 7th in their class. So they've now overtaken Not Fast But Furious, who are now at the bottom of the class, 8th, and we know, of course, they've retired their 22nd overall and have been losing quite a bit of time. Whether they'll slip to the very bottom of the time sheets. We've also got in the pits number 13, which I think might be more or less a retirement as well. That's the Super Sheneker with Jellycat Racing. Ian Pearson, Monty Bear, Alan Lee and Chris Marsh, which is a great shame because Chris came up and chatted to us earlier on. He was very buoyant about the racing, really enjoying himself here at Snetterton. But I think that car might have breathed its last, if you like. It's 370 laps behind anybody, basically. That's behind the leader, it's 370 laps. It's 178 laps behind its nearest rival in 29th place, which is Team Gadget. Green Frog, unfortunately, have dropped down to 28th with number 16, and they, I think, have also suffered. Yep, they've suffered 2 towbacks, and then it's Regimental Racing, which we saw yesterday in Strife, and they've also suffered a towback. So the cars at the bottom of the timesheets tend to be the ones that have had some towbacks. 24 Team Gadget certainly have had one. And on the timing screen, if you can see one, the little red circle with an eye in it, that is basically, it denotes a penalty. So sometimes in sprint races you get that for cars that have transgressed track limits, but in endurance races it very often refers to a towback of some sort. 78% of the race completed, 5 hours and 12 minutes still to go. Twin Snails have gone back out. They are still in 8th position. Blueberry Musfins have come in now from the 11th spot, number 40. They are in the pits. Team ECAS have gone back out, as have Pork Pie Racing.
So Twin Snails is a 40 spark plug, but no driver change. I don't know who you've got highlighted at the minute.
I think it's Martin Ryman. Would that be right?
Been looking over, no one has said no. And I've been meeting eyes of people in the garage, so it must be okay.
So that's Martin Ryman. Okay, Twin Snails. Martin Ryman's gone back out. Another long time 2CV competitor. Now we have had a change in order. It's for 11th place. Lion Hands Grower 79 have moved past Blueberry Muffins while they made their pit stop. So, as I said, the changes we get now will most likely be as a result of pit stops or accidents.
And I've just had it confirmed, James Darciel.
Darciel?
Yeah, who's having a kip at the minute, so...
Right, I will write that down, the phonetic for that. Darciel. Okay, lovely. Thank you for that. We didn't need to disturb his kit. And in terms of who's driving that one,
I've just had confirmation from Chris Marsh that they've created Frankenstein's engine. Of 3 others.
Yeah.
And it's doing some tweaks at the minute. That's why they're in now.
so that's Super Shenica.
Yep, number 13.
Okay, lovely. Good. So it looks like they're 178 laps behind the next competitor, so they've got a lot to make out. They've done 210 laps, which is a fair amount, but the leader has done 583.
I was just speaking to Martin about what it takes to be a finisher. So I believe you have to be on for 70%.
Right.
Of the race and finish within 5 minutes of the checkered flag.
Okay. Yeah. Right, 70% and 5 minutes on the checkered flag. That's useful information. That used to be the big thing at Le Mans, that some cars would sort of hang around the walking wounded, as it were, to do the last lap, but they had to make sure they did it within a certain time, otherwise they wouldn't be classified. And that's what stymied the famous Toyota, which stopped at the start of the last lap, and they just couldn't get it going again. So its final lap was more than 5 minutes. So SL Racing are in, number 48. And that's your only other pit stopper apart from, as we know, the 116, which is on its trailer. 13 you just reported on. So SL Racing 48, Broadhurst's and Neil Savage, they're in the pits as well. So we are just 6 minutes away from the top of the hour, 10 o'clock, so this will mean 5 hours left to run. And the leaders are in the pits. 128 Slarky Malarkey have come into the pits. That's the blue Mini. And that's Garage 15. Race leader into the pits. you're anywhere near that, Nicky, you might be able to just confirm whether that looks like a scheduled stop.
I'm on my way.
Or is it something more ominous? Looking along the pit lane, I can't actually see the 128, which sort of suggests that they might have gone into the... Oh no, I think they're out again now. I think that's why I can't see it, because they've gone back out. So they've done 584 laps. Gap's come down now to 5 laps in between themselves and Misfits. And as far as I know, it's Alec Graham at the wheel of that one. I don't know if they've changed drivers or if that was a super quick pit stop, but they're on their out lap at the moment. So if you do get there at some point, you can maybe confirm whether Alec is still driving that car. 7 times a winner of the 24 hours. So the blue Slarky Malarkey 128 back out on the circuit. Misfits 107 is still there in second place. And the 49 KT Racing leading the 2 CVs in third place overall.
And I believe it's Ian Slark.
Ian Slark is now in Slarky Malarkey.
Yep, 128.
Right, thank you for that. So Ian Slark takes over the leading car. It'll take him a lap or two just to settle into the rhythm of things. There's the leader. There is Ian Slark going through past the 2CV as he heads up towards Riches. So the track's still pretty full. We've got, I suppose, 27 cars still circulating. We've heard about Super Shenica. We know that the Team Gadget racing car has not resumed just yet, having seen its driver pushing it back past Tyrrell's. And we know that the 116 is out of it. Now, Dilligaff have come in from 10th position. They are the 4th 2CV, so they're in a challenging place for a podium position, but they are into the pit. So the 89 has come in. Dilligaff Racing. It's 2 laps ahead of the 79 Lion Hansgrohe, who've just moved up into 11th place. See the Minions going past with, I think that's Team Toy Shed right behind them, but there's 3 laps actually separating them, but they're having a little dice at the moment between themselves, just to keep things interesting. Go through, which means that the gap up the road to Dilligaff comes down to 1 lap. And I imagine for all those teams from 11th downwards, the ambition now is to get into the top 10 to try to finish the race in the top 10. We're just coming up to 5 hours to go. 79% of the race completed, the majority of the race, if you like, the larger portion is behind. So Macbeth says the greatest is behind, and out goes the 89, the Dilligaff Racing car goes out, still in 10th position. It's lost a bit of time to Lion Hansgrohe, who I think will now be 1 lap behind when the 79 comes through. there's this battle going on between Team Toy Shed and Minions. They're in 6th and 5th places respectively. So Team Toy Shed are ahead of Minions, but on the track, but they're actually 3 laps behind in real terms. So we're waiting for the 79 to come through because we've got the 172 in the pits there, 79. Ryan Hansgrohe going through, yeah, just 1 lap between themselves and Dillygaff. And then they are 1 lap ahead of Blueberry Muffins, number 40.
And that's Sean in for Dillygaff now.
Sean for Dillygaff, right, thank you.
Number 89.
Okay. Yep, brilliant, thank you. Sean Sidley in that car now. Completing the top 10, 4th in the 2CV section. 5th is Lion Hansgrohe in the 79. They are 1 lap behind. And then 1 lap behind them is the Blueberry Muffins, number 40, Chris Yates, Darren Shepsman and Mark Navarro. So again, several teams poised on the verge of the top 10. Obviously Dillygaff in 10th position would love to be onto the 2CV podium. At the moment they are 4th. And talking of podium places, from the 3rd spot in the minis, in comes the APO Sport Car 129. Alex Osborne has been at the wheel of that. Now that to me looks like a penalty. Surely that's not another one, is it? They had a penalty plus 1 minute. He's opening a little window in his driver's side window. There's a little slot there to have a chat with the marshal. The marshal looks at his stopwatch, so I think this is the penalty that I thought they'd taken, to be honest. But anyway, 129 is in the pit lane, in the penalty box, from 4th place. Minions are, I think now, on the same lap. So the 171, who's having that battle with Team Toy Shed, they are 5th overall, 4th in the minis, and their rival up the track ahead of them is actually now in the pit box. So Alex Osborne, former Clubman's champion there in the 129, just underneath me. And the car he won't want to see come through will be that little battle between the white 177 and the yellow and black Minions 171. Is coming through now. Now where does that leave us? Through goes the 171, the Minions, and they move up to 4th. So with APO Sport in the pit lane having their penalty, the Minions go up into 4th place and, more importantly, onto the podium of the mini section. And Alex Osborne goes out in the 129 APO Sport car, some 19 seconds behind the Minions. So this will be interesting to see if the APO Sport can get back onto terms with the Minions. So a change in the top 5 there. Minions go past APO Sport while APO Sport was serving their penalty. Now I think Alex Osborne is probably going to be quicker than Simon Tuckley, but I could be wrong, and we'll see how that works. Obviously being a bit biased as ex-Clubman's myself. Be good to see Alex show exactly what he's made of.
And that was on APO Sport track limit.
Right.
Originating penalty.
Okay, thank you for that. We thought that was, but I thought they served it, but clearly not. Okay, so that has lost them a place in the top 3 minis. They are now 4th in the minis, 5th overall.
And you should have just seen Chris Marsh behind the wheel of number 13.
Right, so he's got back out again.
Yeah, he said all going to plan, he'll be back in within an hour.
Okay.
In an hour.
Great, so that's number 13, who are at the very bottom of the timesheets and have refused to give up. I wonder if they can get 178 laps done in 5 hours, because we're now into, we've completed the, we've got less than 5 hours to go now. We've got 4 hours and 54 minutes. I'm going to see if I can get the latest bulletin up. I've got one, yes, after 19 hours. That is the right bulletin. So, TSL coming up with the bulletin straight away, just 6 minutes into the next hour. This was the classification at 19 hours of the race completed. In the lead, Slarky Malarkey, number 128, 586 laps. 5-lap advantage over number 107 Misfits, 581 laps. Then in third place, first of the 2 CVs, number 49 KT Racing. They were 9 laps behind the Misfits. In fourth place, 129, the APO Sport Mini. Now we know that has now changed from the 171 Minions. Those two have swapped places. In sixth, it's the 177 Team Toy Shed Mini. In seventh, it's the 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge, 2CV. In eighth, the 41 Twin Snails, 2CV. In ninth, the 195 Poppy Racing Mini. And in 10th, the 89 Dillygaff Racing 2CV. That was the top 10 just a few moments ago at 19 hours, but we know it's changed because Minions have now moved past APO Sport after APO Sport took their penalty, and waiting now to see what the gap is. Waiting for APO Sport to come through, and then we'll be able to tell you the gap. There they go. Between themselves and Minions is 22.7 seconds. So the closest cars on the circuit at the moment are 4th and 5th overall, the 2 minis. Minions are 4th, the APO Sport is 5th. The gap's 22 seconds. And on that last lap, they both lapped in more or less the same time. 151.158 for Minions and a 151.199 for APO Sport. So the Minions just absolutely fractionally faster. And the 79 car is in. So Lion Hansgrohe, who I was wondering whether they might be on the verge of top 10 stardom, have come into the pits. And Max Wire was at the wheel of that car a little while ago. So that's garage number 1. When you're up this way, Nicky, you can maybe find out what's happening with 79, but they are 11th, so just outside the top 10. And they're only 1 lap clear of Blueberry Muffins. So we might get a change for 11th place. The Blueberry Muffins, Yates, Shepsman and Navarro will be honing in on 79. And there go the Blueberry Muffins. And they take 11th place. So Blueberry Muffins move up into 11th. While they're in the pits, Lion Hansgrohe are knocked back a place. 70% business. That's something that Lewis will be able to work out when he's back on nearer the end of the race to see who might be in danger of not actually getting a finish recorded because they haven't made 70% of the race distance. Obviously that's what the number 13 want to do, the Super Shenica, the Jellycat Racing. They want to make sure they actually record a finish after all their efforts. Bonnet's been put down on the 79, the Lion Hands Grower car, which some tools rolling away, but that should indicate that they are getting ready to go. Bits of tape being applied there to the front. The car behind them is the number 7 Rosie Wolford Racing Machine, which is Julie Wolford, Steve Wolford, Mick Story and Ethan Sparrow. And out goes the 79, so they lose a place thanks to that pit stop. Blueberry Muffins move into 11th place with their number 40.
It all looked pretty standard in Garage 1 for Lion Hands Grower, but Giles has just gone in.
Okay, Giles, thank you very much for that. So Giles Owen now in the car. And that resumes in 12th position. So at the moment the pits are clear. I think Team Gadget, at some point you could maybe, I know they've been chatting to Katie, we heard them as we were sort of just about to come onto the commentary, but you might just have a little snoop to see what's going on there. You and I saw that car being pushed back, but the 24 car is second to last. It's some 175 laps ahead of Super Shenica, but of course once we got to the stage where some cars aren't going to finish the race, that speaks for itself. They're not going to be finishers. Right, so this mini battle between Team Toy Shed and Minions is still going on. They've got a 2CV stuck between them at the moment, who's decided to join in the fun as they head down towards Riches. Team Toy Shed is 6th, Minions are now 4th, and the car that they're worried about is the APO Sport car that comes through now, and the gap stays pretty constant, 22 seconds between them. In fact, on that lap, Minions were quicker than Alex Osborne, so whether Alex Osborne's times were quite so quick because he was abusing track limits, I don't know, but he's obviously calmed that down now, having taken that penalty. Maybe he's not going quite so quick. So the leaders are still that blue 128 Mini, Slarky Malarkey, crewed by Ian and Neil Slark, Ryan Taylor and Alec Graham. Ian Slark at the wheel at the moment. They have completed 594 laps.
And I've just popped down to Team Gadget. No one wants to be the first to say the R word, but they're all gathered around the front of it. Yeah, oil everywhere, so it may be the end.
Okay, right, so we'll speak in hushed tones about that one, but that may be it, because as we've said with the 116, who are now down in 24th place, not Fast but Furious, if you don't finish then that's it, if you're not actually on the circuit. And that's on the trailer, so it doesn't count if you trail the car around. You actually have to drive it round. So that's clearly not going to make it to the finish. As APO Sport come past, they clawed back a little bit of time there. It's 21 seconds now, but they're not making any appreciable inroads into the Minions ahead of them, the 171. The Minions now onto the podium, basically. And the leader of the 2CVs comes in, the 49 car. KT Racing comes in. We've made quite a lot about the fact that this car has run more or less faultlessly. Louis Tyson at the wheel of that car. And that is Garage 19. This could be an important moment with the 2CV leader in. They've got a massive advantage over Crisis at Tete Rouge. Crisis has done 571 laps, KT have done 584, so 13 laps advantage, so they can afford to have leisurely pit stops. Also in our team toy shed from 6th position, 5th in the minis. So two of the high rollers, if you like, into the pits at the same time. The 49 2CV, the 177 Mini.
And I've just got Louis with me now, Tony. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was good. It was fairly quiet. I was able to catch up with, 97 caught up with me and then sat behind Pete in that for a while, so it was good. Yeah, really good.
And what's the track like this morning?
Well, we were on some unshaved tyres initially, so it was a bit, had quite a lot of understeer, but it seems to have come good now, so.
Amazing. And then when's your next stint, or you got one?
Not actually sure, so theoretically I'll be getting in right before the end of the race, I think, but we'll see what happens. It might be that Chris finishes, so we'll see.
Amazing. Thank you, Louis. Cheers. Good to see you. Back to you, Tony.
And who's in that car at the moment, Mickey?
It is Chris now.
Okay, thank you very much. So Chris Tovey, championship leader, takes over the KT Racing car. Number 49, very slick stop. They're still in 3rd position overall, and they are still at the head of the 2CVs, so things looking great for them, with some 13 or so laps in advantage over Crisis at Tete Rouge, number 92, and they in turn have got some 13 laps over Twin Snails, so the top 3 2CVs have got fairly huge gaps between them. Twin Snails have done 559 laps, Dillygaff have done 551, so there's 8 or 9, depending on which bit of the track you're in, laps between 3rd and 4th, so it's really spaced out there as the Minions are fighting their way through some 2CVs there, and obviously trying to keep up the pace because they're aware, I'm sure they're aware, that they are now on the podium for the Minis, but the APO Sport aren't too far behind them, some 19 seconds in fact behind them now, and they can afford to give away half a second here and there, but they can't be losing too much time consistently if they want to retain that spot on the podium, which I imagine is in the mind certainly of all the top 10. They want to be on the podium at the very least. There goes the Lion Hansgrohe car, which is 6th in the 2CVs, 12th overall. And again, Nicky's now got a fairly quiet pit to oversee. 116 we know has retired, and the 24 we are thinking might be going the same way. think Team Gadget should get a special award for the greatest distance pushed by yourself, because it was quite impressive seeing the driver by himself just pushing the 24 car along the back service road. There's still plenty of cars out there, which means that there's plenty of people to have a little go with, to get a bit of a slipstream, as Minions are doing down the straight with a 2CV, so you can still keep up your interest in the race if you're driving, rather than driving around on your own with nobody anywhere near you. And that's the case certainly for the two leaders, because Slarky Malarkey and Misfits are very close on track, 5 laps between them, but actually on the track they are absolutely together. That's 128, 107, heading down the Bentley Straight at the moment. Bridge and into Brundle and Nelson. So there we're talking about Ian Slark and Dave Rees, both very experienced Mighty Mini campaigners. Obviously they're keeping their enthusiasm going by shadowing each other. And they should be coming into our sight fairly shortly around Coram. In fact, here they are. So the two leaders coming past us, first and second, 128 in the lead, 107 in second place. 5 laps actually separate them in terms of laps completed so far, but they are lapping very, very quickly, both in the 150 mark. And, well, you wonder if there comes a point for Slarky Malarkey with some 4.5, just a bit more, 4.5 hours to go, whether they start to maybe calm down their pace a bit. As I say, we have seen very recently cars in the 148s and 149s, but both those two leaders doing the 150 mark, and they're still quicker than anybody else on the circuit. But there might come a point where Slarky Malarkey feel that with a 5 lap advantage, it's better to let the Misfits go past, at least get 1 lap back, rather than keep them behind and perhaps risk your car either to an accident or to some mechanical gremlin. Still monitoring the progress of the Super Shenica with Jenny Cat Racing car. Absolutely last in terms of the timing sheets, but it's still going, whereas a couple of the cars in front of it aren't. So yeah, he was his last 24-hour race was at Le Mans in 1995. It's his first 24-hour race since then. When Marcus took 2 cars to Le Mans, eventually number 70 expired with Tommy Erdos at the wheel, very much far from the pits, so that meant his race was over. But Chris's car was battled on. Chris actually crossed the line and was then handed a British flag on his way to Parc Fermé, which was illegal at the time, but then he realised that he had to sprint back to the garages before he was swamped by hundreds of thousands of spectators. And certainly it was the pinnacle of the Marcus story. Those cars had been bought by 2 French brothers, the 2 Marcuses that raced at Le Mans in 1996. They've been restored now. So Chris Marsh very much thinking about those days here this weekend as he competes in his first 24-hour race since 1995. And Nicky, was that you trying to tell me something?
Shouldn't have been.
Oh, right, okay. Fine. Click in my ears.
I thought you were going to say something about being 1995. Great year.
Right, okay. As I remember, thinking back through the mists of time, you weren't actually around in 1995, so...
Wasn't even an idea.
No, exactly. So, looking at the screen, with approaching 4.5 hours left to run, still Slarky Malarkey in the lead, Misfits. Right, have the Misfits gone past them? Because Slarky Malarkey have gone through. The Misfits haven't, because the countdown begins each lap as the leader goes through. I think the Misfits have slipped past them. So, here they are, yes. There they go, there's 107. So it has unlapped itself, so as it goes past, it's only 4 laps behind, but it's 4 and 19/20ths of a lap behind. So the Misfits, Dave Reese at the wheel has slipped past Ian Slark to get 1 lap back, but it's essentially 5 laps behind. And then KT Racing still in 3rd place, the lead to CV. So big gaps have opened up between everyone, except in 4th place, 4th and 5th, the 2 minis, Minions 171, are now only 14 seconds ahead of the 129 APO Sport car. And on that lap, Alex Osborne got back another half second, so they are slowly but surely crawling towards, back up towards the podium. That's what this is all about with 129 and 171. It is the honour of being on the final step of the podium for the minis. So we'll keep watching that gap, because that is slowly but surely coming down. There's only 1 lap between the Blueberry Muffins in 11th and Lion Hansgrohe in 12th. But looking at the last lap, the Blueberries was some 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds quicker than Lion Hansgrohe, so that gap is only going outwards. So at the moment things settling down, fairly settled at the front of the field. So that doesn't put the commentator's curse on someone. There goes the 49, KT Racing across the line, 3rd position overall, leading handsomely the 2CV division. We've heard from Louis Tyson from the leading 2CV. What might be an idea, Nicky, is if you could get someone to talk to you from Slarky Malarkey, the overall race leaders, maybe just to see how that's going. Does it looks very calm and confident in terms of their positioning in that 128 Blue Mini, particularly as their 2nd place car has now just come into the pits. So their immediate challenger, who is now 6 laps behind, is the Misfits. And that car, halfway along the pit lane, that's just come in from 2nd place in the race. One of the 2 cars that really dominated in the early stages, the 107 and the 116, not Fast but Furious, those 2 established a handy lead over the rest of the minis quite early on. So we know that potentially that Misfits car is very quick. Dave Reese coming in, but it's in the pits. So is APO Sport. So APO Sport, who were hunting down the Minions, they are in the pits now as well. So that's 107 and 129. The 2nd and the 5th place cars have come in to the pits. So 2 quite important, significant pit stops going on there. The next car from APO Sport is Team Toy Shed 177. They are some 3 laps further back. And we know there are now 6 laps in between Misfits and the leaders, Slarky Malarkey. Be interesting to know whether these 2 mini pit stops are scheduled ones, whether everything looks quite calm, or whether there is any hint of emergency about them. Lion Hansgrohe are in again, so this can't be good. The 79 car coming in. They've not been out on the track very long since their last pit stop. And so whatever it is, it's not been resolved. So Minions are absolutely glued to the back of Crisis at Terre Rouge, the 92, the 2CV, which is 2nd in the 2CV section. Minions getting a good old toe down the centre straight to keep both of them focused. Green Frog are back in 16. Again, they are languishing in 28th position. They're the last healthy car really on the lap chart. So we've got some potentially significant pit stops going on, and if you want to chime in, Nicky, to give any observations about what you can see, then please do. On the other hand, you might be snatching a crafty cup of tea somewhere. And the Misfits have completed their pit stop, so that obviously was a scheduled pit stop. Out goes the 107. So maybe Nicky can tell me at one point whether that has changed, whether Dave Rees has been relayed by someone else.
Yeah, James May in there now.
Okay, thank you. Or in the Misfits.
No, in APO Sport.
APO Sport, right.
Who just went out 129.
Yeah, 129. James May. Lovely. So the 129 has changed. And then the Misfits, we need to know who's in that now. But APO Sport are 2 laps behind the Minions now. So whereas they were about 14 seconds behind, they are now a couple of laps behind after that pit stop. Two CVs are still in. Misfits are now 7 laps behind Slarky Malarkey. So what might be an idea is if you can find out who's in the Misfits car, and then in the next garage but one, as that line Hansgrohe 79 goes out, if you can catch anyone for a chat, either Alec Graham or Neil Slark or Ryan Taylor, it would be good
on it
to talk to one of the drivers. Yeah, great. Okay, so some of the certainly the biggest, or the smallest gap, I should say, that was occurring between APO Sport and Minions, that's now gone out to 2 laps. So that's not quite as taut as I thought it was going to be. In fact, it's 1 lap.
And yeah. I've completed my mission. I'm here with Alec from Slarky Malarkey.
Great.
How's it been for you?
Just amazing, fantastic experience. I mean, these guys have put together a car that's just going like it's on rails with no issues at all. It is just unbelievable. So yeah, it's been a fantastic event so far for us. But you know, I've done a lot of these, and I'm very aware that there's still 4.5 hours to go, and anything can happen. So you know, we just need to bide our time, look after the car, and just see how it all pans out.
You said to me you prefer the dark and wet stints. Why is that?
Well, that's true. I think the worse the weather conditions, I just enjoy it more. I think I've never been to see a psychiatrist about that, but I think adverse conditions, I just love it. I just love the different challenges that it brings. Trying to find the grip, trying to, you know, work out where the best lines are. I don't know. I enjoy that.
Lovely stuff. And with 4.5 hours to go, will you be in again, or is this a time where drivers start rotating out?
I don't think I'll be in again. I think I'm done, but you know, we'll have to wait and see. You never know. So I'm just going to stay in my suit, and I mean, I look better in a romper suit anyway. So I'm just going to stay in that and see what happens, see how it pans out, you know.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll leave you to it. Cheers, Alec. Back to you, Tony.
Thanks very much, Nicky. So that was an insight from one of the leaders, Alec Graham, in the 128 Slarky Malarkey, the car at the moment with Ian Slark at the wheel, which leads this race by some 6 laps, and that was his view of things. He's had 7 24-hour wins already this season, in his career, so that's pretty impressive. He could be looking at win number 8 a bit later on today. So they've done 608 laps now, the Slarky Malarkey crew.
And your other side mission to find out who is in Misfits. It is Nevin Kirkpatrick.
Right, thank you for that. So Nevin, the current Super Mighty Mini champion, and also at the moment he is the championship leader for this year as well. So Nevin Kirkpatrick normally drives a rather quicker Mini than the one he's in at the moment, but he is very, very competitive, and so if anyone can bring the gap down a bit, it is Nevin, I would have thought. We'll see exactly what happens here. He's just done a lap his first flying lap in the 1:48s, and that lap was a full second and a half quicker than the leader. So I think he's knuckling down to the task to see if he can pull back any of that deficit. It is at the moment, as I've said, 6 laps that they are behind Slarky Malarkey. But clearly, if any sort of technical problem afflicted the 128, if you're close enough, you may be able to do something about it. So 107, the bright yellow Misfits car just goes past us now. Nevin Kirkpatrick, reigning Super Mighty Mini champion in that car at the moment. Some 6 laps behind. It's almost 7 laps behind, because just after he's come through, then Slarky Malarkey come through as well. So they lost basically, work this out, I think they lost 2 laps to Slarky Malarkey when they made that pit stop, because they were 4 laps stroke 5 laps behind, and they're now 6 laps stroke 7 laps behind.
Just got away from a minion, so win in my book.
Well done. Okay, the Minions, of course, in 3rd place, and their 3rd place looking a little bit more secure now that APM Sport have just made that pit stop. The Minions are 5 laps behind the leaders. They're on, they're 5 laps behind. Get this right. They're 17 laps behind the leaders. They're 5 laps behind the car up ahead of them, which is the KT Racing 2CV, number 49. So as I said, we've got some fairly large gaps coming, and one of those gaps is going to get bigger because the Twin Snails have just come in, number 41. Twin Snails are in the pits. They're some 16 laps behind the car that's in 2nd place in the 2CVs, Crisis at Tete Rouge. That's the 92 car. They're only 2 laps ahead of Poppy Racing, so which is a mini, so I suppose that's not totally their concern. So they are still secure on the podium. The next car they've got to worry about is Dilligaff Racing. Twin Snails have done 569 laps. Dilligaff have done 564. So 5 laps between Twin Snails and Dilligaff for the final 2CV podium.
And potentially premature, but it happens to the best of us. But Nick Rhodes is gearing up to go in Crisis and Tete Rouge.
Right, sorry, what number was that?
So that was 92.
Right, so 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge. Okay, so Brian here is in that car at the moment, but Nick Rhodes is getting his gear on ready. Now that car is 2nd in the 2CV section.
And I've got an update on Twin Snails. The throttle cable has gone,
right.
so a lot of focused heads around that. But yeah, big for them.
Okay, yes, because they're in 3rd place in the 2CVs. Now, they've had a bit of bad luck because it was only an hour ago they had a faulty spark plug. So they've had a couple of mechanical problems in fairly quick succession.
Which is what Alec was saying, that even with 4.5 hours, you're doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. Because Twin Snails, there's now 17 laps between them and Crisis at Tete Rouge, you were just mentioning. Only 1 lap between them the other way and Poppy Racing. So they might lose a place to Poppy Racing in the overall order. They're 8th at the moment, but Poppy Racing is a mini, so it probably won't worry them too much. They'll be much more worried about Dilligaff Racing number 89, which has got Sean Sidley at the wheel now, and that will be the one who could represent a threat to their 2CV podium position. So we'll watch out for that situation unfolding with the 41 Twin Snails car. And they were a car, of course, that started from the pit lane. They didn't get out on time to get out onto the grid for spectators to do the grid walk, so they had to start at the tail of the field. So they've done well to come through to 8th position, but they are now being afflicted with some mechanical problems. So reasonable conditions at the moment here at Snetterton. It's the sun comes out, I have to put sunglasses on, and then it goes in again, and I need to take them off so to see the screen properly. Now Minions have come in, so from 4th position Minions are in. That is the 171.
We've got the Minion itself approaching the car. Maybe they're driving next.
Okay. It was Simon Tuckley.
Find out. Yeah, a bit of Minion motivation going on. Looks fairly potentially routine, various checks simply because they've not pulled into the garage yet. So.
Right, because they've only got one lap ahead of APO Sport, and they attained that position when APO Sport made their pit stop. So APO Sport could be about to wrestle that back from them while they're in the pits. Swings and roundabouts, obviously. So APO Sport is the blue 129. In another 2CV coming in, and that is Crisis at Tete Rouge. So yeah, you mentioned that Nick Rhodes was getting ready to go at Crisis at Tete Rouge. So the 92 is in.
Right, and I've just got Simon from the Minions here to give us a report of how that stint was. Simon, oh, almost getting hit by that cars. But yeah, how was it?
Very good, thank you. Had a lovely play with number 92, 2CV. I don't know who's in it at the moment. Oh, yeah. I think I helped his lap times. I was pushing him hard, and my old mate next door, Andy Slade, had a really good run with him. Yeah, really good, thank you.
And will that be you for the race now?
You never say no, do you? Still a couple of hours to go, isn't it?
Perfect. And Paul Scaines is in now. Any other wise words for the team?
We're all doing really well. It's a really good team effort. Thank you all.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Simon. No, they know in their hearts. Perfect. Thanks. Back to you, Tony.
Okay, thank you, Nicky. That was Simon Tuckley talking to us there from the Minions. Paul Scaines is now going out in that 171. The 41 did get out, so Twin Snails have got out. They did lose the position to Poppy Racing, but as I say, that's a Mini, so it doesn't really affect the class order or the all-important podium, which Twin Snails will be aspiring to. They're in 9th position now, but they're still 3rd in 2CVs. Dilly Gaff Racing are behind them in 4th.
And Twin Snails, yeah, they did put a new throttle cable in. That's what they just fitted. That was the fix.
Okay.
Now they're back out number 41.
And do we know who's in it?
Oh, I certainly don't. I hope they do.
It was Martin Ryman who was in the car.
Yeah, I didn't honestly see a driver change, so I can assume because it was not. Because you said it was an hour, didn't you? So let me check.
Not planned, no. So, right. So we think that's still Martin Ryman then. So Crisis are now going out, the 92. They've gone out. They are still in 7th place overall, 2nd in 2CVs.
It is Paul Rowland in there now, in Twin Snails, number 41.
Paul Rowland, right,
yep.
Thanks for that.
So we've had a little bit of a swap.
Okay, Paul Rowland now driving the 41, Twin Snails car. So those are the key players, if you like, the top 3 in each of the divisions, the major divisions. We've got 128 Slarky Malarkey leading 107 Misfits and the 171 Minions. They're the top 3 minis, And then in the 2CVs, 49 KT Racing leads 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge and 41 Twin Snails. Those are the top three in each of the major categories. The only other category we've got is for the Citroën Classiques, which are basically Citroën Dianes. And the 1, 2, 3 leads that group. There's only two of them, but the Dutch Diane Racing team are 21st place. That's the 1, 2, 3 car. Okay, so let's have a look at Minions now as they come through. The gap is back down to 13.5 seconds between Minions and APO Sport. Minions are still in 4th place overall. APO Sport are 5th. But the key thing about that is that is for the final step on the mini podium. So Minions Paul Scaines in the 171 against APO Sports James May in the 129. That is worth watching, because that, as I say, is a potential struggle for the last step on the mini podium. Here comes the second place Misfits car, the 107, now with Nevin Kirkpatrick in it, and I think the timing screen bears that out, because he is the only car on track below the 150s. He's just done a 148.503. Slarky Malarkey do a 149.9, so they've just squeaked below the 150s, but the 107 car is quite a bit quicker at the moment, but of course it's got a massive 6 laps to make up, so unless some mechanical misfortune or a driver error hits Slarky Malarkey, we're not going to see that gap eroding too much. And as we were just told by Alec Graham a little while ago, that everything's going very well on that Slarky Malarkey car, but obviously from the winner of 7 24-hour races, he knows only too well that with 4 hours still to go, you can't count your chickens just yet. CV Team Lion are in once again. That is the 97 car for 15th place. They're 9th now in the 2CV section. Bonnet's up, and they're attending to something there. It goes down. That looks as though that was a fairly straightforward stop, giving the screen a quick clean. '97, of course, has been quite unlucky with a few mechanical problems. I've had a couple of engine dramas. They haven't actually, oh yes they have, they've had one, they've had a tow back as well. So the car now being angled outwards, ready to go. Driver is installed ready. Having a chat with the mechanics at the moment. All looks very cheerful at the moment. No, the driver's actually getting in now. So the driver gets into the car, mechanic helps strap him in, as does the previous driver. So 97 getting ready to go.
A lot of sprinting towards the car 17, which would be the Frogettes, which is in the pit but not starting. Some serious pushing of that to garage 5.
Yeah, they're down in 24th place. The Blue Frogs are in as well, number 19. So our French compatriots not having a great time at the moment. As we come near the top of the hour, so before too long we'll be looking at 20 hours completed, just 4 to go. It's Lucky Malarkey at the top of the timesheets, 617 laps completed. Oh, and Nevin, he has just dipped into the 47s, a 147.924 for Nevin Kirkpatrick in the second place 107 Misfits car. That car has the fastest lap of the race, which was a 145.9. But Nevin going quicker and quicker in this stint. So Ian Slark will have to call on all his considerable expertise if he wants to maintain that gap. But I'm imagining with some 6 laps in advantage, they could afford to let at least one of those laps slip and let the Misfits unlap themselves at least once, rather than absolutely rag that car. There comes the Misfits through. Second place 107. That's another lap in the 147, so Nevin Kirkpatrick continues to lap very quickly, quicker than anybody else in the field. Most cars are well into the 150s. The leader, the 128, did a 149.9 on that previous lap, but Nevin Kirkpatrick is some 2 seconds a lap quicker in the bright yellow car. Now, is this the Minions? Minions have come in again. Now, surely that wasn't part of the plan. Paul Scaines has only just taken that car out. I think he was talking to Simon Tuckley, who was saying how good everything was going. And hopefully he touched wood there, because the car is in again. And it's only got a few seconds ahead of APO Sport, and now it's lost that position. So APO Sport goes up into 4th, which is the final step of the podium for the Minis, 3rd in the Mini class. So APO Sport takes back 3rd position in the Minis, 4th overall, as the Minions come into the pits. They've got 2 laps in hand over Team Toy Shed, the 177. So hopefully this isn't anything too extreme. As you say, the Frogettes are in as well, number 17. And Super Shenica are back in as well, so Chris Marsh has brought the number 13 back in. Yeah, perhaps they should have considered a different number, I think, maybe. They've certainly not had an awful lot of good luck. Goes Team Toy Shed, the 177. So the gap to Minions has been reduced to 1 lap now. And I don't know what's going on there with the 171, but it doesn't look good, because they've only just been in the pits. Toy Shed It's Andy Slade at the wheel of the Team Toy Shed car, the 177. As we hit 11 o'clock. Not sure I can see far enough down there to see what's going on.
So, I'm just here from car 13 with Chris Marsh, who is now finished for the race. How was it for you?
Absolutely amazing. The guys have worked so hard to keep the car going. Ash, Ben, and they've just worked their socks off. And it's one of those cars that's very unusual to drive. You know, it's a tricky thing to go fast in. I tell you, it's not an easy car. You know, it's probably harder than when I drove at Le Mans in '95. You know, it's that hard, but it's a lot of fun. And I recommend anyone who wants to come and do it because it's so enjoyable.
Amazing. Have you got a particular favourite stint?
I quite like the night, but couldn't do a lot because we had issues with the car. But night time's quite nice. Although I'm now 66, I don't have the same eyesight as I did in '95. But it's good fun. So that's probably my most favourite.
Amazing. And then what's going on now? Is the car still in the garage? So.
Yeah, they've just got a few carburettor issues, but I'm sure they'll fix it. Our goal is to go across the finish line, obviously, which, all being well, we should do it, even if I have to get out and push it.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much, Chris. And back to you, Tony.
Okay, some real historical stuff touched on there by Chris Marsh. Of course, he was in the 1995 Le Mans. That was dreadful conditions. It was the legendary race that was won by, I'm sure I get my facts right here, it was won by JJ Leto and so on in the McLaren. Its first appearance at Le Mans. That was the normal F1 GTR McLaren, not the long-tailed example. Wasn't a works car, but it won the race. Sponsored by Ueno Clinic, which apparently is a Tokyo clinic that deals with unmentionable parts of the body, apparently, which I didn't know.
Well, don't mention them.
Well, no,
for goodness sake.
But it was, as I mentioned yesterday, there was a time in the middle of the night where, in the worst conditions, JJ Leto was actually lapping 30 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else, which was an absolutely mega performance. So, great to have been in that particular race, actually taking part in it. So, hats off to Chris. And of course, I don't think you're allowed to do it now, but he said about even if I have to push the car myself. It used to be the case. There was a time, I remember Nigel Mansell pushing his car over the start for the finish line once. Then he collapsed, didn't he, from the effort. And I remember Jack Brabham doing it. So it used to be the thing that you could push your car over the line. But I'm sure there's an FIA rule now which forbids you from doing that.
And then I've did some investigating with the Minions, a slight fuel blockage issue.
Fuel
That's the
blockage?
quote I was given, but only minor, and then back out.
Okay, right, thank
Zooming
you for that.
away, thank you.
Right, fuel blockage for number 171. So they lost the place to APO Sport, but they're still one lap ahead of Team Toy Shed, so they've retained 5th place as Nevin Kirkpatrick goes through in the 107 yet again. 148.471, full second quicker than the leader in the hands of Ian Slark. Okay, so we are now into the next hour. We have completed 20 hours. So I'll see if I can find the next bulletin. No, that's not come out yet. We've still got 19 hours. So we have now got 3 hours and 55 minutes left of the race. It's 11:05. Oh, Minions are back in the pits. So, a fuel blockage, which they thought they got fixed, but they're back in. Now, Team Toy Shed are now on the same lap as they are, so that is the 177. 17 still there, the Frogettes are still in the pits. Their car pointed in a very Gallic angle, which is they're actually pushing it out into the pit, so into the garage. So 17, the Frogettes have a bit of a problem. Meanwhile, so do Minions, waiting for the 1717 Toy Shed Mini, which when it comes through, I think will take 5th place away from Minions. And is this the Team Toy Shed car coming up now? I think it is. White Mini. And yep, it jumps up to 5th place. So Minions, from the heady heights of the podium, are now down to 5th place in the Mini section, with yet another problem. And as Nicky found out, it's a fuel blockage that brought them in the lap before. Presumably it's a recurrence of that. The next car behind them is the 2CV, which is 3 laps behind. That's the Crisis at Tete Rouge number 92. That was the car that I think it was Simon. Yeah, it was Simon in the Minions car said he was having a good dice with and giving a bit of a hurry up to, and they had a bit of a slipstream and so on. Well, that car is going to be the next one to actually catch them if this problem persists. At the moment they are some 3 laps behind the Minions. Then it's Poppy Racing. Poppy Racing is 17 laps behind, so I don't think they need to worry too much about Poppy Racing in the 195. That was the Mini that started from the pit lane after problems in the lead up to the race itself yesterday afternoon. So the latest drama then to hit this race concerns the 171, the Minions entry, which is losing time with an unscheduled pit stop.
And then the information I gathered about the Frogettes, there's a lot of potentially carbonator? Carburettor, there we go.
Okay.
Issues, looks like some dismantling or swapping out for an engine part, but just a part. But yeah, lots of attempted starts and nothing happening. Poised with fire extinguishers.
Right, so carburettors were things that in the old days used to run the air would come through it, combining with the fuel and so on. And in the old days, that was something that the points and all sorts of things you used to be able to adjust, which you can no longer can in modern cars. You can't really sort of delve under the bonnet, whereas the owners used to be able to adjust all sorts of things in the old days. So we're talking about ancient technology, really. So carburettor problems. I seem to remember when I was a lad, people used to put different carburettors on their Ford Escorts. Twin SUs, mate, my friends used to say. And that was an accepted modification to make the thing go faster.
You had some cool friends.
Oh, I did. Yeah, maybe. Right, so Minions still in the pits, and they are in danger, I would have thought, of being overtaken by Crisis at Tete Rouge, number 92. They're only 2 laps now behind, but as I say, that is a 2CV, so that won't be bothering them too much as the leader goes past, completing 625 laps. And we have the race classification at 20 hours, so I'll put my reading glasses on and give you what it was at 20 hours, which was at 11 o'clock. It was 128 Slarky Malarkey in the lead, 619 laps completed. They were 6 laps ahead of the 107 Misfits, who in turn were 12 laps ahead of the 49 KT Racing, which was the first of the 2 CVs. We then had, as the Minions go out, we then had number 129 in 4th, that was the APO Sport Mini, and in 5th it was the 171 Minions car, which was 2 laps behind there. Now, it is still in 6th place. Oh no, it's not. So it's lost that 5th place, because in 6th was the 177 Team Toy Shed, which has now got past the Minions after their latest pit stop. 7th, it's 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge, the second of the 2 CVs. In 8th, it's 195 Poppy Racing, the Mini. In 9th, it's 41 Twin Snails, the third of the 2 CVs. And in 10th, it is 89 Dilligaff Racing, the fourth of the 2 CVs. Nicky?
Yeah, so much the same issue with Minions. But yeah, the fuel blockage. There's 171, so that's why they're in, hoping that second time's the charm. That's how the saying goes. But yeah, same issue with why they were brought in before.
Okay, right, thank you for that. So fuel blockage still afflicting the Minions, causing them now to lose another place. They've dropped to 6th place behind Team Toy Shed, but they're still ahead of the 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge. So that's the big change from the race classification at 20 hours. So just 4 hours of this race to go. Nicky and I will be taking you through the next 2 hours, and then at 1 o'clock, the devotee of 2CV Racing, Lewis Beals, he will be back here to finish off the race for us. Katie Story will be back in the pit lane to cover action down there in the pits, and then those two will also cover the finish with the presentations going on for roughly an hour after the race. Right, Blueberry Muffins have come in, number 40. That's from 11th position. They are just 1 lap ahead of Lion Hansgrohe, who recently made their pit stop. So this is for the edges of the top 10. We're talking about 11th and 12th place here. So Lion Hansgrohe will be poised, if they can, to make up another place. It's Giles Owen at the wheel of that car at the moment. Whereas the Blueberries, I'm not sure who's in the Blueberry Muffins one, so that's maybe something Nicky can find out. Garage 21, they've just made their stop, so we might be having a driver change there. Chris Yates, Darren Shepsman and Mark Navarro. And who is this coming out of the pit lane? It is Blueberry Muffins, so that was a scheduled stop. And the 40 comes out still in 11th place. What's now though the gap between them and 79? We'll see in a minute, just waiting for the 79 car to appear, because I think they will be now on the same lap as the 97, which is a bit like 79, same sort of numbers, but same sort of livery as well. So waiting for the 79. Oh no, Minions are in again. This really is not good for them, and I think they're being shepherded actually into the garage this time. So the Minions go into the garage. And I was waiting for the 79, but it's not come through yet. And out comes the 15, that's coming out of the pit lane. That's Orange Frog.
On my way to Minions again, but Chris is about to go into the muffins.
Okay, thank you for that. And 79 goes through, and they're a minute and 14 seconds behind the Blueberry Muffins, so they're on the same lap, 40 and 79. That is for 11th place. And sorry, the drive you just gave me was for what car? Oh, the Blueberry Muffins.
Yeah, Chris is about to go in, so he's going to get the...
Yeah, well, they've gone out, so he is in, presumably now. Yeah?
No, I believe I spoke to Chris himself, so they
Oh,
might just
right.
be
That's his
doing
next
a cautionary lap.
Okay. Right, so then it will be Chris in after that. Right. Okay, well, they can't afford too much time because they are now on the same lap as Lion Hansgrohe behind them. And the Minions now have lost 6th place to Crisis at Tete Rouge. That, as I say, is a 2CV, so they won't be worried too much about that. But Crisis will be happy, 92 getting into the top 6 of the race overall. They are second of the 2 CVs. They are some 14 laps behind the lead 2CV of KT Racing. But right, the next car behind the Minions is Poppy Racing. They are a whopping 16 laps behind, so hopefully they can get this sorted out before Poppy Racing catch up with them and demote them further down the mini leaderboard. Well, they're going out again, so the Minions are going out. They've just lost that one place to a 2CV. Meanwhile, Never Kirkpatrick continues to lap in the 147s in that bright yellow Misfits car. And the Mini Frogs coming again, 137. And yes, the Blueberry Muffins have come in again. So that's going to be Chris Yates going out in that car in a moment. But they have lost 11th place to Lion Hansgrohe. Car 79, they are now up into 11th. So Minions are some 53 seconds behind Crisis at Tete Rouge. Can they get their way back into the top 6? That will be the question. Crisis are lapping in the 153s at the moment. The Minions will probably be faster than that. Now the 17, the Frogettes, the car has appeared back in the pit lane, so it's come out of the garage. And we've got Mini Frog there as well, so we've got 2 of the French teams. Grey and pink, one a 2CV, one a Mini, in the pit lane at the moment. So this might be a time to put your schoolboy French into action, Nicky, and find out what's going on with the 2 French teams, the Frogettes and the Mini Frog.
Just getting an update from the Minions. Same again, so 3rd time's the charm.
Yeah, well, hopefully they finally got it sorted. Fuel blockage, sort of thing that can be quite difficult, quite elusive to find. As I say, they're now in 7th place. They're 5th in the Mini section. But they do have a massive 16-lap advantage over the next Mini, or the next car, which is the Poppy Racing Mini, the 195, very colourful 195, which started from the pit lane. Now, Blueberry Muffins are only 1 lap ahead of Rosie Walford Racing, the number 7, so that could potentially be a position lost there if they're not careful. Out go the Frogettes. So the number 17 car goes out, and Nicky hopefully can find out in a minute which of the drivers is at the wheel of that. So we're waiting for number 7 to see if, and here it comes. There goes the Rosie Walford racing car, and right, that is now on the same lap as the Blueberry Muffins, so they need to get the Blueberry Muffins out fairly soon as the leader goes through, completing 631 laps. Slarky Malarkey lapping in the 149s. Here comes Mini Frog coming back out. But the Poppy Racing Mini is now in. The 195 has come in. That's coming in from 8th position, 6th in the Mini section. Going past us there are the two 2CV leaders, 49 leading 92, going into Richards at the moment. Those are the two cars which lead the 2CV section. The only thing to remember is that they are 14 laps apart. So Katie have done 619. Prices have done 605, but on the circuit they're in absolutely the same space. Right, now Poppy Racing have dropped a place to Twin Snails 41 as they have been in the pits. So Twin Snails, who are, remember, third, they're on the podium for the minis. They've now gone up to 8th overall. That's Paul Rowland driving the Twin Snails car. They've had those couple of problems, a faulty spark plug and a throttle cable broken fairly recently. Minions are coming again. So have the leaders. So we've got a lot of minis in at the moment. We have the leading Slarky Malarkey car, 128 in. We have the Minions with this recurrent fuel blockage problem, 171, and we have Poppy Racing 195, which I assume is a standard scheduled stop.
I'll investigate now. I've just found out that Cedric is in for Mini Frog 137.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Mini Frog.
Get that highlighter ready.
I will. Mini
Holstered
Frog
at all
is
times.
Cedric.
Yes. Yep.
Yep, good, done that. Thank you.
What colour was that?
It's orange.
Oh, very nice.
Right, okay, so we're getting that. So all these minis in the pits at the moment. Hopefully the leader is just a scheduled stop. Same with Poppy Racing. They've been in a little while. Minions we know about. Blueberry Muffins look like they've been in a little while as well, number 40. Those are your 4 cars in the pits at the moment, which may or may not be experiencing problems. We know that Super Shenik are in the pits. They're right down at the bottom. Not Fast but Furious marked as in the pits. They're now 27th, but that car, as we know, is a retirement.
So I've learnt that Poppy Racing issue with the brakes. I changed there, so I'll find out. But it looks like Slarky, because they're out in the pits, is standard procedure, really, a routine stop.
Okay, thank you for the leaders. So a brakes issue for the Poppy Racing 195. Okay.
And I believe, if I'm interpreting the people's whiteboards correctly, that it should be Dan next in for Poppy Racing. So Dan Hawkes-Reed.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Daniel Hawkes-Reed is going to be out next in the 195. Still in the pits at the moment, as are the Minions, and as is the leader as well, Slarky Malarkey. Is that a driver change, do we think, for Slarky? Is it Ryan Taylor now?
I believe so, yeah. Look, you're way ahead of me, yeah. That's what I interpret from the whiteboard.
Okay, I'm going to have to get a different colour.
Oh, no, quick.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Quick,
going
get
to have
to
to
Rylands.
break into the blues now.
Oh, baby.
Brilliant stuff.
Big day.
Yeah.
All hands are on deck for Minions. Trying to solve, well, it's not a mystery issue, we know what it is, but how to fix that.
So Ryan Taylor next out in Slarky Malarkey, who have now gone back out. Gap's come down now to 5 laps between first and second. And remember, in the second car we have Nevin Kirkpatrick, who is driving particularly quickly at the moment. So looking at all these various pit stops we were describing, Minions still in the pits. They're in 7th position now. Remember, they've got some 14 laps in hand over Twin Snails, and that of course is a 2CV, so that won't bother them too much. Poppy Racing also in the pits. That's the one that they were having to worry about. They're back down to 9th place now, and then Dilligaff Racing are there in 10th. So I think at this stage particularly important to try to get into the top 10, which is what several of the competitors are trying to do here.
Seems to be either that or fighting against retirement.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, just having a word with number 13. Seems to be troubles there. So troubleshooting in a minute and see if they can get back out.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, Dilligaff are moving up. They've moved into 9th position in top 10 now at the expense of Poppy Racing, who have this problem from their brakes, with their brakes. And as a result, they've slipped to the bottom of the top 10. So Lion Hansgrohe are 4 laps behind them, but they may be able to inherit a top 10 position with the 79 car. They are 5th in the 2CV division. But yeah, I think the honour of saying you finished in the top 10 is pretty important. Then after that, it's the top 6 or the top 5, you look for. quite large gaps at the moment. Bobby Racing have just been overhauled by Dillingham, as I say, because they've been in the pits. And the next one who might profit from their pit stop is Lion Hansgrohe. We've mentioned Twin Snails are in 8th, Mini Uns in 7th, but the gap between them is now 12 laps, so that's going to take a bit of time to make up that deficit. And that's it. Those two minis are the ones that are in the pits at the moment, 171 and 195. Apart from the 13, which we know about, right at the bottom of the charts. We spoke to Chris Marsh a bit earlier. And Not Fast But Furious, which we know has retired. Also Team Gadget. They're still being shown as a triangle, but they are actually in the pits now. They have been for a while because Nicky reported on them to us that it was all looking a little bit dispirited down there, suggesting that they might be out of it. Now the Blueberries have come in. The Blueberries have come in from 13th position. So Nicky, if you'd like to look at the roll, he's here. Right, yeah, so that's the latest 2CV visitor that's come in, as well as the 2 mins. So we've got another pit stop visitor now. The Pork Pie Racing 96 is in from 17th place, alongside the Blueberry Muffins 40. Still got those 2 minis in, Minions and Poppy Racing. And Lion Hansgrohe, I think, very shortly should actually inherit a place in the top 10. So they will be very pleased, I'm sure, about that. So problems afflicting these two minis. Not sure about the blueberry muffins at the moment. That pit stop's gone on a little while. But it seems like the patience of Lion Hansgrohe is going to be rewarded, and they're going to sneak into the top 10 pretty shortly. Leaders go through, 637 laps completed. They are now 4 laps ahead of the Misfits. The Misfits are consistently quicker by a couple of seconds. Nevin Kirkpatrick at the wheel now and lapping in the 1:47s. Still there in third is the leading 2CV of KT Racing. Chris Tovey at the wheel, the championship leader, with 4 sprint victories to his credit in the lead of the 2CV section, in third place overall. In fourth we've got APO Sport, 129. In fifth now it's Team Toyshed, 177. And in sixth, the second of the 2CVs, the 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge. And that's with Nick Rhodes at the wheel of that one. Seventh place is at rest in the pits at the moment. That is the 171 Minions, with this recurrent fuel blockage problem. Twin Styles are next up. 41 Dilligaff Racing are now in the pits. So from 9th position, Dilligaff come in. They are the 4th of the 2CVs. Some 5 laps behind Twin Snails. And hopefully this is just a regular scheduled pit stop for the 89. And in 10th, also still in the pits, are the Poppy Racing crew, 195. Waiting now to see if the number 79 Lion Hansgrohe is going to sneak into the top 10. And yes, it does. So 79 goes through, and into the top 10 goes Lion Hansgrohe. Sorry to seem so excited, but basically that is a change within the top 10. It's not a change within the order of the 2CVs, but certainly in terms of the overall race positions, Lion Hansgrohe make it into the top 10, which I think is a fairly distinct achievement. Poppy Racing, unfortunately, having made that pit lane start and got up into the top 10, are now slipping out a bit. Next along behind Poppy Racing are Rosie Wolford Racing. They're 2 laps behind in number 7. Then it's the Blueberry Muffins, who are now back out again. Hollis Motorsports come in, number 72. followed by Pork Pie Racing, SL Racing, Stock Tarts, and then Mini Frog completes the top 20. Work still going on the 171, the Minions car in 7th position, 5th of the Minis, but not in immediate danger of losing that. But having said that, they are now only 7 laps ahead of Twin Snails, whereas they were some 14 laps ahead not too long ago. So the pit stop delays really taking their toll on the Minions, who at one point were actually 3rd and on the podium in the mini section. So at the moment, Hollis Motorsport go out of the pits in 72. They're in 16th position. We've still got those 2 minis in. Minions are in 7th. Poppy Racing are in 11th. So they are dropping further and further down the leaderboard. The Le Mans 2CV Classic team 172, they've come into the pits as well. That's where we are at the moment. Some 15 minutes away from the top of the hour. That's the main thing we're monitoring at the moment is the what's the opposite of progress? Regress. So the travails of number 171, the Minions, as they are slowly losing ground. 172 is in, yeah, that's the one I just mentioned, the Le Mans Classic. And another 2CV comes in, and it's Lion Hansgrohe from 10th position. So that's slightly ironic. They just grabbed 10th position, and now they're coming in to the pits. Now, I wonder if Rosie Wolford Racing, number 7, could do a nifty switch up past a couple of the pit stoppers. There goes Minions. Have they got this sorted out? They're in 7th position, the Minions. Still some 7 laps ahead of Twin Snails. But they are going out back into the race again.
So I have relieved Tony of his position in the box, so this is certainly a first for me. I've just seen a nifty little metric that the race is 86% complete, which I live for stuff like that. Project management world. And we are watching. I've just seen 41 go past. Looks like those issues have been sorted. And yeah, see what Tony's been looking at this whole time. It's blowing my mind. Just pulling in to the pits. Have to use my binoculars. There's the Le Mans 2 CV Classic. Some inspection under the bonnet. Possibly about to manoeuvre. No. Pulling off. So no need to enter the garage itself. It didn't seem like a routine start. So potentially just we'll troubleshoot to see if something will crop up later. Do not see me. That looks like the twins now in. 5 laps between them and the minions, and then Dilligaf has 5 laps between themselves and the twins. So nifty information here. What I want to note is that Team ECAS and Blue Muffins, that's Team ECAS in 7th and Blue Muffins in 8th. Only have 24 seconds between them, by my information.
So we are approaching the 3 hours to go mark, basically. And looking at the live stream pictures, Lewis has managed to get onto his laptop, so that's all very good. And so I think I'll leave it alone. I won't actually try to get the bulletin up. I'll leave it as it is. Right, so 128 are still in the lead, 128. Slarky Malarkey, they've completed 646 laps at the moment. We've got just over 3 hours of the race to go. Last lap they did was in a 151.2, and let's see what the Misfits do in response to that. They're lapping at least 3 seconds a lap quicker. They are some 4 laps behind. This is the 107 we're talking about, that's in second place. Bright yellow 107, very, very easy to spot on the circuit. Here it comes. Past the start finish line. Gap is 4 laps, and they've just done a 148.2, so that's still Nevin Kirkpatrick at the wheel of that. Slarky Malarkey is being driven by Ryan Taylor, and APO Sport are in for 4th position, the 129 Mini APO Sport. That is on the podium at the moment, 3rd in the Mini section. James May at the wheel. So they have come into the pits presumably for a routine stop. Minions are back in again, so they continue to lose ground to Twin Snails, who are now just 3 laps behind them. So Twin Snails look like they're already on the podium. Of course, they're 3rd in the 2CV section, number 41, but it looks like they could well be moving up in the top 10 soon at the expense of Minions, from 8th to 7th. Dilligaffer next up in 9th, the 89 car, and Lion Hansgrohe are 10th. In 11th now it's Rosie Wolford racing in the number 7 car, and they're only 1 lap behind Lion Hansgrohe as Poppy Racing continue to drop down because they're still in the pits with that brake issue on the 195. Behind them come Team ECAS 33, who are in 13th, ahead of the Blueberry Muffins, number 40, who lost some time there with their pit stop. They're in 14th, and then in 15th it's 2CV Team Lion, number 97, who are 9th in the 2CV section. So Team 2 at Toy Shed move up into 4th place and move up onto the mini podium at the expense of APO Sports. That's the 177. I think Andy Slade is still at the wheel of that car, and Team Toy Shed now get into the top 3 of the mini section. They're 4th overall, and they move past APO Sport as they make their pit stop. So there are changes going on even at this late stage in the race amongst the leaders. And it's pit stops that seem to be occasioning this, but I think that APO Sport is a pretty much expected pit stop. I think it's a regular one. Again, Nicky will be down there soon to be able to find that out. But APO Sport 129 are in. They are in garage 17. James May was at the wheel of that one, but they've now dropped out of the podium for the Minis, and they've dropped to 5th place. The car behind them is a 2CV, the 92, Crisis at Tete Rouge, so they won't be too worried about losing another position to that, but obviously they would like to get back onto the podium. At the moment, the mini podium will be Slarky Malarkey, Misfits and Team Toy Shed. The 2CV podium will be KT Racing, Crisis at Tete Rouge and Twin Snails. So a little flurry of pit stops in the last 15 minutes or so have meant that we've had some movement, and Team Toy Shed have now come in, so the 177 comes in. It's almost like no one wants to be on the bottom step of the podium in terms of the Minis, because Team Toy Shed had just inherited that position in 177 and now they've come in as well.
And APO Sport, Alex, they're sending Alex back in now, and the reason for their stop was a loose nut in the wheel.
A loose nut, not the loose nut behind the wheel.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so Alex Osborne's going back out. Right, yeah. That's interesting, because I would have said probably, I mean, James May was pretty quick, but I think Alex Osborne is their secret weapon in terms of his experience and his speed, so well, I think they mean business, don't they, the 129 APO Sport. Team Toy Shed are in as well, and I think that was Andy Slade who was in that car. Now they've got Elliot Stafford, of course, on the driving strength. He is a former Mighty Mini champion who then moved into the Mini 7s, and he is a very quick driver indeed. So it'll be interesting to see who Team Toy Shed put in. So we're getting a bit serious now with just over 3 hours to go. So we've still got well over a Grand Prix distance to go. APO have gone back out again, so they're in 5th place. Team Toy Shed still in the pits, Minions of course still in the pits. So I suppose the next team looking at a place in the top 10 will be the number 7, the Rosie Wolford Racing, Julian Steve Wolford, Mick Story and Ethan Sparrow. They're 11th. They're just one lap behind Lion Hansgrohe. And Poppy Racing have gone back out. So Poppy Racing are back on the circuit now. Let's hope that issue with the brakes is sorted. But I imagine Rosie Wolford Racing are thinking about what they might achieve in that number 7. And Twin Snails have now moved up past Minions while Minions are in the pits. So Twin Snails, number 41, they are the 3rd step of the podium for the 2CVs, but they're now 7th overall. So they will be feeling pretty good about things. And then the next one who might benefit from the Minions pit stop will be Dilligaff Racing, who are some 4 laps behind them at the moment. But Minions have gone back out, so they're hoping, I'm sure, that this fuel blockage problem has finally been sorted. There goes Team Toy Shed, back out onto the circuit. So when they've all done their first proper flying lap, we'll be able to give you some idea of the gaps between them. Okay, so into the pits comes the second place Mini. The Misfits come in. Nevin Kirkpatrick's been at the wheel of that. Now whether they're going to put someone else in or leave Nevin in, I don't know. But he's come into the pits. He's been doing laps in the 48s, even the 47s. And the gap was down to 4 laps, but he's now making his pit stop. And the gap's going out again to the leader, Slarky Malarkey. That's the 128, the blue Min. Deep blue Min, which is coming along now. There's the leader coming past us as the 89 Dilligaff racing car goes back out again. They've been making their pit stop, and we are now past the 12 o'clock mark. We are now less than 3 hours of the race to go. And what I'll do, I'll read you the top 10 from the timing screen rather than the bulletin, because then I won't need to affect the screen, which I've got. So basically in the lead now it is Slarky Malarkey, number 128. They've done 653 laps and they are 7 laps ahead of the Misfits, who are in the pits at the moment, 107. Then in third place it's 49, that's KT Racing. They are a further 5 laps back, so they're 12 laps behind the leader. They are the leading 2CV. In fourth place it's 177 Team Toy Shed, who are third in the mini section. Then in fifth place it's 129 APO Sport. In sixth place it's 92 Crisis at Tete Rouge. They are second in the 2CVs. In 7th place it's 41 Twin Snails, who are third in the 2CVs. In 8th place it's Minions, 171. In 9th place it's 89, which is Dilligaff Racing. And in 10th place it's 79 Lion Hansgrohe. Those are the top 10. And we now have 5 Minis and 5 2CVs in the top 10. So things evening out now between the two marks racing at the top of this race. The classic section still led by number 123, which is the Dutch Diane Racing team. They are in 21st place. So at the moment all 10 of the top 10 are out on the circuit. In 11th place it's number 7 Rosie Wolford Racing. They are 1 lap behind Lion Hansgrohe, and on the last lap Rosie Wolford did a 1:55, whereas Lion did a 1:59. So Rosie Wolford are catching up. They, I think, are eyeing up a place in the top 10. At the moment, no one can challenge Slarky Malarkey. Ryan Taylor at the wheel of the 128. Misfits are out again, and maybe at some point Nicky can tell us from Garage 13 who is at the wheel of the Misfits. KT Racing, 4 laps further back, 5 laps further back, and they lead the 2CVs. So Team Toy Shed are third in the minis, they're 4th overall. They're ahead of APO Sport, and they're ahead of APO Sport by, it's not that much actually, so because a moment ago it read that it was like 15 seconds, but now it's saying 1 lap, so I'm not sure what's happened there. We'll wait and see when they both come past as to where they actually are. There goes the leader, Slarky Malarkey. There's APO Sport, so they are actually, they're 23 laps behind the leader. They're actually only 28 seconds behind Team Toy Shed. So that's a gap that could come down, except that Team Toy Shed are lapping about 3 seconds a lap quicker than APO Sport. Now, APO, it's Alex Osborne out again, and I was saying that he's their secret weapon, but actually he's not going that quickly at the moment. Team Toy Shed we're not sure. I'm not sure if Nicky can hear me. Garage 14, who's actually in Team Toy Shed. So
I can now. Let me investigate.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you very much.
I'll challenge you to say that to Alex's face. No, he's not going that fast.
Us old clubman drivers must stick together. Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm just looking at the screen. You know, the data tells the story. Okay, so Crisis are next up there, 3. We've got 18 laps between Crisis and Twin Snails, so that's an amazingly big gap. Oh no, Minions in 8th, not got the familiar pit sign, they've got the warning triangle. So Minions would appear to be missing, and the safety car has been called. Now, so
I'm on my way to see, but we can assume.
Well, we can assume it's the Minions that's the problem. Yeah.
And also there's Elliot in for. Who you should have asked me about? Team Toy Shed. Elliot Stafford.
Ah, right. Well, Elliot is a man. I have to say that, or a person, I suppose we have to say these days. He really is very quick. Elliot Stafford, former champion in Mighty Minis, and. I think he will be. That partly explains why Team Toy Shed are going so quickly. But they are quicker than APO Sport. To the tune of about 2 seconds on that last lap. So that gap, which is now 30 seconds between Toy Shed and APO, that's not coming down. That's the point I was trying to make. So it looks like it is Minions that are missing, and have occasioned the safety car. Now, looking around at the screens, I'm trying to see if I can. Oh, yes, I can. Oh, that doesn't look like Minions. That looks to me. I better not say it. Looks like a different car to me, and it's at Murray's. That's on the inside of Murray's, so I might even be able to see it with the binoculars. Oh, it is Minions. Yeah, the Minions has stopped on the outside of the circuit, opposite the pit road, at the worst possible place you could find, because it's the wrong side of the circuit. If it stopped the other side, it could have been rescued straight away, but the tow truck is there and is going to tow it back into the pit lane. So it almost got back to the pits, but not quite. So a tow back for the Minions means, apart from the time they're going to lose anyway, that's going to be a 3-lap penalty as Slarky Malarkey leave the pit. So they've had a sneaky pit stop. They're still in the lead, as you would expect them to be.
I'll check that was routine, but I've just got info about a green truck, and there seems to be engine troubles there, and it's got a brand new one, but it's pink, so I can only assume that was planned for the Frogettes, so there'll be a little bit of colour clashing there. But yeah, pink engine going into the green Frog's car.
So it's a new engine?
Yep.
Okay, lovely, thank you very much. So we're still under safety car, everything slowing down. Slarky Malarkey having a quick pit stop. So the Minions, who are 8th at the moment, are going to drop down the order as a result of a towback penalty and of the time they're naturally going to lose. So Dilligaff Racing are going to move up to 8th place in the 89. They are the 4th car in the 2CV train. Right-hand scroller could well move up as well, as could Rosie Wolford. So Rosie Wolford could be in to the top 10. This is where we need
And that's Ryan now in for Slarky Malarkey, 2-8.
Okay, yeah, he was in before.
So it looks like a routine potentially under the advantage of safety car.
Right, okay, good, lovely. KT Racing are in, so the leading 2CV is in. Remember, they've got something like 14 laps advantage over the second place 2CV, which is Crisis at Tete Rouge. So provided this is just a straightforward pit stop, there shouldn't be a problem. Minions are being pushed into the garage, so they've been recovered and go into the garage. Still listed as being in 8th place at the moment, so that is going to change very shortly. I noticed that Regimental are back in the pits, 82, because they're down towards the bottom of the timing screen after all that time that they lost yesterday. Green Frog, as you mentioned, are getting a new engine. So I think those teams down at the bottom, as Chris Marsh said, was really concerned now with taking the checkered flag, with getting the car to the finish. 2 hours and 45 minutes left of the race to go. And a few more cars now into the pits or having serious troubles. Minions drop down to 9th. Dillygaff Racing move up to 8th place. So Minions, who are actually
in the pits, in actual fact we're in garage 11. This is where Not Fast But Furious were based until I think it was Robin English had quite a big accident this morning when she went off track up at Richards Corner right about 6:30, just as we came back on to do the commentary, and unfortunately the underside of the car was so badly damaged that Fast But Furious could not continue. Currently, because Fast and Furious have disappeared, 171, which is we can see the Minions here have had a push in, so obviously the car had stopped, and we can see here is that the mechanics having a go at the distributor, and they're replacing the plug leads at the moment, and that looks like to be an issue. There's also another retirement, which is further down the pit lane. In fact, it's in the last garage. So we want to walk there. So we'll leave the Minions to there. So Fast But Furious was the first retirement. The second retirement is Team Gadget, which is the locally based team here to Snetterton. They are based in Wisbech. Former winners. In fact, I think Gadget has won it twice. We go past all the pit garages. Fortunately, APO, the Alex Osborne team, is also having a problem. There's Alex now. You can see over there. They look as though they're. Let's have a quick look. Let's have a look to see what the problem could be. That's the front left suspension problem. Front bearing, is it? That'll be a hub off one. Top, bottom, drive shaft out, new hub, straight back on, and away we go. Well, that's what I used to do anyway. Fixed a few of those. Normally it's the inside wheel that gives you the bearing problem, because that's the one you normally attack the curbs with. So, but obviously in this case, the right-hand one is the one that's loaded, and there's Alex. Alex, were you behind the wheel?
You've got to admit I have been behind the wheel when it's off, yeah. But yeah, the wheel bearing's gone, so we just got to. We could run for an hour or so on it, but we won't get to the end and it'll just collapse. So let's change it now so we get to the end.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you.
I'll leave it to you. Thank you very much. That's Alex Osborne, the lead driver on the 129 car. As you can see, good old-fashioned mechanic and get the hammer out. But the boys are changing the. You can see these guys really know their stuff on the. Basically the old classic Mini, and looks as though they don't have a spare. Can't see where there's a spare wheel bearing or upright, but so they'll be repairing it. Right, if we go down to the second retiree as we get further down, I think we're in about the last 4 hours, aren't we? So still an awful long way to go. 20 hours plus have been run. Here is one or the other. Now this is the Muffins. This is the Blue Muffins, who were running in third or fourth position, I believe. Yes, you were.
I know you once talking about.
So looks as though that's about. What's the problem?
Well, just swapping the plugs at the moment. So
misfire?
No, not really. It's just down on power a little bit on the straights. And also, we had to weld the lighting bar just come adrift just there. So fairly normal stuff, really.
Oh, yeah. And here comes car 13, which has spent more time in the pits, I think, it has on the track. I'm afraid they had awful lot of problems early on with fuel pump problems. So how long do you think before you're out again?
Well, yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Well, there we go. So back again. So we're going to go further down there. We're looking for Gadget. Cheers, boys. We're looking for Gadget, who was the second retirement, Team Gadget. Everyone down this end seems as though they're looking okay. Second car to retire was car 24, which is the local car. And unfortunately, the engine has cried enough. I think that was about their third engine. Let's have a quick word with the lads. Hey guys, how many engines had you gone through?
I don't wish to comment. This is the second one, but now as you can see, it's now all blowing up, and the gearbox is gone as well. Yeah. So we've had loads of problems all night, different things on the engines all night. Yeah. But this is actually the second one in here. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It beat you.
You see, it's well. We might have had about 4 engines in there, the amount of problems we had with it, you know. Yes, there it goes, isn't it?
Okay.
As you can see, it's all split. Have you seen it?
Well, we can't see it on the camera, but I look all this.
You see it split that?
Yeah, there's a big split in the case,
Split the gearbox.
and it's split the gearbox, and that is extremely unusual. Oh, yeah, it's done the gearbox, has it? You ain't got a spare box, or?
We wouldn't have time.
No. So it's
After all the problems we had in the night, we just put the white flag.
yeah, that's the nature of the beast, isn't it? So when the gearbox go, that's almost it, isn't it?
Well, at this time of day it was, yeah. All the problems we had during the night, we lost interest in the end, I think.
Okay, guys, thanks very much. So that's the problems of with Gadget. Former winners, but it's unusual as actually the engine blew up so badly it split the crankcase, and it also split the casing of the gearbox, and then the team called it a day, because replacing gearboxes and engines does take an awful long while. Yeah, well, shall we go and have a chat with some of the leaders, or we've got to find Slarky Malarkey, haven't we? 15. That's cool, 15.
Good afternoon. I think it's good afternoon.
Is it? How many?
Between 4 and 5. Okay. It fluctuates.
Right, okay, here we are in Garage 15. Slarky Malarkey. We've got Neil Slark, Mr. Slark, yeah, because Dad's Mr. Slark, really, isn't he?
He's Mr. Slark Senior. I'm Mr. Slark in the middle. And that's Mr. Slark Junior. Then we got juniors.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, real family affair.
Indeed, yep.
Yeah, and hey, you must be really pleased to have got Mr. Alec Graham on board. He's been a star, hasn't he?
He's been around the block a few times, I think, that boy, hasn't he? He's taught us a few things today.
Yeah, just to give our viewers some background, Alec has won it 7 times in the 2 CVs. He's joined the minis. He wants to win it overall, and he's going great, isn't he?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he's been a good asset, I tell you.
Yeah, and the car's run really well.
Shh! Don't give us the commentator's curse already, will you?
Great preparation, isn't it?
Fingers crossed. Touch wood. It's going all right. Yeah, going well.
So, of course, with the lead, you've got 4 or 5 laps. That's roughly 10 minutes. You haven't got to stretch the car either, have you?
We can take it a little bit easier now. Yeah.
Is that the tactic going forward?
Yeah. Knock a couple of 3 seconds off now, and just bring it to the end.
Yeah. Fuel-wise, William, is the fuel window okay for you? Or?
We think we're all right now. Yeah. That's the last safety car. We think has gone in our favour.
Yeah.
We should be good.
But yeah, because that's always an issue.
Yeah, we don't want to be running on fumes at the end. Yeah, no, definitely not.
So how big is the tank? Is it 25 litres?
It's 30-litre tank.
Oh, you're allowed 30, are you?
Yeah, but we can only fill up at 20 litres at a time.
Yeah. So
30 litres will do you about 2 hours, roughly.
So
20 litres, you're really stretching an hour and a half if you're lucky.
Yeah, so you're using a bit more fuel than they used to. Yeah, but so the idea is to get 30 litres in it and stretch the...
We've just tried to do now, yeah. Fill them right up.
Yeah.
Do the long one now. And we'll have a short bit at the end.
Yeah. Who's in the car at the moment?
Ryan Taylor's in the car at the moment.
Yeah.
Good rally driver.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know.
And are you taking the last in?
He's been instructed to stay off the grass and on the curbs and everywhere else.
Yeah, on the black stuff.
I think I'm going to do the last one, yeah.
Okay. Good luck, and hope things go well.
Good man. Cheers.
And you. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Shall we try the lead of the 2 CVs? Sorry, you're on there. Sorry, I've forgotten your name again.
You happy there, Matthew?
Then behind them, it's Crisis at Tete Rouge in 5th place overall now, 2nd in the 2CV section of the race.
Did you say you want 2 was in 107?
Yes.
So that is Nevin.
It's still Nevin.
It's
okay.
Nevin, yeah.
Right, brilliant. So they haven't changed it.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Great. Well, he's still recording 1:48. He's still easily the fastest car out there. So that does make sense. He's 5 laps behind the leader, but lapping very, very quickly. Now APO Sport at the moment, having that hub replacement done in 6th place, that's 129. They're fairly secure in 6th because behind them is Twin Snails, that's 41, the 3rd of the 2 CVs, but it's 15 laps behind them, so it's unlikely that they're going to catch them up, because what we're talking about, it's going to take them about half an hour to catch them up. So at the moment, APO Sport, I think, are reasonably confident that they're going to get home in 6th place, 4th mini home. Because you've then got Twin Snails, who have got an 8-lap advantage over Dilligaff Racing, who have now come into the pits, which sort of, I think, is quite soon. So Dilligaff Racing, number 89, are back in the pits.
We're KT Racing, the leading 2 CV team out there at the moment. How many leads lap is it? 12, 13?
14, I think.
14, that's Chris who's just jumped out of the car. Chris Tovey, you're also going for the overall championship, so leading the race, 14 laps, and leading the championship, so you could be crowned. Stressful?
It is quite stressful, and it's always stressful before the 24-hour when the prospect of the championship coming down to the 24-hour, because it's such a kind of unknown race. You go into it with good expectations and anything can happen, but to actually win it as well would be just brilliant. But we still got 3 hours left, so.
Yeah, so what's the tactic for the last 3 hours? I take it, as I've got 2 of the 3, it must be Pete in the car.
It is Pete in the car, and he's just been instructed to just rein it in and keep it circulating. And
This is Louis. So Louis Tyson, yeah, you had a really good session. You were telling me you were bump drafting one of the minis early doors.
Yeah, exactly. So we had quite a good tow from the toy shed car initially, and then Pete Sparrow came and found me on the track, and I just sat behind him for most of the rest of the session, and that was really good, really nice pace.
Yeah, just tell us, what's the benefit to being in the tow?
So you save fuel because somebody else is punching a hole in the air, number one. And you also get a little bit of extra speed when there's 2 of you working together. So for us, where we are at the moment, sitting behind another car doing some of the hard work is probably quite kind to the car. So that's really what we're trying to do, just be kind to the car.
Yeah, and that's what you need. You've got a big lead, you just got to protect it. Yeah. Chris, you've just jumped out of the car. What were you doing to protect your lead?
Just doing everything that we've all been instructed, just finding cars, using them to build speed down the straights, and just taking it steady around the corners, and just using the tow to get the speed back up to maintain a decent but consistent lap time.
So we're just going to ask the question, what's the distance between the fuel stops, your pit stops?
We're doing about 2 hours at the moment, so we're being sort of we're playing it safe definitely on it. We don't want to take any risks, so Pete will be back out of the car in about 2 hours from 10 minutes ago.
So he's going to do 2 hours, so who's going to do the last hour?
We're just discussing.
Yeah, we're discussing that, but it's Louis' turn to drive, and he's trying to make me drive, but it's his turn. It's my championship, but it's our race, so if it's his turn, he gets to finish.
Yeah, one of the things is you've actually won this before, haven't you, in 2018?
Yeah, we have. Same car, same team, pretty much exactly. So it's 5 years since then, and it would be quite a nice thing to come back 5 years later and win it.
Yeah. That man Sparrow's been a thorn in your side, hasn't he?
He's been a thorn in my side for the last 10 years. My ambition's always been to beat Pete outright on the track. I've won races and come second in the championship twice, but I've never actually kind of outright beaten Pete, and this still doesn't count, unfortunately.
Why is that then? Is that because he's had so many troubles?
Well, no, it's just that it's not an outright race. It's not a sprint race that we're actually kind of fighting for track position. So even though we have beaten him, it's not beat him on pure speed.
So that's to come, is it?
I think one of the things that would have been nice is if some of the other cars had slightly fewer issues. So Tech Rouge are obviously doing really well, but if they'd had 1 or 2 issues fewer, then they'd have been right up with us.
Yeah, it's just been consistency. I've noticed all through the bulletins. Must have been like clockwork, but metronome, isn't it? Tick, 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 tick.
Well, that's the secret. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, and great preparation. Who's doing the prep? Chris is the prep man.
Yeah, I'm the one that slaves away in the garage for 3 weeks every night after work.
And your engine? Do you build your own engines?
I build the engines, yeah.
Yeah, and engines have been a problem up and down the pit lane. Gadgets build their own engines, they've had problems, and Pete Sparrow and Team Lion, they've had lots of engine problems.
Yeah, so I've always done relatively well, and I don't know, touch wood. Let's hope this one finishes too, but like I said, there's still 3 hours to go, so it's a long time. There's a lot of laps left.
Yeah, okay, guys, thanks very much, and hope you work it out. Who's going to take the last day? Thanks very much, guys. Here we are, that's KT Racing, that's Chris Tovey and Louis Tyson, who are set there. You can actually see them discussing who's going to take that last stint. So 3 hours to go, anything can still happen.
But no dramas at the moment, touch wood, for Slarky Malarkey and Misfits at the top of the timing screens. Neither are there dramas for KT Racing, number 49. Those three seem to be progressing pretty well. Team Toy Shed are going quite well now, although they are 22 laps behind the leaders, so they have lost some time in the course of the race. there goes number 7. Are they going to move up? Yes, they do. So Rosie Wolfen Racing move up into 9th place. The number 7 car moving up into 9th at the expense of Dilligaff Racing, who, as Nicky told us, this wasn't a planned pit stop. It seemed to be like a check over and a clean up, but they've now dropped to the bottom of the top 10. They are in 10th position, the number 89. Sean Sidley brought that car in. And you've got James Darciel as the 16 car goes out. So that is the Green Frog going out with its new engine. If they have to run it in like you do normally. And the 2CV leader goes past us. So the car perhaps in danger in the top 10 now is the 129 APO Sport Mini. That is 4th in the minis. It's still in the pits, having this hub replaced. And it's slowly losing time, so sort of the laps are seeping away. It's still got an 11 lap advantage over Twin Snails. And out goes Dilligaff. Still in 10th position, but they are now just 1 lap ahead of Minions, who have got their own litany of problems basically, so and they're in a different class, so they won't worry too much about that. But Lion Hansgrohe, number 79, and Rosie Wolford, number 7, they are just about an hour ago they were outside the top 10, and now they are 8th and 9th. So reliability certainly helping them. And if that's the I don't know if that's the pit stops now completed for a bit. Still got the APO Sport car in the pits. That's 129. Now, Nicky, I don't know what's happened with Blueberry Muffins, but the 40 car is still in. I think Chris Yates brought that car in. It's in garage 21, but they've been having some problems. They're in 16th place now, and they are still there in the pits. And the other cars in the pits are the 129, which we know about, and the 13 I think is still being worked on. 24 I imagine has work has stopped on that. I mean, that's actually Lewis was interviewing some of the 24 people not long ago, so maybe they are trying to get that car to the finish. The trouble is, obviously, with this 70% rule, which you found out about, the chances are it won't be classified. Slark and Malarkey have done 669 laps. They've got 2 hours and 22 minutes to go. They have certainly slackened off their pace now, Slarkies.
Changed the spark plugs on the Blueberry Muffins, I've just got from our man Lewis.
Okay.
It's been shrouded in mystery, I believe, that the original answer from whoever Lewis spoke to.
Okay, so that's the Blueberries, who are down in 16th place now. Slarky Malarkey have just done a lap in 1:55. I think they've eased off their pace. I think now, with 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining, they're perhaps starting to think with this 5-lap lead that they can afford to be a bit more conservative in their approach. Now the Misfits just at a 2:04, which is hugely slow for them. I wonder if Nevin had a bit of a moment somewhere with the 107. Obviously he's been pushing on at quite a rate. KT Racing, the leading 2CV, that's lapping in the 1:54s, which is a pretty reasonable time for a 2CV at this stage in the race. A lot of cars, and the safety car is out. So safety car is out again. That's what they say, don't they? That safety cars breed safety cars.
I'm always saying that.
Well, yeah, exactly. Now, I don't know why Poppy Racing have got a triangle. So it is the 195, I do believe. Now, where it is another matter. Looking around at the CCTV, I see. I mean, the Poppy Racing car is very distinctive. It's very brightly coloured, but I can't see it anywhere, obviously, at the moment. That would appear to be the car that is missing. It had an issue with the brakes a bit earlier on. It was in 13th, it was in 12th position. Team ECAS have now moved up past it. And 2CV Team Line have come into the pits, so the 97 is in the pits now.
Looks quite routine. Looks like Gary's going to be next. On their whiteboard says Gary next driver.
Okay.
So that's some good detective work there.
Yeah.
That's what we're seeing in a minute.
Okay, and they're quite sort of frenzied in the activity there, so they're being quite quick with the pit stop. Out it goes, so the 97 didn't stay in for long. And you're telling me it is Gary Adnett now at the wheel of that car?
That is what the whiteboard seemed to suggest.
Okay. So Gary Adnett takes out the 97, which is in 14th place, 8th in the 2CV section. Team ECAS have moved up a place, as I say, into 12th place with the 33 car as a result of Poppy Racing going missing. The Rosie Wolford car goes out again. That is still in 9th place, ahead of Dillygaff Racing. And the safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. So wherever that Mini was, it was presumably quite easy to recover. Or at least get to a place of safety. Because there is a sprint going on the inner circuit, whereas yesterday we did see something brought back later on from the sprint circuit. So the green flag is being shown. There is a tow back for car 195, yeah. So it was the 195 as we suspect. No.
Well, I almost put my foot under the wheel of it. It's being rolled into the pits now.
Okay.
Yeah, just back into garage 16. Okay. Yeah, rolled back by team members.
Good. Right, so that's all sorted. Not for Poppy Racing, obviously, but they were outside the top 10, and they're going to lose a few more spots, I imagine. So we've still got 129 in the pits being worked on. It's 7 laps ahead of the Twin Snails, but the next Mini is the Minions, which is in 11th place, so they've got a long way to go before that overtakes them. The Minions have done 616 laps APO Sport have done 6:34. So that's 18 laps they've got over Minions. So they're probably not too worried about losing what is 4th place in the mini section to Minions. But once we've all done some flying laps, the last lap wasn't the flying lap, then we'll see where everyone is, what sort of speed they're doing lap by lap, and therefore we can start to think who might be in a position to make up places. Slarky Malaka goes through just under 151 in the 128, 672 laps completed. Misfits are through now, 5 laps in arrears, and they did a 152, obviously building up to racing speeds, and then KT Racing are through 11 laps behind the overall race leader. They're lapping in the 156s.
What you might be looking at now on the feed is the Mini Frog 137.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Looks like a standard routine stop to me.
Okay.
Yes.
They've got the 5 drivers in that one, haven't they?
Yep, I can find out.
Okay.
Easy.
Brilliant. Okay, looking at the gaps behind in the first top 10. Team Toy Shed are 11 laps, as I said, behind KT Racing. In 5th place, Crisis and Tete Rouge, 4 laps behind Team Toy Shed. In the pits, 129 APO Sport are now 12 laps behind Crisis. And then in 7th place, Twin Snails are 6 laps behind APO Sport, so they're slowly catching them. Then in 8th place, Lion Hansgrohe are 9 laps behind Twin Snails. Then we get the 2 close ones, because in 9th place, Rosie Wolford, number 7, are only 1 lap behind Lion Hansgrohe, and in 10th place, 89 Dilligaff are only 1 lap behind Rosie Wolford. So those positions, those 3 positions, 8th, 9th and 10th overall, could be in danger of changing. So the 137 is back in the pits, that's Mini Frog. And Twin Snails is in, 41. I think this could be a regular stop. Twin Snails were closing the gap on APO Sport, but that doesn't matter too much because they're in different classes. And Lion Hansgrohe are 8 laps behind Twin Snails, so they're unlikely to catch them. The Dutch Diane Racing team are in the 123. As the Mini Frog goes out. The 137. Back into the fray in 20th place. Just lost a place to Stock Tarts, that's 35. Edward Cooper, Hannah Newton, Paul Newton and Pip Hammond. Dilligaff Racing are only 25 seconds behind Rosie Wolford. Minions are only 4 seconds behind Dilligaff because they are in different categories. But I assume Minions would like to be in the top 10 just for bragging rights, if nothing else. After all their problems, they come through now. There is the 2nd place Misfits 107. There are the Minions, and the Minions are now into 10th place, so they have just got past Dilligaff Racing. Dilligaff are outside of the top 10 again. So the Minions recovering at the place
Sylvain next in the mini frog for 137.
Okay, so 137 is Sylvain Boulet. Boutet, according to this, it's probably more like to be Boulet, isn't it?
I would say so, yes.
Sylvain Boulet. Could be a spelling mistake. Right. Okay, so the Citroën Diane goes out now. The Dutch Diane Racing team. Rob van der Voort, Eric van der Voort, Martin van der Geus and Frank van Kuppel. So look, the Minions are 22 seconds behind Rosie Wolfen Racing. So they might be able to get a little bit further up the top 10. They'll only be overtaking 2CVs though, rather than Minis, until they get up to APO Sport, if they can reach APO Sport, which is still in the pits having this major work done on it. Twin Snails are back out. But Rosie Wolford are only one lap behind Lion Hansgrohe, so those are the two that might be potentially swapping places depending on luck and pit stops and everything else. Lion are lapping quicker than Rosie Wolford though, to the tune of some 2 seconds, so at the moment they are not catching up. Now, one thing I've just noticed is that Minions in 10th position have just done their best lap of the race, 147.011. So they've suddenly come up in green, which you tend not to see this late in the race. So Minions, they look like they definitely sorted out whatever that problem was, which kept repeatedly bringing them back into the pits, because they've just set their fastest lap of the entire race after some 22 hours and 50 minutes. No, 21 hours and 50 minutes. So, yeah, that's pretty impressive.
And I've just seen 13 come in again after just from my memory, just barely being sent out.
And that is often the problem, that when a car begins this sort of downward spiral of repetitive pit stops like that, they don't really break out of it, which is why it's so encouraging to see that Minions have just set their fastest lap of the race. That is really impressive, because it looks like they've sorted out whatever the problem was. So I imagine what they'll be doing, they're 5th in class. They dearly love to overtake APO Sport, but APO Sport are now back out on circuit. So Minions have done 621 laps, APO Sport 636. So yeah, they're 15 laps behind 4th place. But I suppose they'll try to get up. They're in the top 10 now, Minions. They'll try to get as far up the top 10 as they can. They're only 1.4 seconds behind Rosie Wolfen Racing in the number 7, so I think that's going to be a legitimate place change in a moment. Minions will probably on this lap be going past number 7, so that's 171 overtaking number 7. We're looking for the yellow Mini. It's coming, I think, around Cora now, and it's got past number 7. I think a little bit hard to tell you here. That's the Diane. Here is the Minions car. It's gone to the back of the Misfits, and it's drafting the Misfits, and I think it's close enough to try and overtake certainly the Minions. I think benefiting probably from a tow from the Misfits. Misfits have just done a 149, and Minions just on a 147. So yeah, Misfits absolutely flying now in the 171. They're up to 9th place. They've demoted Rosie Wolf and Racing one position. Both of those cars actually 5th in their respective classes, the Minions and Rosie Wolf and Racing. So now they'll be after Lion Hansgrohe, and they are 2 laps behind Lion Hansgrohe, so it'll take a little while for them to get. Oh, and we got a problem. The 89 crawling past the start-finish line. It's trying to get into a position where it can pull off into the pit exit road, but white flags waving, which signifies a slow car on the circuit, and I'm not sure it's going to make it. The 89 is not going to make it. It is stuck there, which means if it is stuck, we've got a double waved yellow now, which means extreme danger. The driver obviously still in that car, and this could be the that dreaded moment when we have to call for some outside assistance. And the 89, which is in 11th place, the Dilligaff Racing car, which stopped a little while ago, that unplanned stop for a check over and a clean and everything else. Now, if we had enough marshals, but then it's quite a dangerous thing. The double waved yellow means great danger, be prepared to stop, and it normally signifies there is a driver or marshals out on the circuit. I'm not sure I'd want to get out on the pit straight and push that, even under double waved yellows. And marshal leaning over the barrier, having a chat to the driver. Used to be you could put it in gear and churn it over on the starter, couldn't you? And sort of just, yeah. Just asking Lewis, who is the expert on all things 2CV. Oh, and yeah, they're going. The marshals are going over. We've got 3 marshals there pushing the car. Brilliant work from them under double waved yellows, which means, folks, you've got to slow up. And they've got it out the way. They've got it into the pit road and away. Brilliant stuff from the marshals. Well done. So that avoided safety car, and that's what it's all about. Well done, folks. They got that car out of the way on what's basically a live track. Double wave yellows. It was old school, yeah, absolutely, Lewis, and that's what it's all about. If we'd been at the British Grand Prix, we'd still be on the radio waiting for race control to tell us we could go out and do something. So absolutely great stuff from the marshals there, getting that situation resolved without the need for a safety car. And if you too would like to be part of our marshalling force, there is a leaflet available from race control, race admin, about how to get started as a marshal. You can come to a taste today at the circuit of your choice, and then if you like it, you can then start getting your licence and getting a grading card and start to volunteer for meetings. And before long you'll be at the Grand Prix, going abroad to Le Mans, and the sky's the limit. Right, now we're coming now to the end of the 22nd hour. Not quite there yet, but we've got a couple of minutes to go. And when we get to 1 o'clock, I shall be handing over to back to Lewis Beals, who is going to be taking us through to the end of the race, and Nikki, I know, will be handing over to Katie Story down in the pits. So big thank you to Nikki for his efforts over the weekend.
Thank you to you, Tony. I mean Dad. I mean Tony.
Well done, Nikki. I know you've enjoyed yourself this weekend, and it's great to hear you on the microphone. You've even had a brief spell from the main box, so great stuff there. So we've got a tow back for car 89. Tow back for car 89. It does get penalised for a tow back because obviously marshals had to intervene and push it out of the way. But we managed to avoid a safety car. So a tow back for car 89. Put on the race marshals intervened. But a great performance from them. And as we come up to 1 o'clock, I think it's time for me to move out of the box and pave the way for Lewis, who's going to take you to the end of the race meeting. So I'll hand over. I think the next voice you hear will be on Lewis Beals.
Well, many thanks to Tony Coles and Nicky Coles. Absolutely great support they've put in, great efforts they put in, and yeah, I think we've done this 4 or 5 years now, Tony. Is it nodding his head? But we've getting used to it. So myself, I'll be up here. I'm Lewis Beals. I'll be in the box for the next 2 hours. Katie Story is going to be in the pit lane, so she's now just trying to get the equipment from Nicky, who's also done a sterling job. There's Nicky, look, there he is. I can see him, he's done a sterling job, and bits and pieces. So here we go, yes, so we're into the last 2 hours. We have been doing some housekeeping as well, which is just a reason why we had a bit of a pause there. Right, here we go. So we're now into the last 2 hours. Oh, tail back for car number 89. That's Dilly Gaff, isn't it? So, even though they got pushed off the track, it's being counted as a tow back. So, tow back for 89, Dilly Gaff. That's 3 laps added to their total. And if you're on TSL, you can actually see the ones with the red exclamation mark are the guys who have been penalised for tow backs. Anyway, let's have a look at the situation as I am. Thanks to everybody who's turn the page over for the race log. Right, currently, just short of 2 hours to go. We've got Slarky Malarkey, who's in the lead. They've got a 5-lap advantage over Misfits. That's 128 leading 107. Well, we've got the lead 2CV car. That's KT Racing, car number 49. They're in 3rd place overall. They are 11 laps from the lead, 6 off 2nd place. Team Toy Shed 177 4th. 5th is Crisis at Tet Rouge, the 92 car. 6th is the 129 car, APO Sport, who were having front hub problems while I was down there a while ago. Looks as though they've resolved them. 7th, car number 41, Twin Snails, the 3rd of the 2 CVs. So 2 CVs are led by KT Racing, Crisis is 2nd, 3rd is Twin Snails. 8th position, car number 79, that's car number, yes, that's Lions Hansgrohe, the Lion car, the 2nd of the Lion cars, who are 4th in 2 CVs class. 9th overall, car number 7, Rosie Walford Racing. 10th is the Minions 171. Now they were in the pits and they still are. The Minions. Got what? Oh, the Minion 171. They were having electrical issues. Yeah. Cheers, Nick. There we go. We've got to say bye to Nick because we've got 2 hours to go and the Cool family has many miles to go before they are there. And thanks to again to Tony and Nicky for a sterling effort. Where did we get to? And we were looking at the Minions, weren't we? That's right. They came in the pits when I was doing a piece to camera half an hour ago. So now going down quickly. 11th place is car 33 ECAS. Tony's just telling me the Minions had just done one of their fastest laps. Yeah, they did a 147.011 on lap 623. Yeah, it was just before they came in. so the fast lap didn't do them any good. Thanks for that, Tony. So sadly, they've got some problems. Right, so 33 next. That's Team ECAS. They're 11th. 12th is car number 89, Dillygaff Racing. They've just been demoted by Team Lion. The 97 car. So 97 car is 12th, 13th is 89 Dillygaff, 14th is Hollis Motorsport in car 72, 15th is 195, that's Poppy Racing, 16th is 96 Pork Pie Racing, 17th is car 48 SL Racing, and they're in the pits as well. And if they aren't out soon, they'll lose that 3-lap advantage. 18th 137 is Mini Frog, 19th car number 35 Stock Tarts. 20th is car 40, the Blueberry Muffins. Well, they were going really well up until recently. 21st is 123, that's the Dutch Diane Racing Team and leader of the Classique class. 22nd is car 15, that's Orange Frog. They are also in the pit. And they were the ones I saw. Oh, that's just been pushed out. They had an engine change. I could just see it on the apron currently. So it's a fair chance that Orange Frog will be joining. 23rd is Blue Frog in the 19 car. 24th is 172, that's the Le Mans 2CV Classic. 25th is car 17, the Frogettes. 26th is the 82 car, that's Regimental Racing. Also had an awful lot of problems earlier on. 27th is car 16th, that's Green Flag. 28th is 116, which is not Fast but Furious, which was retired after an accident around about just after 6 o'clock, about 6:30 I think it was. 29th is again will not be classified, it's car number 24, Team Gadget Racing. Also we had a chat to on the live stream, and yeah, they had got serious engine stroke gearbox problems, but still going is Super Schenk with Jelly Snake Racing, car 13, are in 30th position. They're in the pits at the moment. They have spent an awful long time in the pits. They have only done 227 laps. That's probably a third of the laps Slarky Malarkey has done. They have had issue after issue after issue. The rules of the event is that if you can do the last lap, you can get to be classified. That's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but that's how it works. As long as you can complete the last lap within a certain time frame, I think it's 10 minutes, about 10 minutes, you could get classified as a finisher. So and normally you could get walking wounded, and Super Schenken with Jelly Snake Racing, car 13, I think could be classed as a walking wounded. If you can get round that last lap, you can, on your by your own steam, you can get classified as a finisher. But sadly, not Fast But Furious, the Mini, the 116 Mini, which was piloted by Alice Hughes, very, very quickly, I have to say. Her sister Bethany Hughes, Robin English and Sammy Bowler. Sadly, they are out after an accident. And Team Gadget Racing, who has endured all sorts of problems. One of the mechanics said, we're giving up. I think they'd spent hours and hours and hours trying to get the car to run, and then eventually, after having gotten it run, they blew the engine. And I have to say, I know it's very hard to see on TV, but it's got a huge, great split in the engine and in the gearbox. Not something you see. A conrod has escaped, to put it bluntly. Right, so that was the positions just after the 22-hour mark for the 32nd Classic 2CV 24-hour race, sponsored by Citroën. Also, a thanks to our supporters, Duff Morgan and Citroën, the place to go for a Citroën in Norfolk. ECAS 2CV parts. If you need your parts for your Classic 2CV, are the people to go to. Hansgrove, who designed beautiful bathrooms and kitchens, and I can see they have they did have a van there with all their products in, but that seems to have gone. Lion Picture Framing Supplies Limited, they are the leading UK suppliers for picture framing. It says here, founded over 40 years ago. And Adrian Flux Insurance up there in Kingsley, our newest supporter. And many, many thanks to all the supporters of the race. And not less the guys in the Marshals, the Marshals in orange. And one of the young ladies there who works the start line gantry to just give me a wave. She's at the top of the gantry here at the commentary box. Many, many thanks to the Marshals. I know we sometimes forget that at the end of the event. Hopefully not, because without all the Orange Army, we wouldn't be able to come racing. There's a royal we there, and as Tony said, really excellent work by three of the Marshal stroke officials to move the 89 car from a difficult position and save ourselves a safety car issue. Really old school marshalling. And also many thanks to our officials downstairs who run race control and race admin as well. Michelle and her crew down there do an excellent job. Without them as well, keeping us all in line, in check with all the paperwork, make sure that's okay and correct. And it's done in such a nice, light touch way. If something isn't quite right, we can soon sort it. Excellent from Michelle and her crew. So we've done all our thanks, haven't we? Okay, to Snetterton and the management here, who makes it all possible. To Stuart and his team. Stuart's the new circuit manager here at Snetterton, and he's doing an excellent job. And I have to say, the circuit absolutely looks wonderful. The grass is absolutely fine. We've got stripes in the grass, everything. It looks absolutely stunning. And new for this year, Radio Snetterton on 107.3 FM. For those who are out and about on the circuit, I have to say it is much appreciated. Right, so we've done all our thanks. So that's what we've done. Katie's out there with the microphone. Right, so we've got 5 laps now between Slarky, Malarkey and Misfits. Ryan Taylor. Right, I can't be Ian Slack or Neil Slack because I've spoken to Bo and Alec Graham. So it is Ryan Taylor who's actually in the Slarky Malarkey car. Yes, that's right, because I was not sure. It came out on the stream is that Ryan's the rally driver and has been given strict instructions to keep it on the black stuff. Next is the Misfits. Misfits. Now, it looks like could well be Nevin Kirkpatrick in the car at the moment. KT Racing, well, again, we know that because KT Racing, we interviewed both Chris and Louis, so we know it's Pete Rondell in the car at the moment, and who is bringing the car. Well, won't bring the car home. They've got about an hour running to go, and they'll come in, top the tank up, and they were deciding, Chris or Louis, who was going. It was Louis' turn, but he's actually like Chris. He's offered Chris the run because Chris is in for the 2CVparts.com championship in 2023. Chris actually leads with 600 points from Nick Crispin on 586. So he could wrap up both, but that's being a bit premature. 1:45 and 15 seconds to go. Team Toy Shed didn't actually work out who was in Toy Shed. Elliot Stafford, I've got down here. He's actually in the third of the minis. Right, let's look at the 2CVs. KT Racing we've just done. Sorry, the 2CVs, we've done the minis. Crisis Tech Rouge is next. That's the 92 car. And not really sure. Don't think it's Brian. Nick's just jumped out, so it's either Ian Gibbon or Andrew Bull. I'm not sure who's in there at the moment. It's one or the other. And Crisis have now 15 laps behind as it goes at the moment. 15 laps is they said roughly about 30 minutes. So, but while it's the 15 laps, if you break down and get towed in, that's 3. You've got to take the time for the tow in, and you've got to repair the car. Engine change, as Katie was saying earlier when we were on earlier, that's not so bad. It's if you've got a suspension or something break, that can take a lot longer. Engines can be done in 10, 12, 15 minutes, something like that. So say it was a 15 minutes, that's about 8 laps. You could lose 3 on the tow in and maybe 2 for being towed back. It's 11 or 12. You still could come out in the lead. So, and I have had whispers. I'm just whispering to you. Is that the engine in KT Racing has got a bit of a purchase for oil. It loves a little bit of oil. So every time it comes in, they just top it up. And they have gone through a few tyres as well, which is unusual because Snetterton is normally kind to tyres. So all fingers crossed. So even one of the well, in fact it was Tim out of for Tech Rouge was saying is that KT Racing have really got their act together on pit stops. They've been extremely slick. This is from a fellow competitor. Very slick, very professionally done. Nothing's rushed. Everything is done in a nice orderly fashion, and they get the car in, out with a great deal of efficiency. And obviously that's been a huge help to get KT Racing a 15 lap advantage. So that's Crisis have had a few little issues. I think they've had an engine change. And who's next? Twin Snails. And Twin Snails is the 41 car. Started in the pit lane because of a fuel issue. That's right. I'm just trying to remember. But James Northfield, who started from the pit lane, they were 30th of the cars. They are now 7th and 3rd in class. That is some recovery drive, that is. So hats off to James Northfield. Martin Ryman, I know, is not in the car, so I saw him. I'm not sure. I think it might be Paul Rolando. And Luca Peretti. Luca is the younger of the Perettis, who races 2CVs. Dad was appropriate word, in the I'll get there in a minute, the gadget car. Sadly the gadget car has retired, so family honour being upheld by Luca Peretti in Twin Snails. They're currently 3rd. They've had a few issues as they've gone through, but currently they have 8 lap gap over Lion Hansgrohe, and the 79 car started well. why we call it the second car, the second of the Lion cars, because it normally finishes behind the 2CV Team Lion. This year, not so. Team Lion has hit an awful lot of problems. They're on their third engine. Well, from what I was told, the first engine blew up, so they put the second engine in. That wasn't running right, so they took out and put a third engine in, which blew up. Meanwhile, the mechanics had sorted out, the team had sorted out engine 2, so put engine 2 back in. So they're kind of like on their third engine.
Just to let you know, someone on the YouTube has asked if Team Poppy got the car back out on track to finish, and they did. They are out. It's Luke in the car at the moment.
Oh, thanks a lot. So that's 95. Yep, Luke Allen out at the moment. Poppy Racing's not the fastest of the minis, but in 6th place, a bit quicker than the Frogs. But sadly, the not fast but furious had to pack up after an early morning incident, which I'm 90% sure happened up at Richard's Corner. We had a lot of we'd only just come on, Katie and I, so it must have been sort of just after 6 o'clock, or past 6:30, something like that. We had a big yellow flag incident up there, but the car wasn't recovered. It actually got going under its own steam, but it was quite a way off. There was so much damage done underneath that the team reckoned they couldn't get it to go again. So sadly, it was a retirement. So some of the incidents. Right, where are we on? Where are we? Let's have a look at some of the cars, shall we?
Dilly Gaff are just refueling, and looks like Nick Crispuson's getting back in the car for the final stint. Yeah. So whatever their problem was, I'll find out. But they're sorted and getting back out.
Yeah, they had to get pushed off the track. They were going really well. Currently, they're in the 9th of the 2 CVs. Not sure whether that includes 3-lap tailback, because I heard I saw on the screen they got a 3-lap tailback penalty. So yeah, the car just stopped. So whether it was electrical or fuel or something, but the car just rolled to a stop. Normally you turn it over on the starter motor to get it off the track, but maybe it was electrical and everything died and they couldn't do that. But anyway, Katie's keeping an eye on that for us. Right, let's see if we can find out who's there. So that's Ryan Taylor, the 128 car. We'll look on the tracker. Where is the 128 car? Ah, it's just gone past us. It's now gone through Wilson and on to Chapman and on the Bentley Straight. I think that's the blue car. You can just see a blue roof go down. The car being slightly different colour to everything else, which is good. We'll keep an eye out for where that is as that come round. We'll see Ryan, see where he is. The Misfits are in the pit, I think. 107, yeah. The Misfits are currently in the pits. They've got 5 laps over KT Racing, so secured in 2nd place overall. And they have let's have a look. They've got 16 laps over 3rd place in the mini section. That's Team Toy Shed. So they've got 16 seconds, 2 seconds a lap, 2 minutes a lap, 32 minutes. That's a good advantage. So hopefully I can see the 107 car door open. Can't see much else. And they've not pushed it into the garage, so it's nothing extreme. Could just be a top up with fuel and driver change. Can't quite see that. 15 car I can see. That's Orange Frog. Orange Frog. Been there a while. They changed an engine. Thought they might have gone out, but they haven't. They have not. Yeah, 107 has. The Misfits have rejoined. Let's have a look. That was virtually a 5-minute stop, so they took 3 minutes. They're being thorough, I think is the best way of putting that. They've got, they're not really going to catch Larky Malarkey unless they have problems. They're not going to get caught by Team Toyshed unless they have problems themselves. So just some 2 hours left. So 1 hour 35 minutes left. They're going to just take it easy. 7:41 go past. That's Rosie Walford Racing ahead of Twin Snails. These two orange coloured cars have been circulating together for nearly 24 hours. Every time we look, they seem to be very close to each other. Snails are in 3rd position. Walford Racing and Rosie Walford Racing are in 5th position. Actually, Rosie Walford was in 2nd position when we turned up at 6 o'clock, when we resumed full-time commentary. And Kate's dad, who runs this mixed story, had a suspension brake, literally, I think that within 5 or 6 minutes of us coming here, going back on air, and they dropped down the order, so they dropped out of what was an excellent 2nd place. But 5th it is, 97 going past. That's our long-time winners. That's Pete Sparrow-led 2CV Team Lion. They're looks as though they've got a handle on that car at the moment. He's doing 54s, so maybe not quite as fast as he would have wanted, but he's continuing on. They're actually in 7th position at the moment. They're on the same number of laps as Team ECAS. So at the moment, Lion is hunting down, Team Lion's hunting down Team ECAS. So that's 97 hunting down 33. And Sparrow is somewhat, so I'm not sure Sparrow's in the car. But I'm trying to think. I think he probably is, actually. It is Pete Sparrow. I was just thinking, as I came up, did I see Gary Adden? I think I did. Did I see David O'Keefe? I think I did. So so I think it's Pete Sparrow in the car at the moment. He's taken 4 seconds a lap out of the ECAS car, and if that's the case, that gap is going to come down rapidly until the system roller can't take it. There's the 92 car. That's Prices at Tete Rouge, green with blue wings. That's putting in a solid performance. Did last year as well. They put in a solid performance, but couldn't quite get there. Right, here we got one of the Lion cars. It's the 79 car, and they're in 4th position, about 9 laps in arrears at Twin Snails. So they've got to hope for a problem for one of their rivals, if they're to make the podium. Ahead. Looks as though we're going to be changing a wheel, possibly. Yeah, going to be changing the front wheels. Well, okay, maybe not. Maybe the front right and the rear left. Oh, no, look at that. The wheels being carried by men in race helmets. As we were told earlier in the day, you're allowed 2 to refuel, the driver's got to get out of the car, and you're allowed 2 people to work on the car front of the bulkhead. So we've got that currently going at the moment. Someone clean the screen. No one's going ballistic. Steady. Take the rear wheels on. Take the wheels off. Nope. No, put them on the front. Replacing the front tyres. two CVs. Last a long while. But I have seen one or two of the tyres. Front one's quite badly worn, so maybe because the teams are driving that a little bit harder. Yeah, they the back now going up, so they're changing. That'll be the third tyre they'll be changing. So we can see that that's going on for Lion Hansgrohe, and that's the 79 car currently in 8th position. Oh, unless they get a move on, Rosie Walford Racing's going to be overtaken, and they're going to be taking their 4th place off them. It says 3 minutes 22 second difference, but that's more to do with the rollout. So Rosie Racing is car number 7. Where is car 7 on the tracker? Currently I can't actually see it. That's because it's running too close to one of the other cars, I believe. Oh, Rosie was running with... it has already, it's just come past. So Rosie Racing has taken that 4th position in the 2CV class for Lion Hansgrohe, who was there trying to service the car. Spent quite a long time doing it. So Rosie Walford has jumped up into 4th position. That's still 10 laps in arrears of Twin Snails, so not likely to get on the podium unless something happened to one of their the first 3. So there goes Team Lion with 1 hour 30 to go, and they'll be fueled up going right to the end. Almost a 6-minute pit stop, which means that was take 2 minutes off the lap. That's about 4 minutes for the pit stop, and because of that they've lost that 4th position. Rosie Walford Racing, who were showing in 2nd around 6 o'clock, they've gone back to 4th. I've got classification 14 hours, haven't I? Yeah, Rosie Walford were 2nd at 5 o'clock. They were 2nd. Now they were 8th overall, and they had a good lead over Chrysler's at Tete Rouge, who had done an engine. So, but that will change with a suspension breakage.
Some people just asking where's Dillygaff on the YouTube. They're just in the pits at the moment, just fixing the car. So hopefully they'll be out shortly.
Yeah, they had an issue that they stopped on track, didn't they? Any idea what the issue is?
Something to do with fueling. They've changed the engine, but then they didn't go back out again. So they're just having another look at it.
Oh dear. So an engine issue. Changed the engine. So they changed the engine.
And Sully is asking what happened to the blueberry muffins. How come they've gone all the way down to 13th? So
that's a good question. I did see them there. They were changing the plugs when I was down there about half hour ago. No idea, because they were in fact 4th or 5th place, weren't they? They were going really well. But as so happened with Chris Yates and his teams, they go well and suddenly something happens and knocks them back. So no, I don't know. If you could, where is the blueberry muffins? They're in Garage 21.
Just outside Garage 21 as well, if anyone's at the track, there's a fantastic store where you can buy lots of 2CV and 2CV racing things. So pop down to Garage 21 if you want to have a look at that. I'll just ask what's happened with Blueberry Muffins. I'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it would be, yeah. It's Chris Yates, a former winner of the event with Stinky, Darren Shepsman and Mark Noah. They're the 3 with the blueberry muffins, and they're the stock tarts of the 35 car. It was the reason because normally the girls race as blueberry tarts, but obviously they couldn't get a team together this year. So what happened is the stock hatch boys, who normally were led by Pip Hammond, filled up the team, and so they're called stock tarts this year. And that's the 35 car, who not go. So blueberry muffins, they are 13th in class. right behind the Stock Tarts. So 5 laps between the Blueberry teams, and the Stock Tarts leading the Muffins by 5 laps at the current time. I'm sure they've lost quite a bit. Let's have a look. They look as though they're out, and that is car 40. They did have a long problem. They were changing the plugs, but normally if you change plugs, maybe they thought they had a misfire, but certainly held them up for a while. Here comes the 2 Lion cars, 79 leading 97, and is that Mr. Sparrow, I think it is, who's now going to overtake the other team car. So 97 has just zipped past 79. Let's have a look. Lion is only less than 30 seconds away from from ECAS. But that's 8 laps in arrears of their team. Right, so where's 33? Can we see 33? So what do we say that is? It's 29 seconds. So let's see if we can find where 33 is. 2CV race leader has just gone past, tracking one of the minis. That's rally driver Ryan Taylor, who's certainly picking up tips from his esteemed colleagues, doing a bit of bump drafting. This is Dilly Gaff, isn't it? Yeah, that's right, they weren't being shown because they didn't go past the thing, did they? There's 7, which is Walford and Rosie and Walford racing. It is 89. Dilly Gaff has now rejoined, and the 41 car, which is Twin Snails. I bet I've just missed 33. There's our race leader at Slarky Malarkey, Ryan Taylor, and he's just zipped ahead. There's the 92 car, all on its own. That's Crisis. Tete Rouge, all on its own. I'm still looking for the 33 car. I reckon I'll be looking for that for a while because I keep missing it. It's ECAS. It's the ECAS car, isn't it? Is that coming up? No. We're back with the Lion cars. 97 leaving 79, 76 following. That's Pork Pie Racing. Here comes the yellow day gold Mini. That's Misfits, the 107 car. Running pretty well. Right. There's the 35 car. Stock Tarts, which we spoke about earlier. Here comes some of the French guys, all in a row. That's the Frogettes from Green Frog and Orange Frog, almost line astern. And that's Hollis Motorsport coming by. Where is our ECAS car? That's the 40 car, the Blueberry Muffins. So the Muffins and Tarts.
We've been told 33 is in the pits at the moment, so I'm going to have a look. The Sally who was asking about Blueberry Muffins, they had everything go wrong. Problems with the carb, which they think everybody had, but there's kind of continued. They had to weld a Belgian arm as well, so they've been very busy, which is why they've dropped so far down. And someone was asking who's driving in Dilly Gaff. So they, like you say, they've just gone back out, but that's Nick Crispin driving in Dilly Gaff at the moment.
Right, thank you very much. Yep, okay. So that is then. So Team Lion has just taken that position off ECAS. So they're now up to 6th position and about 8 laps behind their team and colleagues. So unless something drastically happens in the next 80 minutes to them, that looks as though that could pan out there. So when they get trophies, I said trophies down to 6th position. Oh yeah, so Lion's got back into a trophy winning position. That's been a very, very hard weekend for the perennial winning Pete Sparrow-led team. Here come the ECAS car now. So they've just slipped down to 7th position, away from that trophy-winning place that they were holding. Looks like Glen Ons win in the ECAS car. everybody else's name is blocked out. So Glenn back out, and Matthew Harris, Smith Brown, Martin Sutherland, Howard Wright are the other drivers of that particular car. Let's have a look, see if we can see. There's the 49 car. That's we know who that is. That's our leader. That's Pete Rundell, who's tracking the APO Sport car. Which, I think it's Alec Osborne who's back behind the wheel of that, and he's tracking that, which is excellent tactics, because as we learned from 2CVs, if you can track tracking another car, does save does save fuel, increase your lap times, improve your lap times, not increase them, improve them, and saves the car some more economical on the car. Just watching the sprint going on the 100 track there. That's a very faster land going down the road. That's Blue Frog just coming past. Car number 19, how are they doing? I think the Blue Frogs are the best of the Mini Frog, obviously is slightly quick. I think Blue Frog is leading, Orange Frog who's leading Frogettes, which you could call Pink Frog, and Green Frog are the fourth of the teams. Frogettes obviously all lady driving team. You can see we see the 49 car on screen at the moment, and that's Pete Rundell, who's doing an excellent job. As I'm saying, he's tracking the APO Mini. I think that's being driven currently by Alex Osborne. You can see them coming into Murray's. A bit difficult to see because the sun is not in the right place. I don't know if I can alter the we'll alter the screen. Got a bit better screen. So 7 is leading 14. Well, we know that's Rosie Stroke Wolford Racing leading Twin Snails. That pair have been nose to tail for quite a long time. In fact, it's almost they've been very much on the same part of the track for much of this race, and they just slide their way through Murray's and coming up the start and finish straight. So
some people on the YouTube are just asking who's in some cars. So in car 7, we've got Mick Story. That's for Rosie Wolford Racing there currently. Are they 4th in class now? Are they 5th? I did it for my YouTube update. They're 4th. Okay, cool. And someone's asking who's gone out for the last stint in 79, and that is Max Wire. So Max is in that car.
Thanks very much. Yeah. So Max is going to bring the line car home, the 79 line car. Currently they're in the fifth position. They're, as I say, some eight laps ahead of 2CV Team Lion. Right, here's the 96 car on screen at the moment, and that's the Pork Pie Racing car. Chris Hall, Jennifer Hall, Jim Henshaw and John Harmer. And where are they in the pecking order? Ninth in class. Hollis Motorsport just known going past the box, and they've been consistent runners as Hollis. They're in 8th place at the moment. I got a picture of the cars all coming down Bentley Straight, led by it's Team Toy Shed, isn't it? The Mini. It's Toy Shed in the Mini, which is number 177. Behind it now being tracked is the 172 car. It's the Le Mans 2CV Classic, one of the Classique cars, currently in the second of the two. And that's being led by the Dutch Diane Racing team, the 123 car. these are less sophisticated, less developed, more standard class. And we have the Dutch car 123 and the French car 172 competing in this class. It was designed to facilitate people coming into the series and without having to develop a very sophisticated type car, because they are quite sophisticated, maybe 2 CVs, but the technology behind them and underneath the bonnet and in the cabins quite on the mark. We've heard that someone was saying about the AF ratio. Well, that was the air fuel ratio, and they have air fuel ratios or a lambda sensor built into the exhaust system, just like modern cars. And in a modern car, the lambda sensor feeds the ECU, and it just makes minute adjustments to the fueling of the modern car to make sure you stay within emissions. And of course, in this particular case, they're all set up for maximum speed, not efficiency or emissions. And you can tell if the engine's running correctly by the AFR, because last night, for those who have been following it, it's after the first engine change of Lion with Pete Sparrow behind the wheel, he came in a couple of times for a jet change. Well, he could tell, not by necessarily just what the car was performing, but by the AFR ratio, the lambda sensor, what it was putting out. The information was putting out was telling him he needs to either go richer or not, which I take it they were going richer. They made a couple of stops to get the car running right. That engine didn't particularly run right, so they changed it, blew that one up after having made some adjustments, and they do have a rig on down in the back of the garage where I take it they put it in and started it back up and fine-tuned it to try and get everything correct before they put it back in. Katie?
Just again monitoring the YouTube here, but we've had a shout out just thinking about from Simon, Richie, Ben and Scooby. So Simon Thomas has commented, well done to all teams competing again this weekend. It's been a pleasure doing recovery and see you back in 2024. So a big thank you to Simon, Richie, Ben and Scooby who've been doing recovery for this event.
Yep, we tip our hats to the recovery teams, and they've been doing it particularly well, I have to say. And facilitated by the drivers, and we were watching and partly listening to the brief prior to the race. Tony Weatherly, our senior clerk of the course, instructing drivers to, when they pull off, if they pull off on the inside, it's an awful lot easier to recover than to pull off on the outside of the circuit, because they can pull them off and get into the gates much simpler if you pull off on the inside. There are places that you can get off just after the start finish line. There's a gateway there which can take you behind the scrutineer and bay, and you can get back into the pits that way. A lot of teams that take advantage of that if they have a blow up coming up centre straight. There's nowhere to get off. There's the Williams cut-off on the other, on the 300. There's a little Williams cut-off, but you can't actually get through there today because the 100 circuit's being used, so you can't come in through the 100. But there is a pull-off there. Down at the S's, there's a pull-off there. There's a gate which can lead you back into the infield, and I believe I'm not sure if there is any more. There used to be one of the old flight paths used to go up to Corham. You used to be able to pull in there. But I think there still is a gate there, and there's a gate down at Murray's. So if you pull off, you can get to Murray's, which is in the far corner of the Armco. just trying to think if the rally boys could halfway. If the rally boys use that, do you know, I should know. I come quite often enough to the Snetterton rally. I'm not sure there is a flight path now into up to the middle part of Corwin. I haven't been out to have a look. And there we have our car number 7 and car 14 running nose to tail. We have the on track, we have Poppy Racing, sorry, not on track, in the pits, and also in the pits is the APO Sport Mini as well. And one of the teams there is just holding the bonnet.
So Crisis Tech Rouge has made their pit stop. Oh, the grass is looking very, sorry, the sky is looking very grey in that direction there. But yeah, Rouge car now, and car 41 are coming in just to do a quick stop in the next couple of laps as well.
Yeah, can you find out who's driving 41?
It is Luca.
Is Luca at the moment, is it?
It is indeed, yes.
Is he going to finish or not?
I'll find out. It's not going to be Martin, and I'll just have an eye.
He's in civvies, is he?
Pardon?
He's in Martin's and civvies, is he?
Oh no, it is Martin.
Oh, it is Martin. Oh, Martin's going to take it out.
You going in, Martin?
Sorry?
Are you going in the car?
Yeah, I'm going to do the last hour now, yep.
Fantastic. Why are you doing it?
It's my turn.
Fair enough, thank you.
Yeah.
No, it's just my turn, so yeah, thanks.
Good.
Well, that's good. Yeah, as I said before, they started dead last, 30th, and in class, 20th position in class. We can just see on the screen there, on the live feed, it's the APO Sport Mini being pushed away from the from their pit stop. I take it the starter motor is not working particularly well, so I gave it a push and it's gone off. And they're consolidating their 4th position in class and 6th position overall. They are some 4 laps ahead of Twin Snails, but they are that's 12 laps behind Crisis Tech Rouge. So it's a consolidation now. We have just over an hour to go, and just to remind everybody in the pit lane, and that once we get to the final hour, no tailbacks. No tailbacks at all. So if you break down in the last hour, you've got to get the car back to the pits, and you've got to be able to fix whatever it is and complete the last lap to be classified. So we're now getting up to the, if you like, the very nervous point of the race for all these drivers, especially the lead ones, is that they've got to take things really steady and easily for this last hour. None more so than car 49 coming past. That's Pete Rundell and KT Racing. They've, I can't say they've led this all the way through, but they've led an awful lot of it. Let me go back to KT Racing were 4th at, that's the 1 hour mark. When did they take over the lead? They took the lead on the 3rd hour. I don't think they've lost it. They've more or less held it from there on in. So from the 3rd hour on, KT Racing have led the 2CV section, whereas the, in fact, I would say Slarky Malarkey have more or less held it the same kind of time. Let's have a look. Not Fast But Furious led the 1st hour, APO Sport the 2nd hour, Slarky Malarkey the 3rd hour, but they did then have a bit of a battle with Misfits, didn't they? And I think they've kind of like grabbed a hold of the event by the scruff of the neck. I'll tell you when. Yeah, Misfits were at 7, 8 hours with Slarky Malarkey. Misfits ahead at 9 hour mark, 10 hour mark was Slarky Malarkey. Yeah, from about the 10th hour onwards, Slarky Malarkey have had control of the event. Let's have a look. We've got car 17, yeah, it's the Frogettes. In, could actually call that Pink Frog, couldn't we? And they are in, and they are the third of the Frog teams. Blue Frog is leading by 1 lap from Orange Frog. Frogettes are a few laps back, about 4 or about 20 laps back. Green Frog are 40 laps behind them. So obviously Green Frog has had a myriad of issues. But I have to say, thumbs up from the driver back in.
The weather's really turning down here. It's got quite windy, and that big black cloud seems to be blowing this way. So we could have a bit of an eventful final hour. We'll see how that plays into it.
Well, last night, as I left the commentary about 6:30, it did have a bit of a rain then. There was, I don't quite know how long it lasted for, as I was moving out away from the circuit. But one of the drivers was telling me earlier that the track was quite greasy and you didn't really know where the rain was. It would pair one corner, one lap, another corner, another lap. But they got through that issue, and we could, the wind has got back up. Certainly a different weather front is coming in at the moment.
So Martin has just got out on car 41. They had just a standard pit stop. They want to bring it in now just to be safe, and he'll do the final hour like he said. Looks like we might have Louis Tyson getting prepared to go in the car now, take over from Peter in the KT Racing car, the lead 2CV at the moment. Well, I might just ask Louis a question. Louis, it looks like you're going out in the car. What do you think is going to happen with the weather? Do you think that's going to play into the...
Just been discussing that. Not sure. We're hoping it stays dry, but it might well rain. So, or even hail, depending on which thing you look at.
Yes. Good. Well, yeah, because Peter was saying like last night it was kind of getting wet and then dry and wet and dry, and it's a bit unpredictable. But your experience, you'll be right.
Fingers crossed.
I'm just down in Slarky Malarkey as well. Just Neil's in the car at the moment. So, but how's the race been for you up to this point?
I mean, it looks easy on paper, but it's been fairly trouble-free. But we've got another hour to go yet.
Yeah, no towbacks in the final hour. Well, yeah, don't say anything else. That's what are you thinking about the weather situation?
We just chucked on a decent left rear tyre, and he'll cope with it.
That's all you can do for that. Good, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Young Alec on here with his old owl wisdom. He's been helping us about this weekend, so it's been good.
How do you feel being called an old owl, Alec?
An old owl.
Old owl wisdom.
I used to be called Young Alec. I suppose those days have gone, haven't they? I'm cool with it. I've been called a lot worse, I can tell you.
As Pete Sparrow says, you can still cross your legs, so you're probably still young to him.
Yeah, I'll always be younger than him, so that's fine.
just as Katie was reminding us, we've got about 30 seconds to go before the final hour. I'll read out the positions. I'll just wait for that hour to be counted down, because at the time, no more tollbacks. So everyone's got to finish. As it keeps happening, we've got to do the last lap within a reasonable time. I'm not quite sure what it is. 8-10 minutes, I believe, in the regulations, but I haven't looked lately. Right, 10 seconds to go, and we'll be into the 24th hour of this Citroën supported 2CV 24-hour race here at Snetterton. The final round of the 2CVparts.com Championship, currently led by Chris Tovey from Nick Crispin. Chris Tovey is actually leading the this event too in the 2CVs in his KT racing car with his teammates, which are Pete Rundle, who's in the car at the moment, and Louis Tyson. Right, let's go through these positions we are as we head into the final hour of the race. Currently, number one is 128, Slarky Malarkey. Second is 107, the Misfits. Third, car number 49, KT Racing. Fourth, 177, Team Toy Shed. Fifth, car 92, that's Crisis at Tet Rouge. Sixth is car number 129, APO Sport. Seventh is the 41 car, Twin Snails. Seventh, car number 7, Rosie Walford Racing. 979, Lion Hansgrove. And 10th is the 97 car, the 2CV Team Lion. Right, let's do the top three. And the minis, that's Slarky Malarkey. They've got a 5-lap advantage over Misfits. And in third position in the minis is Team Toy Shed. And they are 13-5, they're 18 laps behind Misfits. So they seem as though that they're not really going to make that up unless there is some serious problems for the Misfits. In the 2CVs, leading is KT Racing, which they've done from hour 3. They have 17 laps advantage from Crisis at Tet Rouge, so that's grown to 17 laps in this last hour and a half or so. And third is Twin Snails, and Snails are looking at they're 18 laps down on Crisis, so there's a huge gap between first, second, third. Big gaps there. Fourth is Rosie Walford Racing. They are 9 laps in arrears. They have just taken that. They are being chased by Lion Hansgrove because there's 64 seconds between the two, and they're lapping around about the same. So Rosie Walford Racing, car number 7, car 79, are duking it out for what could well be what is 4th position in the 2CV section, and the 6th position in the 2CVs are the 2CV Team Lion, but they're some 8 laps behind their teammates. So the only real battle we have is between Rosie Walford, car number 7, and 79. And at the moment there is, what did I say, 64 seconds. Last hour.
Oh, and the rain has started,
Oh,
so
right.
we'll see how heavy that gets. I might just ask Steve a quick question. Just the only battle at the moment is between Rosie Walford Racing and the 79 car, which is behind you by 64 seconds. You look.
Stop to go, yes.
Yeah, you've got to stop to go, so and you're getting in the car. So, yeah, are you hoping to try and, even though you'll stop, how long do your stops take? Do you think you'll manage to get that gap?
We've not got a big enough gap at the moment, unless we have a safety car stop.
So that, yeah, so if there's safety car, well,
To help us.
there might, I suppose that's a bit unlikely in the last hour as well, isn't it? So, yeah, okay, well, have fun out there, Steve, when you go.
So looks like Steve Walford will be getting in the car at the moment. So we actually know, because we saw the 79 car makes its last stop So they're fueled to the end. And Max Wire got in the car. And so Max Wire is in the car. He's trying to hunt down Rosie Walford Racing. And he was half a second slower last lap. So that's not the ideal. However, Rosie Walford's got to do a pit stop. That normally takes 2 minutes. They've got 64 seconds. They're going to lose a minute, aren't they? Roughly. So Lion Hansgrove could actually jump up to 4th position. So that's going to take some. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But further down, we were just looking at the classes. The Classique category's been led by 1, 2, 3. That's the Dutch Diane Racing team. And there's only one other car in it. That's the Le Mans Classic, 2CV Classic. And there is 43 laps. So unless, of course, they don't finish.
There's a lot of running about going on in the fire lane, just people trying to get things inside because the rain is really coming down now. So it's going to be a bit unpredictable out there as well for the drivers. That'll be interesting. Interesting's the wrong word, but we'll keep an eye on how drivers are coping with that. I know Peter Rundle said it was drying and wet, dry, wet in different places yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on. Yeah, it was Peter, wasn't it? We were talking to, and we've got the yellow light flashing and flags waving at Rich's corner, and I'm trying to see if I can see on the, if I looked at the right camera. There's Rich's in. I can't see why there's a yellow flag. That may just be warning people as that's going to be slippery up there. Well, normally if that was the case, you'd put out, it is, here comes the red and the yellow flag. There's someone's gone sideways. That well could have been our leader. That could well have been our leader. That was one of the grey cars. That may well have been 17. One of the grey cars. No, I'm sure it was 49. Pete Rundle had that car absolutely sideways, 3/4 away around Rich's, and he got caught out by the rain, and the car was quite sideways. He made a save. I'm absolutely sure that was 49. That was that could really have been the end of it. So Rundle there saves the day. So maybe he should be England's goalkeeper, because that was a terrific save. Yeah, nice shot of the safety car on the live stream there. So it doesn't, the lights aren't on just yet. So, I mean, like we say, it's probably unlikely there'll be a safety car unless they really, really have to. Oh no, never mind. Safety car. Here we go. This is what Rosie Walford Racing wanted. So we hope it's not them that's caused the safety car. But yeah, this is what they wanted to get that final stop in. Steve Walford take over from Mick Story.
Yeah, 2:08, and another safety car.
Okay, it looks like Rosie Walford is still on the track, so Steve is preparing himself to get into the car. Any eyes on who's caused that? Do we know?
Well, one of the orange cars has just gone by, and I think it's Rosie. So I think Rosie's gone by, so that is the safety car.
It's car 79.
Oh, dear.
They've been stuck under the bridge on the timing screen for quite a while now. I didn't know if they were just delayed, but they haven't gone past that tracker. Right,
so if that's the case, then that's somewhere between start here and here. So I can't see anything. Well, someone's gone sideways and had a spin up at Rich's corner. We've got double yellow flag, double waved yellows. So can we take it? That's where the 79 car has gone off.
So currently it looks like Max Wire has potentially caused that safety car. We'll keep an eye on that.
I think I can see something moving. It's very difficult to see because it's just in front of the tyres. I can see it's in front of the tyres just at the second marshal post on the exit of Rich's. I think he's moved it. It has been moved. Maybe the marshal's moved it, maybe Max moved it, but I think it's now gone behind the tyre wall, if you could get that, because there's a big area behind there where you can put dead cars. I think it's gone. So that's Lion Hansgrove, who's battle for fourth position with Rosie Walford Racing looks like it has taken a big knock. There's a triangle next to their name, so yeah, they're out, aren't they? No tailbacks, that's it. So so Team Lion, their 2CV Team Lion, looks as though they are going to beat their garage rivals. After all, they had a massive advantage, but so that will be, if that's the case, that will be the third of the cars that won't be classified as finishers.
That's really, really, really disappointing. I know Rosie Walford Racing will agree in that. We really hope. Well, it looks like the car's out at the moment, but hopefully, for some miracle, they'll be able to get it back, because that's really disappointing. There's so much hard work obviously goes into all these cars, but let's hope see what Max can do.
Yeah, nothing's. I don't think he's moved. I couldn't see. I don't think it was pushed by the marshals, but it's very hard to see.
We'll keep. I know people at home will be rooting for Max and his team, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for everybody, I guess, and hopefully Max can get that back to the pits and get going again.
Yeah, I bet we do have the feed the organisers downstairs, the race officials have, but they can put the camera up after a big screen. I bet they can see better than us. I've got a funny feeling he made it on his own. But the safety car's out with the lights on, so everyone just calm down. I think that might well have been a very, very quick shower, as the weather coming in from the normally from just over from the Richards Corner way, which is the first corner for those people who don't know Snetterton well enough. The corners are coming from there. It looks quite light at the moment, so maybe it was just a very brief shower, just enough to wet the circuit and cause havoc, which it has done. All the cars are slowing down. Here come the Frogettes. If the Frogettes don't actually go any quicker, they'll never catch the safety car up. So the Frogettes are leading this next train, which is Green Frog APO Sport, the 82 car, which is Regimental Racing. It's 1, 2, 3 Dutch Diane Racing Team. Then one of the other minis is one of the Blueberry cars, I'm not quite sure, followed by I think that's Orange Frog, followed by Dutch Diane Racing Team. I'm not quite sure who's next. I'll take a punt and say that could well have been Blueberry. Don't think it was. It could have been Hollis Motorsport, but there's the 97 car, and the 97 car going to only 4 laps down now from their colleagues, but I'm sure Max is in the wall. And he's got going again.
Fantastic! This is great news. Oh, and we just have a bit of a wobble there from car 96 coming around the last corner, but that only a little wobble. Handled it like a pro, but really good news about Max.
Yeah, well, if it is Max, let's make sure we don't give it away. He looks as though he's got going again. So maybe whatever. Certainly a car appeared from behind the barrier, the safety barrier. And so, right, so we'll got going again. So we'll hopefully, Katie, you'll have to grab him if he turns up.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for him. Steve Walford is still waiting for Mick Story to come in. I think they've called him in a few times, potentially waiting to catch up with the train, but we'll see what happens there. And KT Racing are in as well, taking advantage of this safety car for whatever reason they need. Had they pitted and swapped Louis? I can't remember.
Who's that? So
KT Racing.
Oh, KT. No, Pete Rundle's in.
Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, so Peter's out now, so they've taken advantage of the safety car to further extend their lead as well.
Right. Oh, have they just come in?
Yes,
I
they're
think
just
no,
in
they
the
were
wheel.
arguing about who was going to go out. Either Chris was going to go out and finish, so he, take the flag, etc., because his car, or Louis. It was Louis' turn.
Yeah, Louis is the one going in, definitely.
Oh, Louis going in, is he? Okay, so
It looks like car 7 has joined the train of the safety car, so I imagine that they'll be in this lap as well.
yes, I think the Frogettes have taken the pace car literally. Normally we go a little bit quicker, but no overtaking. If you do overtake even a slower car, even a walking wounded car, you can get yourself into real big trouble. Here comes 79. That is 79, isn't it? Coming in the pits?
No, that's 97 in
That's
the pits.
97.
97.
So Sparrow's in there. So don't think Max has come round, has he?
We haven't seen him yet. If anyone out there can see him, just put us on YouTube.
There's a very slow car coming through. Murray's. But that's not 97, is it?
Is it 79?
Sorry, not 79, is it? Someone's coming through very slowly through Murray's. I look on the cameras, but I can't see a slow-moving car.
Was that the tarts that have just...
Yes,
sorry. Yeah,
that was
the
it.
tarts? Okay.
Here it comes now. That definitely is
Oh, yeah, that's good news.
That's
That
a
is
light car.
definitely car 79. So if that is the car that's caused the safety car, they're bringing it back to the pits by themselves. So that's fantastic news.
Well, no tailback allowed. Is it coming pitward? We can't see. Stretching. Yeah, it's in the pits. Right, Katie, your job. Go and find out what happened. Yeah, mixed stories. You can see his picture on the live feed. Looks like mixed story's going to get in, or maybe not.
Max Wire putting his thumb down to the crew. So he's not gone into the garage, but he's putting his thumb down to the crew there. We'll go and find out what's happened.
Oh dear. Is that a misshapen 79 car? Team line is out. And the second team line car, the 79 car, is being worked on. No one seems to quite know what to do. Maybe clobbered it backwards. No one seems to really
It looks like 79 is going out. No, they've stopped, but the team are happy with it. They were given the motion to go, so the team are happy that that it's fine to go out. We'll see. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, might be happy, but when he tries to pull off, the car seems to crab. Whether one of the rear wheels was rubbing against the bodywork, I think the bodywork might well have been altered a little bit at the back. Obviously, I can't see. I'm in the commentary tower. I can only see the front wings, and that all looked good. They checked the bonnet was still held down. But the team is working diligently on the back. So where the Max spun out and damaged the car, you can see it a little bit on the live feed. Yes. Yes, damage at the back.
Yeah, I've just stood at the back of the car. Sorry, I'm just moving up. Yeah, it's looking okay. They just made sure all the lights were secure, just double checking everything is safe, of course. But yeah, absolutely fine.
Well, they still got a 3-lap advantage over their colleagues, but yeah, Max looks as though he's may have well saved the day. And it has gone out. Here it has gone out, so let's have a look. it's still 4 laps, yeah. Lion Hansgrove have got 4 laps over the 2CV Team Lion as they dispute 5th position in the 2CV category. So, don't know if there's any other issues. 24 is missing, it says. That is Gadget. Well, we know Gadget's missing. That's retired. 116 is retired. Car 13 has been permanently in the pit. 171. Team Toy Shed. What's happened to Toy Shed? And Toy Shed. Yeah, in the pit. So Toy Shed have got issues. So everyone seems to basically.
Sorry, Lewis. If you have a look just there at the final corner, there is a Lion car facing the wrong way. It looks. I mean, I imagine it's 97. I can't imagine Max caught up that quickly with the train.
Well, no, the final corner.
Yeah, sorry, not the final corner, just Coram there. Can you see?
Oh yes.
Yeah. So they're not moving, and it is safe to move. So that looks like there's a fault there. Yeah, so it's definitely.
That's 97.
That's 97, yeah, because that's Max just coming round past them now.
So who's driving that? David or Gary or
find
Peter?
out.
Yeah, looks as though. Yeah, what? I was hoping that we would be getting racing underway, but sadly, after all the problems that a perennial.
It's definitely not Pete in the car. Process of elimination down here.
Right, so it's not Pete, so it's either got to be David or Gary. Actually, I think I've answered the question. I just saw the pickup. There is no tailback, so that's it. No finish for our perennial winners. They've won it 7 times out of the last 10 runnings, but no finish this year for 2CV Team Lion. Martin Harold led or team managed team, so that'll be extremely disappointing for that crew. They were up to 6th place in a trophy winning position, but looks as though I can see the one of the recovery crew went along what was the old I think was the old runway up to I think, and now being towed off. So it looks as though, as you say, no tow back. Whether you're allowed, I can't tell you this, whether you're allowed to be just towed off the circuit to safety, then you have to get the car back yourself. So if the team pushed the car back, you might be able to still do that last lap. I don't know. I don't know the regulations well enough, or could interpret them quite well enough. Now whether that's it, but normally if you break down the last hour, that's it.
Sorry, I have to keep dodging out of the speakers. So yeah, it's not usual for obviously for this team, so they're not too sure what they can do. But we're kind of hoping if they can get back under their own steam. I know they've been towed to safety,
yes.
But we're hoping if they can get towed, kind of if they can get back under their own steam, they can get going again. So we'll keep watching that.
I just wonder whether the crew can go up there and push it back. I'm not sure, but yeah, it is relatively downhill, isn't it? So it might not be too much of a push. Safety car coming round again. 36 minutes and change just to go. Whether everyone's just waiting for all the cars to get in a line before they release them, or do we still have more problems? Do we have any more problems?
Doesn't look like anyone else is necessarily missing. Blueberry muffins have just come in, which maybe for a scheduled stop, I'll keep an eye on that. But can't see any more problems.
I'm sure a lot of people are relieved that we're going at a relatively slow pace behind the safety car. That means you can get to the end So currently with 35 minutes to go, safety car will be coming at the end of this lap. So there we go.
So just some people asking what happened with Max. The team, again, are a bit unsure, but it looks like he's potentially spun and kind of hit the front and the back. Nothing too major. It's still safe to drive. He can still get, he got back under his own steam, so absolutely fine. But, yeah, it wasn't caught on camera, but it looks like he's potentially had a spin.
Yeah, Richards is the only part of the circuit which is not being covered by the cameras. Certainly on the live feed, that is, not the circuit cameras. The live feed was looking at Wilson, Chapman, down the straight, could do the Nelson, Brundle, Bombhole, Coram and Murray's, and centre straight. And I still can't see where the I can see the camera now. I can see the camera. I spotted it. And yeah, so Richards is the only place on the circuit which was not being covered by the live streaming cameras, and that was the corner that caught out Max, and I think he backed it into the wall very, very lightly, and he hauled it out of the tyre barrier and went behind it, I suppose just to check it out, or maybe even to pull out the bits and pieces, which he's able to do. He was in a safe place because he got behind the barrier. I couldn't even see him on the feed here, and then he crawled out, got strapped back in again. Let's make that absolutely clear. The marshals wouldn't let go without Max being strapped back in the car correctly with his seat belts, and brought the car back.
I know the team were a bit concerned about losing places, but it looks like they're still fifth. How many laps have they got? Is it still 4 laps ahead of ECAS? Yeah, they got no real problems with ECAS. 5 laps. I got no problem with ECAS. They're comfortably there. I was going to say, I think Pete Rundle saved the day, because I'm sure I saw that car sideways at Richards. I'm sure the car was quite safe, quite sideways. He made a terrific save to keep it on the black stuff for the KT Racing Team. There he is, going past, and it's getting dark again. There's another dark cloud just above us, so we could be in for another dosing of water. I can see Pete Rundle is very cautious through Richards. Now, that's not the normal line. That's the wet line everybody is taking. That must be very slippery. For those who are not used to description of lines, there's normally a dry line, because the dry line around the corner gets very rubbered in, which is what they say in Formula 1. It gets rubbered in, and that becomes a slightly grippier line. Is that when it rains, it becomes horrendously slippery, so you come offline. And they very much Pete Rundle led a whole gaggle of cars right round the outside of Richards Corner, which is definitely not the way round in the dry, but try to find as much grip as possible. 48 just passing us. That's SL Racing. Been really steady of the SL boys. They're 11th at the moment, but whoever's in the car there is taking it very cautiously. And there's the Muffins. Car 40, they have had an awful last few hours. They were somewhere up about 5th, I think, at one time, but they've dropped back to 13th. Hi, we are down here in Garage 1 with car 97 and Pete Sparrow. So, Pete, we've just seen your car go round. Any ideas on what's happened there?
No, I know roughly whereabouts he is on the circuit, but I've got no idea why he's come off, whether it's been a suspension failure or whether it's just he got caught out with the conditions or whether he's beached, or I don't know anything at the moment. So
they were following the safety car, so does it seem more likely it'll be a car fault? What do you think?
Obviously it's going to be treacherous out there. I don't know. We had a problem with the rear suspension on the car, so whether something's actually failed, I have no idea, but I have no idea at all.
And we know you got towed back to safety. Do you think that he'll be able to get the car back, or is that you just still don't know?
Don't know. Obviously, if he's only got 3 wheels,
he's coming He's coming back. Okay, so that's good news. Oh, jump pack. Oh, never mind. Sorry, that was a bit of excitement. We thought they were saying he's coming back, but it says jump pack. So it looks like the crew, if they can get back under their own steam, absolutely fantastic. So car 97, not been their weekend this weekend, but hopefully they'll be able to finish the race.
Not sure who that is. Could be Niven Kirkpatrick. And yep, the rain is coming back again. I can hear it on the commentary box roof. So maybe that's Rich's corner, which is a little bit further up. Maybe that got the rain first. We can see Katie on the live feed, but we can't hear her at the moment. Well, I can't, because she's got the camera feed, live feed microphone, not the one I'm looking, not the one I'm doing. So I'll concentrate on what I can see. It's raining again. Everyone's taken shelter. This is not going to be good, is it, when we come to do the podium in the last in an hour or so. Marshals are taking cover. Looks like I'll be getting the wet weather gear out again. And it is coming down very, very hard indeed. Car number 40 going past has just closed the window. And I think it's Neil Slark who's in the lead car. 2:11. By far away the quickest car.
As you can see, it is raining very heavily now.
Absolutely pouring.
Sorry. Okay, as you can see, it's raining really heavily now, so they're just worried a bit about electrics and things. This is what caused maybe potentially an issue for you just now with maybe a spin, we don't know. How's it all going for you at the moment?
Yeah, amazingly, Max has got the car going again. We've brought it in, had a little look. It's a bit bent and a bit damaged, but it's still going. Amazingly, just before the rain started, we just had our last pit stop and put some fresh tyres on, so they were good for the wet. But obviously not good enough, and I think, you know, in the first corner, it's very fast there, and with that first bit of rainfall, with all the drop oil and stuff that's happened over the last 20 hours or so, that'd been very slippy. So, you know, I think it's, you know, I'm just glad the car is still working and that Max is okay. And even more importantly, we've not lost the place, which is miraculous.
Really good, yeah, because you were chasing Rosie Walford Racing. They were hoping for a safety car so they could do their pit stop. Sadly, it was you that caused that safety car. But yeah, like you say, you haven't lost too much in that time.
No, I think we were sort of just happy that we were still going. It was going well after the disaster of the start that we had. But we were picking up places and keeping our consistency going. Roy's been metronomic. But then we were looking forward because we'd done our last stop when we knew that Rosie had to do one more. And there was only about 40 seconds gap between us. So it was like, okay, if we can just keep going, by the time they do their stop, we might even get fourth. Yeah. But, you know, fifth is great.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like there's been another safety car as well. So we'll go back up to Lewis in the box to find out what might have caused that safety car and what's happening out on track.
Water. The safety car has been put out. I think that's an excellent idea. Here in particular, we can see is that the track is, I would say, becoming treacherous. Obviously, whether there's someone's gone off, I can't see why it double wave, but the safety car has been put out. Safety car has been put out. Not sure if someone's gone off. 97 we know, and 24 are both missing. Not sure if someone's out. 128. Whoa. 128. Whoa has not appeared. That's because Neil has slowed down tremendously.
Who was missing there, sorry, did you say?
I'm not sure if anyone's missing. I'm not sure if this isn't for safety's sake. I'm speculating here because from what I can see, the track is, especially where the 48 car has just gone through, just after the start-finish rate, where the track levels off, there's an awful lot of water. And obviously that's the Clark's. I believe it might well be for safety. I can't see anyone has gone off. But to be truthful, I wouldn't know anyway, because the cameras...
Car 7's just gone by, so we know it's not there.
Has just come through the pits. Can't see anybody has stopped.
Yeah, I think you're right with the safety, because it is streaming in the pit lane.
1, 2, 3 might be in a problem, and that's Oh yeah, might be a problem. The Dutch Diane team. I'm not seeing that come through. That had sort of stopped. The track kind of stops at the start-finish line and the one under the bridge. But I've got a funny feeling. I can't absolutely guarantee. There's only. I haven't got a runner to help me. He'll just nip down and ask if that is for safety's sake. But there is a lot of standing water, like where I was saying.
Yeah, we've got teams frantically running over to the pit wall to check that for their car, and round of applause when they do come past.
APO Sport again needing a push start, and they're defending 6th position, 4th in the minis. Has it got going? I think it has. Oh, it sounds extremely sick. So APO Sport are running wounded, walking wounded, whichever way you want to put it. But if you just give me a second, I will go and just check to see if this is for a safety sake.
We think if Car 97 can get back to the pits, then they can get going again. But there seems to be another car missing, potentially at Ritchie. So again, our blind spot.
I can't see anything. Katie, just pop my head in the door. I think the safety car is for safety, overall safety, because of the condition of the track. And I can't see anything.
We've got a lot of shrug shoulders going on. We don't know either.
Well, I'm not. We can't tell, can we? Is everybody out? Is everybody running? 116. We know is in the pits. 171. Minions is in the pits. 24 we know has retired as well, and 97 we know has been pulled off the track. So that's what TSL is telling us. So I think the safety car was scrambled for safety. Sounds a bit daft, but I think you'd get where I'm coming from. Conditions of the track has deteriorated rapidly, and you can see the spray being kicked up off the wheels of the cars. Rooster tails is how that used to be described by Pete Line, who was Auto Sports Grand Prix reporter in the very early 70s. It was a fabulous description. You can see how deep the water is up here, centre straight, by the amount of rooster tails being put out. And some of these cars are not doing much more than 30 miles an hour. So you can tell just how difficult the conditions are at the moment. From what I can gather, 129. APO Sport is now showing. Is that in the pits? Yes, it's back in. It's walking wounded, isn't it? Right, so as far as I can work out, most of the cars should be running from TSL, so it is safety. APO in the pit lane. Anybody else in the pit lane? We know Minions is in the pit lane. We know Fast But Not Furious is retired. Gadget's retired. Is car 13 currently running? Yes, I think it is. It's showing here is currently running.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
It's the
I've
pit
got
car, isn't it?
Simon Thomas has confirmed that I mean, he's one of the recovery people. That safety car is for weather conditions. So yeah, we think it's just whether anyone else has had any problems. But yeah, like you say, I think it's just the ones that we know about.
Right, I'm going to have to count the cars, aren't I? I've got the safety car's got the leader. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is ECAS. So that's 12. The ECAS car. Then we've got a gap. So now they're almost in a line, that 12. We should have something like 27 out there, 26. I come 13, 14, 15, the Mini, 16, APO is 16, and I have to say it's sounding a little bit better, but not much. So let's now rejoin. 16, it's only got 19 minutes to go. So that's 16 cars. $17, 18. Right, quick shout out. Congratulations to Stuart and Carol Gosling on their wedding anniversary today. That's from their children, Amelia, Oliver and family. So they've been listening in. So many congratulations to Stuart and Carol Gosling. And hope all's well. Don't say how long. It's my 30th next weekend. So got to keep Mrs. Beals happy. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 cars so far.
26. And how many?
And we've got four not running, haven't we? So it's 97's not running, 24's not running, 116 is not running, and 171 is not running. So yeah, so that's all the 30 cars in it. So it is for safety, yeah. So all the cars on track are currently running and going. And by the look of it, it stopped raining. One of the marshals is splashing around. It's quite a river running down the pit lane at the moment. So I think the rain has maybe abated. Might be a rather an optimistic word, but yeah. Just counting down the final minutes, 17 minutes to go. So we come to the checkered flag at the actual finish of the Citroen Support 2CV race, 24-hour race here at Snetterton, which is the 32nd running of the Classic 2CV race, supported. We give a thanks for the support of Duff Morgan Citroen, the elite Citroen dealer in Norfolk. ECAS parts, Freeman 2CV, that's the place to go. Hans Grove, which are bedroom kitchen specialist. Line picture framing supplies, and Adrian Flux Insurance. Many thanks. And currently I can see that there is a compound being erected at the top here of the pit lane, which is for families with small children who can actually come into the pen and greet the cars as they finish. So as we always say at the end of the race, only people of 16-year-old and above are allowed in the pit lane. So those with families are younger, we'd like to congratulate all the cars that come home. A real tradition here at Snetterton at the 2CV race. There is a pen up here which will allow that to happen. It's now being erected by the Snetterton crew. Thank you very much for them. And so where the podium, the normal podium is at the top end of the pit lane, just past the officers, just before race control, building a a safe space to allow families with younger children to be able to come and greet the cars home. Please do be aware that no one under the age of 16 is allowed in the pit lane. That's an MS UK regulation, and one that we would like to adhere to and maintain at all times. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Right, how much time we've got left? 15 minutes. And I can see the track is not awash at the moment with water. Where it was particularly naughty, it's drained away. Some of the marshals are back out. Looks like the rain may well have abated. Yeah, my apologies. I've just taken my headphones off, and I can hear the rain still coming down on the roof of the commentary box. So my apologies to everyone. I've got both ears covered, which is unusual. I normally have one open. I'll open it up. But I don't know, I've been wearing the headset. Both ears young, still hear the rain coming down, which is going to be a bit of a disappointing way to end an excellent event. Currently, car number 128, Slarky Malarkey, is the first car behind the safety car, and there is a good reason for that, because they probably waved enough cars through that if the race has to end behind the safety car, the first car that will receive the checkered flag is the race winner, and it is not in the middle of the pack. So when the checkered flag came out, the rest of the cars would have to complete the whole lap round at potential racing speeds, and that does kind of like mitigate, that kind of defeats the object of having a safety car for those safe reasons. The red light is on at the end of the pit lane. That's normal. That's not normal. Normally that's it's gone green. It goes red, doesn't it, when the safety car comes by in the crocodile? So when the crocodile's out of past the pit lane by a reasonable distance, it then goes back to green. Although there is nobody actually in the pits at the moment, all cars are on the track. Sadly, the 79 car can't. Safety car will be coming at the end of this lap, and we will be resuming racing at any moment now. Yep, safety car now just coming into Murray's with the lights off. I don't know what's happening, but it looks like Neil Slark is the first car behind, as we said, the race leader. He's opened up a massive gap to the following 2CV, but it's for the cars to keep up with each other. He's not broken any regulation.
So we're here with Gary Adnett, who was in car 97 when it appeared like it spun, but you tell us what happened.
Oh yeah, it spun. We were going well before it got wet. We're going really well. going through everywhere, making up positions, really happy. Rain came down, got really sketchy, but the old wet lines, we all started using those, or a few of us. That was going really well. So came in for a splash and dash to fuel to the end, all going well. Go out, and then it would appear that it got a bit wetter and my talent got a bit less between coming in and going out again. So got a bit sketchy in the second corner. That was fine. Then I caught 48 car going round Coram. Followed his lines when he changed line. That sort of basically just set me off, and I was spinning from then. Stalled the car, but that's fine. Went to restart it, and the engine seized.
So that was the problem. So what's the situation with your car now?
Okay, so I asked the marshal who did the snatch that got me out of the dangerous area. I said, can I restart? And over the radio it said negative because you've had outside assistance in the last hour. So I got recovered back here. Feels like an F1 driver. I got recovered back. Yeah, not very good. Anyway, so then the pits crew said if we can get it restarted, we can rejoin. So at that point, I just thought it had a flat battery. Because the old thing, you power it all up, hit the start button, and it just went dead, like a flat battery. Yeah. But then we tried bump starting it, and the engine's locked solid. So I don't know if when I spun, I buzzed it, or it was running really hot. Like, we normally like them running about 260 per cylinder head, and when I was out in the hot, when it was dry, it was running 350, 310. So I don't know if the heat then, and then the sudden drop in temperature, and then the rev, all then got a bit too much for it. So,
Yeah.
So.
But you've got your book here, so everything you've just told me, you can. It's a race and drivers excuses book. Yeah. Is it getting full this weekend?
It's full because Pete's blown a crank. That's excuse number 5, I think. It was someone else. Dave buzzed some valves. So we've got Buzz Aldrin and Buzz Lightyear, and I'm sure I'm going to get blamed for spinning something. Maybe Torval and Dean will be my name later on.
Oh, you're giving yourself that. Thank you, Gary. Yeah, so that's car 97. Sounds like they're out the race, unfortunately. A very unusual weekend for them here. The safety car's gone in, and we'll go back to Lewis and see what else is going on track.
The richest corner, which I can just see on circuit cameras. It's raining harder and harder again, so not the best end to the 24-hour race here at Snetterton. I'm sure we will endeavour to bring you as much as we can, and the rain is tumbling down quite hard again. I can see in the paddock the water's running down the paddock, out of the top paddock, running down the pit, pit lane. That's what I should say. 7 minutes to go. Slarky Malarkey leads 128 from Misfits, 107. They got a 4-lap advantage. KT Racing, the leader of the 2 CVs, still in 3rd position. Team Toyland 4th, 5th is Croesus Tech Rouge, 6th APO Sport, 7th Twin Snails, 8th Rosie Walford, 9th Lions Hangrove, held on to that 5th position overall in the 2 CVs. 10th is ECAS, and up to 11th is Hollis Motorsport, and Team Lion obviously dropping down the order. I'm not sure whether they will get the classification, but we'll wait to see. So that's the situation we are in at the moment, and as we come up to the 6 minutes remaining. Dear me, very big thunderstorm, I have to say. just writing down the top 6. That's 128, 107, 177, 129, 195 and 137. Put some meat on that bones. That's Slarky Malarkey who leads the one, the minis from 107, which is the Misfits, from Team Toy Shed, from APO Sport, from Poppy Racing and Mini Frog. The 2 CVs, let's get that. That's KT Racing. Let's put numbers down. 49. Next is 92. Following that is Twin Snails 41. 7 and 79. And the 6th position is 33. The Classics. Classics is 1, 2, 3, followed by 1, 7, 2. So that's 49. That's KT Racing. 92 is Crisis. 41 is Twin Snails, followed by Rosie Walford Racing. 79 is 5th. They will be Lions Hens Grove, and 6 is the 33 car Team ECAS. And then in the 3rd category is the Classiques. That's a Dutch Diane Racing team, followed by the Le Mans 2CV Classics. So they're the top 6 currently in each section, as the racing is, well, still under green conditions, but I have to say it is not conducive to racing at the moment. I think it's conducive to survival. I think that's what most of the teams are really looking at, to surviving and making sure they can get round to the finish in 4 minutes time, less than 4 minutes. The checkered flag will go out to Slarky Malarkey's Ian Slark at the end, and everybody else will then come through and take the checkered flag and do a final slalom down lap and come through to the end of the race. So I say, if any families want to come up and greet the cars home, there is a nice pen made here. Oh, here is someone who's about to try. Oh, it's the Minions, isn't it? It's the yeah, I think it's the Minions 171. Yeah, he's coming out to try and get the last lap in. Doesn't sound too bad. I think Walking Wounded actually APO Sports going quite well. So the Minions is out with 2 minutes and 40 odd seconds to go. So hopefully they can survive 1 lap or 1.5 laps, 2 laps maybe most, and just greet the checkered flag. So they will get will record a finish, although it's not quite shown on TSL quite as I speak. But yeah, there we go. No, still haven't. No, still in the pits, but no, they did make it out. I can assure you they made it out. Just went past. Yep, here comes the teams, and now trying to getting ready to greet their cars on the pit walls. As I say, only those 16 and above are allowed in the pit lane. Anyone younger, please take up the provision we have at the top end of the pit lane in the special pen provided. Less than 2 minutes to go, 1 minute 40 to go, as the clock ticks down, and we await Slarky Malarkey's and a victory by 5 laps currently, as maybe that one will just run down as the counter flips over. Right, here comes the Dutch Diane Racing team. Very distinctive yellow and black car. Hollis Motorsport just getting past the Green Frog Citroen, which is taking a very cautious approach to the current conditions. And More Thunder is just above our head. Maybe in 10 or 15 minutes that may well roll through. Orange frog just go by as we can see the slightly clearer skies out to the west. Here comes 41, that's Twin Snails, isn't it? They're in 3rd position. ECAS, I think they're in 6th position, aren't they, as they come past us. And very slow, a very slow 107. That's the 2nd placed car currently. And the clock does go past 0, but we're waiting for, not the 0, waiting for the checkered flag to come out. We're waiting for Slarky Malarkey to come by, for the checkered flag to be given to Neil Slark. And we're waiting for him. I'm not quite sure where he is. That's it. And here comes our race winner, Neil Slark, in the Slarky Malarkey 128. Takes the checkered flag, and excellent. Many congratulations to the Slarky Malarkey team. So Ian Slark, Neil Slark, Ryan Taylor and Alec Graham, who joined them this year. And Slarky Malarkey wins by probably 4 or 5 laps. I think they need one more. I think the Misfits will go round one more time. Slarky Malarkey take victory. And it's a well worth the victory. I believe they took I believe they took over the lead around about the 10th hour, and they have controlled things very much from there on in, and they are easily the winners of this, the 32nd run of the Classic 2 CV overall. And we wait for the Crisis just gone through, so they've taken the checkered flag, so they secure 2nd place. We really wait to see the car 49 KT Racing, who needs to come by and take the checkered flag to secure the Citroen 2 CV victory. As thunder rolls in, just checking. Yeah, 49 hasn't come through yet. Here comes the couple of the frog cars having a formation finish, and Rosie finishes, as does ECAS. A couple of the minis come by. 129 actually limps across the line. And here comes our 2nd placed car, the Misfits 107, slowly coming up to be greeted with a checkered flag. So I may take it. I think 49 must have come through, although I do not see. There is not a checkered flag next to the 49 car, but I can see that coming now into Murray's, our 2CV race winner. And many congratulations to the 49 KT Racing team. Chris Tuvey, Louis Tyson and Pete Rundell. They are about to come up to the complete their, well, look, see how many they are. They're 723 laps, which is what I predicted earlier on in the year. I said 722, and they're oh, there they are. There's 137 finishing. Yeah, and here is the 49 car completing victory. One more lap than I actually predicted. I actually said 722. 723 was the number they won by. Absolutely excellent event. Took control after around about the 3rd hour, and from there on in controlled the race magnificently. So here we go. We can go. We'll do the top 10. Oh, car 7 hasn't appeared as a finisher. Sure, they came past as a finisher. Right, we'll just run through the top 10 very quickly. Car number 128, Slarky Malarkey, takes victory from 107. The Misfits. Third was 49, KT Racing. Fourth was 177, Team Toy Shed. Fifth, car number 92, Crisis at Tech Rouge. Sixth was 129, APO Sport. Seventh was car number 41, Twin Snails. Eighth was car number 7, Rosie Watford Racing. Ninth was car number 79, Lion Hands Group. And 10th was Team ECAS, car 33. 11th was car 72, Hollis Motorsport. 12th was 192, Poppy Racing. 13th was 89, Dillyfag Racing. 14th is 96, Pork Pie Racing. 15th was 137, Mini Frog. 16th was SL Racing, the 49 car. 17th was a 97 car, so 2CV Team Line. Not sure they will get a classification because they didn't make it round that last lap, so that is very provisional. 18th, 35 for the Stock Tarts. 19th, car 40, Blueberry Muffins. 20th, 123, Dutch Diane Racing Team. 21st, 171, the Minions, who did make it out on that last lap. 22nd was car 15, Orange Frog. 23rd, car number 19, Blue Frog. 14th, 172, Classic 2CV. And 25th, 17th, Frogettes. 26th, 82, Regimental Racing. 27th, car 16th, Green Frog. 28th, 116, Not Fast But Furious, not classified as they didn't finish. 29th, 24, car 24 was Team Gadget, who also retired. And 30th is car 13, the Super Shinken with Jelly Snake Racing. They are all our 30 runners. You will need to check with the official confirmation of the result post event after everything has been stamped to officials, signatures and etc. Some whether a couple of teams have retired and one didn't actually make round the last lap, so that could well cause some issues. Currently from me, Lewis Fields, and from Katie Story, that's us done at the moment. We'll be holding the presentation shortly, as soon as we can possibly make it, which will probably be in the next 30 minutes or so. Do feel free to come and join us up in the pit lane for the presentations as and when they are current. Thank you very much.
shared a beer, I think. Oh, that was brilliant. Yeah. You were quite free on. Thank you. Thank you.
going for anything? Are we doing anything?
Yeah, if you do anything you like. Are you with me for a bit?
Yeah. That's what you said, wasn't it?
Yeah, brilliant.
It's the race winner, okay.
Just undo this and let the studio know.
Okay. Just finished the 32nd running of the 2CV 24-hour race here at Snetterton, and it's not very pleasant out here. We have the class winners here at the moment, so let's move across and have a word with overall race winner. It's the 128 car for Neil Slark. We'll have a look. Here we go. Let's butt in. Sorry, Fred.
No problem.
We'll take shelter. Neil, you're not only quick out track, but you're quick at getting the dry.
Yeah, too right. That just about came down, didn't it? That did.
But you were fastest by far in the wet. I mean, I just think everyone was going, slow down.
That was probably the best fun we've had all weekend, that was, when that all opened. It was awesome. Really good fun.
But,
I didn't want it to end.
A superb achievement. I think you led from about the 10th hour onwards, so a good scrap before that, but you controlled it for 14 hours.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I think from the beginning we were on the back foot, I think, really. But with the pit stops and whatnot and the safety cars, it all came our way in the end.
Yeah, so we're your colleagues, let's be honest about it.
This is Ryan.
Ryan, come on, Ryan. That's how it is. Ryan Taylor. You're the rally driver, aren't you?
I have a go, yeah. I'm doing it again. And I haven't done anything this year. This is the first competition event I've done this year. So it was a bit nerving on Friday doing a bit of testing and practice. But it all comes back in the end, doesn't it?
Neil was saying on that last session you went out, he told you, keep it on the black stuff. No greens, no curbs, no nothing.
Yeah, I had a communication come over to slow down, please. You don't need to be posting these quicker lap times, So, yes, it was... What a weekend, eh?
You enjoyed it, yeah.
Loved it. I loved every minute. I'm just proud of the team and the car. It's done very well.
It looks pristine, doesn't it?
It's absolutely mint. Yeah, it's as good now as it was when we started on yesterday on Saturday. So, yeah, it's absolutely mint.
Many congratulations to your victory. Who else is here? Oh, here's the other Slarky. Come on, Esther. This is Ian.
Yeah, Junior, this one.
Yeah, Ian. Yeah, you must be really pleased. I can't see Alec, but
Alec's on his way.
Oh well, there we go. Yeah. So you've been in the background and chatting. As we've been chatting to your brother, he's normally the one we chat to. But Ian, many congratulations. It's an absolutely wonderful achievement.
Yeah, really happy with that one. I don't know what to say, really.
You looked a little nervous early on, I have to say, this morning.
I'm always nervous, because when you've got a little bit of a lead, it can disappear so quickly, can't it? Nothing has to happen. Just a little incident of something on the car, a little misfire or something, and your 5 laps can disappear. So
that's very true, yeah.
When it's 10 hours to go, you can't be complacent. So you just have this nerve all day until about 5 to 3, and then you're like, well, okay, we may have this now.
Hey, wait.
We didn't really have it then, did we?
Well, only we did the count back and realised they couldn't catch us because of the amount of laps.
Yeah, but you've got to finish, haven't you? You've got to cross that start. You must, yeah. Because if you don't get classified.
We thought you'd get classified if they couldn't catch if they were 5 laps behind, and then we stopped. No.
You've got.
We got that one wrong.
I believe if you look at the rigs, I think you've got to do the last lap in something like 8 minutes or something. You do get a time.
Cross the line.
You have to cross the line. You have to take the checkered flag.
2 seconds.
Oh yeah, we thought that was it.
Well, no, I couldn't see what it was, but I saw a checkered flag come out right at the last minute. So I think it was seconds.
Well, yeah, you should have judged it. You should have said, okay, look, gone.
I stayed back behind the 2 CVs for a bit, thinking, we'll wait for the 2 minutes to go down.
Can't find. Where's the 7th one? Where's Alec? He's not here. Where's Mr. Graham? He's not with us.
I won't tell you, but he was shedding a tear a minute ago. I saw him.
Well, yes, he would. Yeah, he's a very emotional guy, isn't he?
He's a lovely chap.
Yeah, normally he's so laid back, you've got to pick him off the floor.
He's been a pleasure to have on board, I have to say. We've learned a bit from him. He's been cracking.
Right, okay, thank you very much. So that's our overall race winner, Slarky Malarkey. Let's go to the 2CV race winners. Those will get the big trophies. It's car number 49, KT Racing. Hello, guys. And we spoke before. Let me turn around here. Oh, let's talk to Chris. Not only are you the race winner, you're also the champion for 2023.
I am indeed. That is the best way to wrap that up. As I said earlier, it was pretty nerve-wracking coming into this race with that kind of leaning on this style of racing, and to win it outright as well as kind of winning the championship is just fucking amazing. Sorry.
Yeah, you look an awful lot happier than you did earlier in the day when you looked a touch nervous.
I was just tense, and you don't want to. You know, we knew that we had a good lead, and you know that if nothing went wrong, it was in the bag. But anything can happen, so I was just really trying not to show any excitement because I just didn't want it to go Pete Tong on us.
Okay, let's talk to Louis. Louis, yeah, you did take the last session, I believe.
I did take the last session, yeah. We discussed it, and Chris said, get in the car. So that's how that went.
He was probably too nervous to drive that last set. I tell you, conditions weren't good, were they?
No, the visibility was really low. To an extent, it's a shame that we didn't get to race in it a little bit more because it would have been exciting. But
I've got something to ask you. When the heavens opened up, I actually saw car 49 go sideways at Richards.
Yeah, it did.
I thought it was Pete in the car. I said, "Oh, Rundle made a great save," but I forgot it was you in the car.
Yeah, no, I was just discussing with Pete that it's difficult to hold back because you're going, be sensible. We've only got 5 laps left, but you kind of want to go and have some fun.
Yeah, I was watching the feed. If you'd have seen this, he was like that. Honestly, I could see the door. I could see the door hand
get to the lock stop. Yeah.
I bet you're glad he couldn't see you.
Yeah. Well, I thought you'd have seen me from the pit wall.
I would have appreciated it anyway. The man's got to go out and have fun, hasn't he? That's what it's all about. So.
Literally, was that seconds before or after the 79 card hit the wall?
I think it was just after.
Yeah. It caught out. I think it was Max in the car. It caught Max out, and I thought, oh, and someone else has gone in. No, you saved it. You ever tried being a goalkeeper?
No, wrong skill set.
And what's the show of the save like? Is this Peter? Hi, Peter. How are you?
Very happy, especially for Chris, and also quite relieved because he thinks he was nervous. Me and Louis were a lot more nervous because if we crashed, it was his championship we were throwing away.
Well, yes, but this is not. Come on, Louis, come in over here a minute. Where is he? This is not the first time you've won this event, is it?
It's the third time.
It's the third time for yourself.
Twice is this true.
Twice for me. But
yeah, it's twice for you as a team, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is indeed.
So, many congratulations. It's a lot of responsibility on yourself because of Chris's championship.
Yes, and although I think Louis and I both resolved to try and be more cautious than we would normally be, when that opportunity to floor it or brake to take a position comes up, it's very hard to say no, isn't it?
But you've got the car home. It absolutely looks in pristine condition, doesn't it? The team have done a marvellous job. We know who prepped it as Chris, isn't it?
It is. Chris with some help, I think, but yeah, I think Chris took responsibility for it. That damage was actually Chris in the warm-up, not in the race. So I don't think the car touched another car in the race.
And that's the way to do a 24-hour endurance race, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Yeah. I was talking to Tim, or Tim was talking to me from Crisis Tech Rouge, and he said that the pit stops were absolutely excellent as well. Very efficient from your crew. So we've got to give them a shout out too, haven't we?
Absolutely. Huge thank you to the crew, a lot of whom have stayed up all night, no sleep, minimal food, standing out on the pit wall in the freezing cold, and always there for us the second we need them. So thank you to the whole team.
Right, just ask one more question, Chris. Chris, as a 3-car team, do you actually crew get to sleep?
We do get to sleep. I got sort of 3 hours and then did another stint and got another 3 hours, so I feel relatively well rested, to be fair, which is more to be safe for my crew. The poor guys, we were quite short on crew this year, so we had 2 people that were essentially up all night, and they went and got half an hour in the tent when they could, but they were on shift the whole time.
Let's give them a shout out. Who are they?
They are Tom and Ben, and it's just everybody. Alex and Lester, everybody that was in on the garage. Just thank you so much for helping us do this.
Well done, guys. Well, congratulations, and you're the 2023 24-hour champions. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's go and have a quick. Let's grab Alec Graham, who we didn't quite have a chat with, who's one of the crew members of Slarky Malarkey. Sorry, Alex. So they picked you off the floor because normally you're so laid back.
I was laid back. I was having a lie down actually, just round the back of the paddock, and I thought I might get in the car and have a little sleep, but yeah.
You've enjoyed this, haven't you?
I've enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, I've enjoyed it immensely, and it means a lot, really. I think it's my 8th win. I think I'm the first to do both the 2CV wins and the Mini wins. It's my first time out in a Mini, so to win in the Mini is just a dream come true, and all credit to these guys, the Slark family and the Slark team, who've put together a fantastic car, some of it on Friday, but a fantastic car nonetheless, and it's actually been relatively drama free, and it's all been, they've been fantastic with me. They're a family team and they've taken me on board, and it's just been an amazing weekend, so full credit to those guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. So we could call you Alec Graham Slark from now on.
Yeah, I might go double barrel.
Yeah, with a hyphen. Yeah, great. Well done. Congratulations. Yeah, and yes, you are right. You won the event 7 times in the 2 CVs, and now overall with the Minis. So congratulations. Still breaking records.
Still breaking records, and it's one. Obviously, to be the first is quite special. But I've also got to just congratulate Chris Tovey, who's built a fabulous 2 CV there. He's won the championship and the 24-hour fair and square, and a beautiful car. So full credit to him as well.
Yeah, I tell you, 3rd overall too, which is no mean feat in a 2CV against the Minis, who are somewhat faster.
They are faster, and to be 3rd in a 2CV, I mean, the Minis are fantastic around here, the 2CVs are fantastic around here, but they both have different challenges, and 3rd overall is very, very impressive. So yeah, full credit to those guys.
Thanks a lot, buddy. Good to talk to you. Right, the last is the other car. Here's the Dutch team. Hi there. Right, let's have a quick look. You with which one are you? Yeah, Frank. Frank, congratulations on taking victory in the classic section.
Yeah. We only had 2 cars in class, so it's...
Doesn't matter. You had a win. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Master. It was fantastic.
Yeah, first time you've done the event here?
No, 2017 we were here, also with the Classic, same Diane. And I drove about 3-4 years ago for the second Lion car. So...
You're an old hand then.
Maybe.
Anyway, yeah, the car has it's a Diane, isn't it? It's not a, it's a Diane. It's stands out terrifically well.
Yeah. Officially, you cannot even drive it in the UK class because Diane is not allowed. So we had to race in the Belgian regulations. And yeah, thanks to Chris and Martin who arranged it all, that we were able to drive here in the UK class with a Belgian car. So thanks to them.
So where do you normally race it?
In Belgium. at Spa, 24 hours, and yeah, some of other races over there, Manicourt, all the Belgium, Belgium
round. So did you have many problems?
Almost nothing. No, it was a fabulous race.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Yeah, we almost had a clean sweep, but someone decided to hit us from the side. But besides that, yeah, perfect weekend.
Well, congratulations, Frank, to Rob, Eric, and Martin, and yourself for taking the victory. Have you got the other guys here? Well, come on. Who else drove? Well, Rob.
I'm Rob.
Yeah, okay, Rob. Oh, good English.
Yeah, thank you.
Enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, it was a great circuit, great people over here, very friendly, and yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, going to come back next year and...
We're going to discuss that. Officially, it was the last race of us, but yeah, it was really fun. So yeah, maybe we come back again, but we have to discuss that.
Yeah, that's okay. So who else? Is Eric here then? Where's where's Eric himself? Congratulations, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic to race over here. Nice circuit, nice people.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
We hope to be back next year.
In some form or other. Okay.
Some form, yeah. Okay.
So who else is there? So it's got to be Martin, hasn't it? There he is, look. Many congratulations on your victory.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It was a real pleasure to drive here. Enjoyed it a lot.
Been before?
Yeah, once. It was, I think, 2017.
Yeah, just before COVID.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. So you know your way around a bit, and well, it proved it, didn't you, with a good victory?
Yeah, sure. We had also good competition, but unfortunately they had a little bit of damage in the beginning of the race. But if you compare the rounds, we were pretty close to each other. So that's also good. Hopefully next time some more. That make it a little bit more fun.
Okay, thanks very much. Congratulations. Looks like we've got a podium presentation. Teamwork. Congratulations, guys, and we'll shake your hand. Well done, guys. Well done. Thank you very much. So we're on for a podium presentation from now on.
Now you understand why the mini was so
Podium time, Matt.
We're going to have to use both mics, I guess, are we?
I'll check. Matt, I've got Katie here. Can we use both mics? She's asking. Our mic and their mic. Yep, okay. Okay, well, I'll stick with Katie now then.
Do they need anything right now, or? I'll ask him then. Do you need anything from the camera right now? Do you want any interviews or anything with spectators?
Are you still live on me, Matt? So I'm dead at the moment, yeah? Okay, anything we can get, yeah.
I guess
Going to the cups.
So here we have the trophies, lots and lots of different trophies, 70 in total. Of course, trophies for the top 6 of each category, but also a couple of special trophies from the Citroën 2CV Racing Club, which get presented to Spirit of the Meeting, so maybe whoever's shown really great spirit, which generally is everybody, but any outstanding people, teams, and also the Escargot Mort, which is the first dead snail, the Premier Escargot Mort. So the first dead snail that was, which we think is Team Gadget Racing, but those things we just need to get confirmed right now. We'll just have a look at a list of who might have won the trophies. So. Pardon? So we'll be back in just a moment once we know the final of who might have won all the different trophies.
That's provisional. You're going to have to wait there. That was done at 10 past. That'd be 22, but if you want to do that and sort out the only we did that happen, what's the time? 34 through August. About 6 more minutes. That'll be declared official. I'll check with the store.
Yeah. I'll do these ones first. Could you tell Lewis who the spirit? We need basically think the spirit of the meeting. So like, who tried really hard? I think that Jelly Steak might be best presented. We need the spirit of the meeting. Do you think Jelly Steak? So a different best presented then? Yeah, different best presented. A different best presented. A different best presented. I think maybe. Yes. Yeah.
I'll let you go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, there's no issue. It's got no
competition. He's got 6 weeks to go to work out. So you want to go?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, we'll get this over, done with. Okay, hi everybody. Oh no, sorry. This will be really quick. We'll get it done really quickly. So we'll start with the minis. First of all, once again, big thank you so much to the minis for coming. Big round of applause for the minis. Big round of applause for the minis. Quick round of applause. Thank you so much for making the effort every year. You're an asset to this, so thank you so much. So, in 6th place for the minis, we have everyone together. Bear with me here, apologise. Okay, thank you. Sorry, yeah, suspense. In 6th place for the minis is Team Mini Frog. Bertrand, Sylvian, Elaine and Francois. Come here, come get your trophy. And really exciting because Elaine got her 158. She's going to the Seychelles. Her husband promised her. Yeah. But come on the podium. Yeah. And well done. Stand on the 3rd one. Okay. In 5th place for the minis, Poppy Racing, Nick, John, and Luke. Well done. And in 4th place, APO Sports, Alex, Lee, James, and Tom. Well done, APO Sport. Go get your trophies. Of course you can. Well done. And in 3rd place, it is Team Toy Shed, Chris, Elliot, Andy, and Michael. Well done, Team Toy Shed. Well done, good. Well, they're getting up there. 2nd place, Misfits, Nevin, Stephen, Paul, and Dave. And in 1st place, Slarky Malarkey. So Slarky Malarkey, come down. Neil, Ian, Alec, and Ryan, 1st place. We'll get you all on there, and then we'll do it. So 2nd place is Misfits.
Thank you very much to the 2CV Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you very much. Okay, we have one more category before we do the 2CVs.
This is
What is this? Okay, and now we have the classic category. It's causing some technical issues. Bear with us. Has anyone got a non-wet copy of the results?
Chucking it down here now.
Okay, we got them. Cool. Okay, in the Classiques category, in second place, it was Le Mans Classique. And we'll get first place down so you don't have to wait too long. And in first place, it was Dutch Cyan. Have first place come down to get their trophies? Oh, fantastic. And in first place, Dutch Cyan. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
And I hope, well done. Well done. And while Le Mans Classique, while you are there, you have won Best Presented Car as well. So well done. No, not them. Anyone speak French? Best presented car goes to Le Mans Classiques. Car est beautiful. Well done, thank you. Okay, next is for the spirit of the meeting. And the spirit of the meeting, this race goes to Team 13. Which, are they here? No? Car 13? Jelly Snake? Or Jelly Cat? Let's give them a round of applause anyway for spirit of the meeting. Well done. They're coming, they're coming.
more, which is the first dead snail, and that goes to Team Gadget Racing.
We've got water in everything now at the moment. Not the job, it's the mechanics that deserve it, not the drivers. Guys, the mechanics. They will be having a good for the race.
I think you also get the prize for getting out in the most spectacular fashion as well.
Well done. Good job. Okay, in third place, changing an engine in what felt like 5 minutes, it's Twin Snails Racing. Good. As they make their way down, we'll also get second place, which is Crisis at Tête Rouge. Yes. Yeah, mechanics as well, definitely. Well done, Twin Snails Racing. Well done, Crisis at Tête Rouge. Great job. Well done. And as the Thunder is here, first place, which has secured Chris with his championship win, it is KT Racing. Okay, well done. We'll have a chat with. That is all the trophies. We'll let the if you want to say something to anybody, but before we speak, while they're getting on the podium, can we have please the loudest round of applause for the marshals who have been here the whole 24 hours? Cannot do it without the marshals, especially 24 hours. Well done. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you so much to everyone at the board, everyone at BARC. Right, let's talk to Richard, who's part of KT Racing.
It's very quick. Thank you to the 2CV Club. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for their organisation, and obviously BARC put that together as well. Thank you to the team. Chris, Alex, who put the car together, and thank you to all the people in the 2CV Club that have made this year just brilliant fun. It is, we are all oddballs. You wouldn't own a 2CV if you weren't an oddball. And it is just brilliant fun to be part of this club. Thank you so much.
Well done. Thank you, everybody. Go and get dry. Thank you so much. Apologies, it's a bit of a shorter one today, but thank you so much, everybody. See you next year.